allegedly. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee also was present in that meeting. So whether the CID will take any strict action, or they will continue their investigation, or they will enter Mamata Banerjee's residence today to continue their investigation in this regard, is something that we are looking at. But this is huge. Ex-Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, her residence is raided, almost surrounded by CID as we speak. Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee, Chor Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee, he was also present here when the signature forgery incident happened. Also, there is a central Trinamool Congress party office right opposite to this area where there were several meetings. So both of these locations are under scanner. And what we see right now is additional CID officials, additional teams of the CID are brought into this location. This is very crucial and important because we already know that Chor Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee was summoned 3 times in this particular matter by the CID, but he did not appear in front of the CID and evaded summon for all that 3 times that he was summoned. This time, this is huge because the CID team is not at Potuapara right now. Potuapara is the residence of Chor Bhaipo. Potuapara is also close to this location where Mamata Banerjee stays. But this location is itself the exact place, the exact building, the exact house.
Kishle,
where
we are getting reactions. If you can translate that. Yeah, let's.
এইটার ক্লারিফিকেশনটা আপনি নিয়ে নেন। যেহেতু উনি এই চিঠিটাই দিয়েছিলেন, ওই চিঠিটা দেওয়ার জন্য আমরা এই
বলছি তো আমরা অ্যাডমিট করছি দেখলাম তো আপনি যে দেখালেন, কিন্তু যে দিয়েছে তার অ্যাবসেন্স আমি কি করে আপনাকে অ্যালাউ করবো?
তিনি তো নেই না,
অ্যাডভোকেট।
হ্যাঁ, তিনি নেই তো।
আপনার প্রেজেন্সে আমরা আমি পারবো না, আমি আপনাকে
অ্যাডভোকেট আপনি যদি
আমি absence of the owner I cannot allow you here.
যদি না দেন তাহলে তার কনসিকোয়েন্সটা
সেটা কি করলে সেটা
There will be consequences. The CID officials are saying if you don't let us enter, there will be consequences. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee's officials are saying that they are not present here, so I cannot allow you inside.
আপনি আমাকে জিজ্ঞাসা করেন বা লোকজন আগে দু চারজন জিজ্ঞাসা করেন, তাই জিজ্ঞাসাবাদ করতে হবে।
জিজ্ঞাসাটা তো পারপাস নয়, আমাদের সার্চটা হচ্ছে পারপাস।
আমি তো
The CID officials are saying we have to search this location in terms of the investigation. On the other hand, her officials are saying that I cannot allow you to search this location without her presence. The CID official is saying it is not that we have to take your permission to search this location. The official is saying, Mamata Banerjee's man is saying, without her presence, in her absence, I cannot let you enter and search this house.
এই যে দেখুন, এই যে রিজলিউশনটা,
আমি আপনার কথাটা বুঝতে পেরেছি। ব্যাপারটা হয়েছে আপনাকে একটা চিঠি দিয়েছে কে, কিসের ভিত্তিতে? অভিষেক ব্যানার্জি, জেনারেল সেক্রেটারি অফ অল ইন্ডিয়া তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস, রাইট? ইন অ্যাবসেন্স অফ হিম, আপনি তাকে জিজ্ঞাসাবাদ বা তার কি আছে কাগজপত্র দেখতে এসছেন।
Mamata's man is saying in the absence of the General Secretary of Trinamool Congress, Abhishek Banerjee, whose name is there in this allegation, in his absence, why would I let you enter this location? Because your purpose is to interrogate him, but he is not present here. The CID officials are saying you are hampering our investigation.
আপনি অভিষেক ব্যানার্জি। I am also an advocate. I am practicing for last 40 years.
The CID official is saying you are hampering our investigation. Mamata's man is saying I cannot let you enter without his presence. When Abhishek Banerjee is not present here, when Mamata Banerjee is not present, I cannot let you enter.
কেন বলছি? আপনাকে টাইম চার্জেস সে ফিরে আসুক দিল্লি থেকে, আপনি করুন।
আপনি তো বলছেন আপনি কেউই না, তাহলে আপনি টাইম চেঞ্জ করতে চাইছেন আমার কাছে। আপনি তো বলছেন আপনি কেউই নন।
আমি এখন আমি চার্জে আছি তো,
কিসের চার্জে আছেন?
আমি অফিসে ভলেন্টারি সার্ভিস দিচ্ছি।
অফিসের কি চার্জে আছেন আপনি?
কোনো চার্জে নেই। আমি
এই চার্জে নেই বলছেন আপনি তাহলে?
আরে
তাহলে আপনি
He's
চার্জে
saying
বলছেন,
I
আপনি আমাদের
am
হিন্দি করছেন আমরা।
responsible here. I have been appointed to work here, but that is why I am present here. But I cannot
আমি
allow
আপনাকে
you
বলছি
inside.
আপনার
Allow you
সমস্ত
inside.
cooperation করবো। আপনি আমাকে 2 দিন টাইম দিন।
And he is saying that I will cooperate with your investigation, but give me 2 days of time. Mamata's man is saying to the CID officials.
আমি অবস্ট্রাকশন করে করছি। আমি বলছি তো আমি অ্যালাউ করতে পারবো না। আমার বলছিলাম তো এটা।
The CID officials are insisting that they should be allowed to search the location.
বসছি।
তাহলে আপনি অবস্ট্রাকশন করছেন?
না আমি কোনো অবস্ট্রাকশন।
The CID officials are saying, are you obstructing our investigation? The Mamata's man is saying, I am not obstructing you.
যার অফিস সে ইন অ্যাবসেন্স অফ
Mamata's man is saying, the person whose house is this and the person who is the owner of this house and this office,
না না না
that person is not present. Without his presence or her presence, I cannot let you
আমি বলছি
enter.
আপনার কাছে আমার আবেদন যে যেহেতু তারা বাড়িতে
অবস্ট্রাকশনের বাংলাটা কি?
আপনি আবেদনটা কার ভিত্তিতে করছেন? আপনি আবেদনটা কার ভিত্তিতে করছেন?
আপনার কথা শুনলেন তো? আমার কথা হচ্ছে যেহেতু তার অফিস ঘটনা হচ্ছে
অফিস জারি
I am talking, Mamata's man is saying, I am talking to you because this is their office and I have been appointed by them to take responsibility of this office. But they are not present here. The CID officials are saying you are obstructing our investigation and you are obstructing our process of our right of searching this place.
আপনাকে জানানোর আগে তো চিঠি দেওয়া হয়েছে,
আমাকে তো
রিপিটেড চিঠি দেওয়া হয়েছে।
আমি তো জানি না।
আপনি জানেন
CID official is saying we have given you repeated letters and summons. So we informed you before we arrived here. The Mamata's man is saying, I don't know about any letter.
দিল্লি থেকে উনি থেকেও তো আমাদের কোঅপারেট করছেন না।
করবেন তো বলছি।
তা করবেন সে তার কি?
আমি তো বলছি আপনাদের সঙ্গে কোঅপারেশন না করার কোনো ব্যাপার নেই।
তাহলে এতদিন তো হয়নি না, এইটার জন্যই তো আমরা
জানা ছিল না।
আমার তো ইনভেস্টিগেশন দিলে হচ্ছে না।
CID officials are saying our investigation is getting delayed because you are not answering to the letters and also not cooperating with the investigation. Mamata's man is saying, I don't know all these information.
দিল্লিতে গেছে এনজির মিটিং এ, ঠিক আছে?
আমাদেরকে সেইভাবে জানানো হয়নি।
আমি বলছি তাহলে আমি জানিয়ে দিচ্ছি আপনাকে আমার কাছে
এই এখন আমরা জানলাম না।
হ্যাঁ বলছি
কিন্তু আমরা তো সেইভাবে
Mamata's man is saying we did not know about this. They are in Delhi. We know about this now, about this investigation now, but we cannot let you enter.
জানতো ঘটনা হচ্ছে অভিষেক ব্যানার্জিকে চিঠি দিয়েছে। ইন অ্যাবসেন্স অফ অভিষেক ব্যানার্জি আমি তো বলতে পারি না যে আপনি করুন।
Mamata's man is saying, they are saying, the CID officials are saying that they have given letter to Abhishek Banerjee, but I don't know anything about it.
ये लोग आज क्यों आए हैं? CID का आना क्या?
हम नहीं पता।
अभिषेक की आज पेशी थी। अभिषेक की आज पेशी थी शाम 5 बजे। अभिषेक
আবার বলছি কোনো বাধা দিচ্ছি না, আমি অ্যাপিল করছি। ডোন্ট সে এনিথিং। এটা টোনটি কাজা, এটাকে কখনো মিসট্রিট করবেন না।
अभिषेक
আমার কথা হচ্ছে ইন অ্যাবসেন্স যার চিঠি নিয়ে উনি এসছেন তিনি নেই। আমি কোপারেশন বলছি টাইম দিই।
শুভাশিস দা, CID আপনাকে কি বললো আর আপনি CID কে কি বললেন?
So it's very unclear. The conversation is unclear now. What I am getting from this conversation is the reporters are asking why did this person, this Mamata's man, Mamata's official did not allow the CID to enter. He's saying that the CID has told him that they have given several letters, but he did not know about those letters as Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee are not present here. So he is not compelled to let the CID team enter into the residence. This is happening even when the CID team is waiting outside Mamata Banerjee's residence.
অ্যাপিল করলাম যে আপনি অভিষেক ব্যানার্জি চিঠি নিয়ে এসছে, আমরা সমস্ত কোপারেশন করবো। তারা এখন দিল্লিতে আছে, দিল্লি থেকে আসলেই
আপনি কি মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে জানালেন? আপনি কি মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে জানিয়েছেন?
आज उनकी पेशी थी, दिल्ली में क्यों है? आज उनकी पेशी थी, वो दिल्ली में क्यों है अभिषेक?
तो इंडिया का मीटिंग है ना,
वो कल हो गया।
ऊपर है।
वो कल हो गया।
So Mamata's man, Subhashish Chakraborty, he's saying that Abhishek Banerjee has been, the CID team is saying that Abhishek Banerjee has been sent summons and letters. But Subhashish Chakraborty is saying that how would I know about these letters? I don't know about it. I just know about the office.
CID বলছে যে বাধা দিচ্ছেন।
আপনারা একই কথা বলে আমি আপিল করতে এসেছি।
CID বলছে।
CID কি বললো আমি জানি না।
কিন্তু তদন্ত
আমার আপিল যা চিঠি নিয়েছেন সেই ইন অ্যাবসেন্স অফ হিম আপনি উনি আসলে আপনার সঙ্গে গোপাল।
ওনারা কি তল্লাশি করতে চাইছিলেন?
আমি আর কিছু বলতে পারবো না।
Mamata's man Subhashish Chakraborty is saying that we are cooperating with the investigation, but without the presence of the people who are allegedly involved, I cannot let them enter. I am responsible for the. So the CID team is still now present there outside, just opposite that area that they were not allowed to enter.
Yeah, Kishle, thanks a lot for the live translation and putting this into perspective. But this is live action, ladies and gentlemen. This is CID outside Mamata Banerjee's residence, but the team is not letting them enter and start the investigation. But we'll keep track of all the developments here. Coming up next, also CID at Mamata's residence. We'll bring you all the latest updates in this story. Coming up.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case?
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false illegal or wrong to public attention, it is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Anti-Pakistan and anti-Munir protests in POK, 27 killed in firing and more than 200 injured by Pakistani Rangers as per the Joint Awami Action Committee. Pakistan faces global backlash over violence in POK. Over 50 UK MPs write to Pakistan over massacre. Zepto's business model, foreign investment under ED scanner, co-founder Adit Palicha reportedly questioned by ED under FEMA. Direct impact of Republic expose on VVIP treatment to Giribala, deputy jailer of Central Bhopal jail, removed. Republic was the only channel to report on VVIP treatment to Giribala, and now action follows. Deputy jailer Jaya Yadav has been removed. CID arrives at Mamata's Kalighat residence in connection with signature forgery case. We'll get you all the latest updates of this. Viewers, let's take you to Kalighat. CID arrives at Mamata's Kalighat residence in connection with the signature forgery case. And these are the live visuals, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, this is live action happening. And we assume that something big is going to happen because this is very big deployment that we are seeing right now. Huge deployment, and not just the police and the special teams have also arrived. The CID is there and the security forces also there. All you can see, this is live action. That is a crowd for crowd control also. There's security personnel also there. As you can see, huge deployment of security personnel. Let's go across to Kishle for all the latest developments. Kishle, we can see a lot of development happening, heavy security deployment, because this is Mamata Banerjee's residence, Kishle.
Well, exactly. The CID team was stopped from entering the residence of Mamata Banerjee, ex-Chief Minister of West Bengal. Hence, additional central forces are now brought in. We have to see whether the CID team has to enter forcibly because they have warrant. They have search warrant. They have papers. They have sent summons 3 times to Chor Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee. In spite of that fact, he did not arrive. He did not appear before the CID. Now the CID team has reached Mamata Banerjee's residence. They tried to have a conversation with the official who was present inside the residence. While having that conversation, the CID officials insisted several times that please do not stop our investigation. Please cooperate with our investigation. We have a search warrant. We have to go inside and see the place of occurrence, the place of crime where signatures were forged. That was inside Mamata Banerjee's house where that meeting happened and signatures were forged. But the treasurer of TMC, Mamata's man, Subhashish Chakraborty, he said that because Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee, Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee is not present here, so I cannot let you enter this place. So the CID team almost had to insist several times, but they were not allowed inside, in spite of having papers. And legally they were sound before entering, or they had everything required to search this place. But right now we see the CID officials are present, women officials are present, Kolkata police officials are present, and additional security forces, central forces are brought into the place. Just see the number of officials present there. Hundreds of CID officials, thousands of officials, including, I don't know what is the number, 500, 600 central forces are continuously brought into the area in Kalighat 30B, Harish Chatterjee Street, where Mamata Banerjee's residence is there. As we speak, Mamata Banerjee has entered 10 Janpat, Sonia Gandhi's residence. She's there right now as we speak. On the other hand, we see that this huge number of forces, including CID officials, including all these Kolkata police officials, they are present in front of Mamata Banerjee's residence. They are waiting to enter. They want to search the location because this is the place, according to the reports, where the signature forgery happened, where exactly all the signatures of the TMC MLAs were forged, and there was a complaint to the speaker, and the speaker forwarded that complaint to the CID and the police, and the CID has taken up the responsibility of conducting this particular inquiry and investigation. So that is the live situation there. Mamata Banerjee's residence, we see someone is trying to speak. I think this is also a CID official. All these are CID officials. And probably they are calling, they have asked for additional central forces as well. And we see all these senior officials of CID present in front of Mamata's residence.
Right, Kishle. In fact, those are some grim visuals that we're getting in. Take a look at the amount of crowd, media persons, and of course, CID officials who are right outside Mamata Banerjee's residence. In fact, Kishle, this follows right after CID also reached Abhishek Banerjee's Kalighat residence, and he was nowhere to be seen. And even now, when they have a search warrant, like you say, they are not getting an entry inside the former Chief Minister's residence in West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee's residence. Neither is she anywhere to be seen. So this is almost like an established pattern that the TMC is following. They are not cooperating with the probing agencies. Kishle.
Exactly. Now, Abhishek Banerjee, Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee, he was summoned time, sent 3 letters. He did not reply to any of that. And now we see, I think there is again a conversation happening between Subhashish Chakraborty and we are live at Bangla PJM, where we see Subhashish Chakraborty again coming out of the residence and the CID officials insisting again. And right now, CID officials, what you were saying is very correct. Abhishek Banerjee summoned many times, ignored all the summons, did not care about the notices sent to him, did not even appear before the CID. In fact, in one of the sound bites, he also challenged that if you can, then arrest me. So that was kind of the attitude that he was showing. And now this is the place where there is a party office, in fact, just close to Mamata Banerjee's house. And inside Mamata Banerjee's house as well, there is a room which has been assigned as a TMC party office. Now, in this particular office, there was a meeting of the MLAs which happened where Shobhandev Chattopadhyay's name was proposed as the leader of opposition. And there was a document with many MLAs' signature in it. And the location that was mentioned in this document is 30B Harish Chatterjee Street, which means that this is the location, Mamata Banerjee's house, where the whole drama, where the whole crime of forging signature of the MLAs took place. So CID has reached the location to understand the nature of the crime, where it happened. This is a routine part of the investigation. But that routine part of the investigation has been hampered, has been stopped by the officials present inside Mamata Banerjee's residence, including her treasurer, Subhashish Chakraborty, TMC's treasurer. They were talking to the CID. The CID team has said that please don't, there will be consequences if you stop our investigation. So don't allow that to happen. On the other hand, in answer, Subhashish Chakraborty was saying that please give us 2 days of time, because the owner of this house, of this residence, and the name you're talking about, Abhishek Banerjee, they are not present here. So if they're not present here, I cannot let you enter this place. So this is the conversation they were having a while back. The CID team still insisted. They were continuously saying that this is a way of hampering the investigation process, and there will be consequences to it. Now, live visuals coming in from Kolkata. The biggest breaking news of the nation right now, probably. CID team has reached ex-Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's residence, as Mamata Banerjee has entered a while back at 10 Janpat, Sonia Gandhi's house. A huge CID team is present in front of her house, ready to enter the house and search. According to the investigation process, this is the crime scene, this is the location where the crime happened, and therefore the CID team has a warrant to search this location. However, they have been stopped by Mamata Banerjee's team, and now there has been additional security and central forces that are brought in. We have to see what happens next.
Right, Kishle. In fact, viewers, those are the visuals that are coming in live from outside former Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's residence. CID action right outside her residence, where the team is waiting with a search warrant. In fact, they have arrived outside Mamata Banerjee's residence. These are live shots of the CID and also the security forces who are standing guard outside Mamata Banerjee's residence. But it's notable to see that there are no signs of the former Chief Minister. Nobody from her residence has come out yet to speak to the CID, the West Bengal police and the forces that are deployed outside. They have a search warrant in their hand, but they're not being allowed any entry. And the question is, if Mamata Banerjee does not have anything to hide, why must she not let the search warrant be carried out against her at her residence? These are the visuals that are coming in live from outside Mamata Banerjee's residence, exclusively being brought to you by a Republic Bangla newsroom. In fact, they're tracking this case very closely. Kishle, my colleague, remains with me on the broadcast. In fact, just yesterday, Abhishek Banerjee's house, also Kalighat residence, saw similar visuals unfold, with about 6-person team of the CID outside his residence, and they were denied any entry. They were not being given any answers at all. In fact, Abhishek Banerjee did not even come out to speak to the CID personnel who arrived at his residence. And similar scenes unfolding right outside Mamata Banerjee's residence, where no response is being given to the CID officials who are waiting with a search warrant in their hand. They are legally allowed to take a search of a residence, and that's not being allowed. In fact, the TMC has established this as a regular pattern. This has been happening. They do not cooperate with the probing agencies, especially central agencies, over just one allegation time and again that has never been proven, that these central agencies are hand in glove with the BJP government. Now remember, intense action is ongoing against Trinamool Congress in the state over their criminal records since the last 15 years. Everybody is being narrowed down on, like the Chief Minister, Suvendu Adhikari, maintained his resolve that he will bring all the perpetrators to justice. And even and then CID is not being able to carry out their work. Mamata Banerjee nowhere to be seen, no spokesperson that's speaking to the CID officials as they continue waiting with an arrest, with a search warrant in their hands. This is the plight that politicians have created when it comes to law and order. This is how they are getting in between law and order. And now, viewers, shifting focus to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where tensions have flared across the area after JAAC accused Pakistani security forces of carrying out a violent crackdown on protesters and mourners. Now, allegedly, this has left dozens of protesters dead and hundreds of them injured. The unrest comes ahead of a major shutdown call that was issued by the JAAC today, with demonstrations spreading across several parts of the region. Now, according to the JAAC leaders, at least 27 protesters were brutally killed and over 200 others are injured, while 100 individuals have been detained during the operations of crackdown that have been conducted by the Pakistani military and the Pakistani Rangers and security personnel. These are the visuals on your screens right now. Pakistan-occupied Kashmir remains on the edge.
वो देख सकते हैं पीछे आंसू गैस मारी जा रही है, स्टिल आंसू गैस मारी जा रही है और स्ट्रेट फायरिंग की जा रही है।
Viewers, these are the visuals coming in live from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. A tension that has been relentlessly fighting against the Pakistani regime, against the Pakistani military and their authoritarian style being carried out in the entire region. And these protests have remained relentless. At least 27 protesters have been killed. Just today, we also showed you the visuals of Pakistani Rangers unleashing pellets, unleashing tear gas on protesters. And this is happening to people in POK as we speak. Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, a blatant violation of human rights. In fact, this is also taken to the global stage. UK MPs, at least 50 of them, have written to the Pakistani government demanding accountability and answers. In fact, my colleague Gursimran also joins us live to get us more details into the matter. Gursimran, speak to us about the authoritarianism that's unfolding in a POK. 27 people have been killed, 200 others are injured.
So if we speak of the present situation that is prevailing in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, that holds true what the people of POK have been saying time and again, that ye jo dahshatgardi hai, iske piche vardi hai. And now it has been proved. The way the conduct of the Pakistani armed forces is there on a peaceful protest, this speaks volumes about the policy of the state and the doctrine that the Pakistani armed forces are following when it comes to tackling any protest or any of the uprising that is there against their misdeeds and misconducts that they have been doing in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Let's speak what the demands of these POK protesters are. This conglomerate organization, Joint Awami Action Committee, they have very few and simple demands. First, they do not want any of the outsider to represent them. They want their own people to be their ministers. They want their funds to be used for their own.
In fact, the Ministry of External Affairs, Ranveer Jaiswal, the spokesperson, has also issued a statement regarding the protests that are ongoing in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the massacre that's been carried out by the Pakistani forces and Rangers. Let's listen into Ranveer Jaiswal.
Our Siddhant questions are similar, so let me take that first. This is regarding the protest in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, as also other related issues. We continue to see in this context a pattern of fake news and videos emanating from Pakistan. It is a desperate attempt by Pakistan to cover up its own failings and deflect attention away from its human rights abuses. There are reports of police brutality, which you would have seen. There are several reports in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in which 7 people have been killed. There are several more who have been injured. We hope the international community will hold Pakistan accountable for its misdeeds and its abuses.
In fact, Gursimran continues being with us on the broadcast. Gursimran, pick up from where you left exactly. Blatant violation of human rights that we see is happening right now. The MEA has also issued a statement. They have recounted, they have, asked the international community to hold Pakistan accountable over these violations.
Yes, what Randeep Jaiswal said, that holds true, because it is the blatant human rights violation that is happening in Pakistan. And now, by narrative building, Pakistan is trying to give it a color that a terror organization is holding the protest all across the POJK, actually taking these soldiers, these troops from the different Pakistan Army, Pakistani Rangers and the Frontier Corps at gunpoint. That is what the narrative Pakistan is trying to build. Now coming to the situation on ground, the demands continue to be very simple. Our land, our rights, our resources, our right. That is what the people of the POJK, especially this conglomerate organization, Joint Action, Awami Action Committee, is demanding. They are saying that what we want the wheat and the rice. They are at subsidized prices. Electricity that is being generated from their land, that at the subsidized price. They are saying that all resources are being sent to the rest of the Pakistan. They are getting it at the average prices, while the people of POJK, they have to pay exorbitant prices so that they can get these resources. So this is actually their struggle is for. But Pakistani armed forces, which actually rule Pakistan, they have suffered on both the fronts. They have failed to actually suppress the situation. They have failed to contain the situation. And second was the internet clampdown. That was for the sole reason that the international community do not get to know about what is happening in POJK. For that aspect, they have completely failed, because the people of POJK, they have not only resisted to Pakistani atrocities, but have ensured that the global world gets to know that what is happening there, and this global arena now knows what is happening in Pakistan. The videos of the brutalities of the Pakistan have come forth, where the people were moving in groups just to express their resentment against the government, but government resorted to firing upon them, and many of them have been killed. The death count has already reached the double digit, and the injury count is in 3 digits. Many of them are still serious, and now the next 2 days, Gesu, is going to be very crucial. Reason being that it will first reach Poonch, and then it will reach Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And this is said to be the decisive point in the history of POJK, as being said by the leadership of Joint Action Awami Committee.
Right, Gursimran, thanks for getting us a lowdown. In fact, viewers, let's also quickly listen in to what the Ministry of External Affairs has said as they ask the international forums to take full action against the blatant human rights violation that's right now ongoing in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
We continue to see in this context a pattern of fake news and videos emanating from Pakistan. It is a desperate attempt by Pakistan to cover up its own failings and deflect attention away from its human rights abuses. There are reports of police brutality, which you would have seen. There are several reports in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, in which several people have been killed. There are several more who have been injured. We hope the international community will hold Pakistan accountable for its misdeeds and its abuses.
In fact, viewers, we're getting in some more breaking development from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, the situation has spiraled out of control completely in the area. The Pakistani army has, in fact, opened fire on protesters, and at least 30 people have been confirmed to be dead by now. More details remain awaited, but the death toll has climbed now, and it stands at 30 people as per our information and our sources. The Pakistani army has also resorted to opening fire in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the area that remains tense. In fact, these are the visuals on your screens of the Pakistani Rangers who've opened fire on protesters as they run for their life. In fact, this started this morning with pellet bullets being fired at the protesters, and quickly this has turned into something extremely violative, with the Pakistani Rangers and the military opening fire at the protesters. An earlier death toll of 27 has now climbed to 30 people, and remember, more than 200 others are injured and 100 have been detained. Gursimran continues being with us on the broadcast. Gursimran, the death toll has mounted. The death toll is now at 30 people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
Yes, I guess you have rightly mentioned that the streets of Pakistan have turned red. It is due to the blood of the people of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. But it was very clear from the start, because if you remember that from 2023, when this Joint Awami Action Committee was formed, to 2024 May to 2025 September to 2026 June, every time they started their rebellion against the Pakistani government, what they were aware of, that it is going to go red. And it is before the start when one of the senior leader, Umar Kashmiri, was targeted by the Pakistani forces. There came the first killing, that was Shehzad Habib, who was killed by the Pakistani forces. And on his funeral, when he was being taken to the funeral site, though it was disrupted by the armed forces, few words came from the top leadership of the Joint Action Awami Committee that we are going to give our lives for the cause, and everyone has to be prepared for this. So all those people who are coming to the streets of POJK, they are ready for the sacrifice, and 30 lives have been lost. But the people of POJK, they know that these sacrifices will bring them their rights. These sacrifices will bring them the reality that it is their resources, and their resources will come to them only based on these sacrifices. The brutality of Pakistan with these sacrifices is coming open to the global arena, and many of the countries are now understanding that what Pakistan is, a country that claims to be the peace torch bearers for the world, is the one that is suppressing their own people. Reason being that they want to use the POJK as colony, not their people as their own.
Right, Gursimran. In fact, we're getting in some more breaking developments. Viewers, now the Islamabad Bar Association and High Court Bar and Bar Council have expressed sadness over the situation that's unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. They've in fact also emphasized resolving the issues through dialogue. So now Pakistan military's brutality is being called out by Islamabad Bar Association, as well as more and more voices from within Pakistan grow stronger against the massacre that's ongoing in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The Islamabad Bar Association, the High Court Bar, and even the Bar Council has expressed sadness over the unfolding situation in POK. And they've in fact emphasized resolving these issues through dialogue and not violence, a blatant violation of human rights on the streets of Pakistan in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And remember, this is not the first time that this has happened, but this is a turning point where POK has now decided to not step back its agitation against Pakistan and Pakistan's military and Asim Munir. Anti-Munir protests, anti-Pakistan protests have completely gripped Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and now not just the international forums, not just India's External Affairs Ministry, but also Islamabad Bar Association has spoken against the massacre that's ongoing. Let's also listen into the first-hand accounts of the protesters and what they're going through and what their demands are.
जिन्होंने खुद लड़ के आज़ादी हासिल की और आपके साथ आकर बैठे हुए, मुझे कितना अफसोस होता है कि आज हमारे ये दोस्त यहाँ आके मुजाहरा कर रहे हैं। आपको कोई होश के नाखुन लेने चाहिए। ये जो यूज ऑफ फोर्स है, ये जो आपका माइंड सेट है, लाहौर से 2 अफसरान को लाकर कश्मीर पे मुसल्लत किया गया है। ये वही अफसर है जिसकी अभी भी वीडियो पड़ी हुई है सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर, जो कहता है 1000 बंदा मार दो तो पाकिस्तान के हालात दुरुस्त हो सकते हैं। इसी तरह से 2024 में लाहौर का इलेक्शन चोरी करने वाला जो एक कर्नल था, ब्रिगेडियर बन के, वो कश्मीर पे मुसल्लत कर दिया गया है। मुझे आप एक सवाल का जवाब दें, कश्मीरी वजीर आज़म बन सकता है, कश्मीरी सदर कश्मीर का बन सकता है, तो वहाँ पे IG क्यों बाहर चलाया जाता है? तो इसी वजह से ये आज हालात पैदा हुए हैं। ये थोड़ा सा माइंड सेट चेंज करने की जरूरत है। ये माइंड सेट डिफेंस रहे हैं, ये पूंछ के लोग ही थे जिन्होंने खुद लड़ के आज़ादी हासिल की और आपके साथ आकर बैठे हुए। मुझे कितना अफसोस होता है कि आज हमारे ये दोस्त यहाँ आके मुजाहरा कर रहे हैं।
And viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition. But the situation in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir remains grim. Not just that, now voices have started gathering against the Pakistani administration, against Asim Munir, over the human rights violation that's ongoing in POK. We're getting you all the details on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long...
Anti-Pakistan and anti-Munir protests in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. 27 killed. In fact, the death toll is only rising now. More than 200 injured by Pakistani Rangers, as per the Joint Awami Action Committee. Pakistan faces global backlash over violence in POK. Over 50 UK MPs write to Pakistan over massacre. Zepto's business model, foreign investment under ED scanner. Co-founder Adit Palicha reportedly questioned by ED under the FEMA. Direct impact of Republic expose on VVIP treatment given to Giribala Singh. Deputy jailer of Central Bhopal Jail removed. Republic, the only channel to report first on VVIP treatment to Giribala, and now the action follows. Deputy jailer Jaya Yadav removed. CID arrives at Mamata's Kalighat residence in connection with signature forgery case. They come with a search warrant. TMC treasurer blocks them. viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Dr. Mishra with you. Let's go straight across to Pakistan. The action happening where Pakistan police has again stopped Imran Khan's sisters from meeting him outside the Adiala jail. And viewers, Tuesday is the day that's set for Imran Khan to meet his family. But for the past 639 days, Imran Khan has been kept in imprisonment. He's been imprisoned and he's not being allowed to meet his family. That's the breaking news we have right now. And you can see the visuals coming in from outside the Adiala jail. You can see the heavy deployment, security police deployment. And you have that visual coming in where the family members are waiting to meet him, but the supporters also gathered there, but they're not allowed to meet. They're not allowed to meet Imran Khan. And we've seen many a times such scenes unfolding outside Adiala jail. There have been protests after protests, and in fact now you have another example of how Imran Khan's family has been blocked. And viewers, we have my colleague Gursimran Singh joining us for more. Gursimran, there have been multiple claims that have been made by the PTI, by the Tehreek-e-Insaf party of Imran Khan, that there are legal rights that have been denied to Imran Khan, that even healthcare has been denied to Imran Khan. And Tuesday is when he is supposed to meet his family, but he's again blocked. What are you picking up? What do the jail authorities say? Why don't they not let Imran Khan meet their family, his family?
See, it was on the court orders that every Tuesday the family members and those in the list can meet Imran Khan. And we have seen Sohail Khan Afridi, the Chief Minister of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, also heading to meet, but has been denied time and again. This time, the sister of Imran Khan has been denied access to Imran Khan. Halima Khan, along with her relatives and the security detail, she went to the Adiala jail, but the authorities said that they do not have permission. So it is also a violation of the court orders, but this has been going on since long, because despite the court orders, the jail authorities cite the one reason or the other, not allowing the Imran Khan sister to meet him. And also, even last time, his legal team was also denied access to Imran Khan, though they moved to the court again and they got the orders. And this time, Alina Khanum, along with her family and the security detail and some leaders from the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, they went to meet Imran Khan, but they were denied as usual by the Pakistan jail authorities, that they will not be allowed to meet Imran Khan.
Right, man. Thanks, Gursimran, for joining us with details coming in on that story. Viewers, meanwhile, let's shift our focus to what's happening, the action happening outside Mamata Banerjee's Kalighat residence. High drama is unfolding there. A CID arrived with a search warrant at her residence in connection with the signature forgery case. Same case where Abhishek Banerjee has been summoned time and again, and all the summons he has skipped. Now, Mamata Banerjee is in Delhi to meet the Congress leader Sonia Gandhi at her residence after the India Alliance meet. And now you have these visuals coming in from Kalighat residence of Mamata Banerjee, where the aides of Mamata, they're all there at her residence, and they are not letting the CID, which has a search warrant with it. The officials have a search warrant with them. They have women officials also there from the CID. They all have they have the search warrant. Despite that, they are being blocked. They are not allowed to conduct searches at Mamata Banerjee's residence. You can see the visuals coming in. In fact, the CID officials are also capturing every scene from outside this residence of Mamata Banerjee, where they've been waiting for a long time. Live visuals also coming in once again from a different vantage point. You can see Mamata Banerjee's residence. It's first on Republic TV. And Mamata Banerjee today has met Sonia Gandhi. And you have this situation that is dramatic. She's not there at her residence. But it's because that they want to conduct a search operation, search at the residence of Mamata Banerjee, which they have the right to because they have a search warrant, but they are being obstructed by the TMC treasurer, also by Shubhashish Chakraborty. We have Saurav also outside Sonia Gandhi's residence in the national capital. All right, Saurav, what are you picking up today has Mamata Banerjee said anything about what's happening in her party and the action that is being taken and the heat from the agencies on the signature forgery case? Today we just saw the visuals of her meeting Sonia Gandhi. What else can you share with us?
Rakshita, currently the meeting of Mamata Banerjee and Sonia Gandhi is currently underway as we speak. However, as far as this CID raids are concerned, this is in connection with the forgery case against the TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee, and the CID and CBI has issued 3 summons to him, and notably yesterday only the CBI and CID has issued a summon to him to give some answers. They were seeking some answers regarding the forgery case. However, again, Abhishek Banerjee has not presented himself in front of the officers, and now, as we speak, a raid is going on at Mamata Banerjee's Kolkata residence, and there are a huge number of CBI officials, CID officials present there. They also have a search warrant. However, that treasurer of the TMC, Subhashish Chakravarti, he is not letting them conduct their duties. He is obstructing them. And currently, Mamata Banerjee is meeting with Sonia Gandhi, and TMC has also suffered a major jolt in the past 2 days, as more than 20 MLAs are going to merge with the BJP. They have extended their support to the NDA government, and I want to tell our viewers that there are only a total 28 MLAs in the Lok Sabha from the TMC party. However, 20 of them is now supporting the NDA. However, they have also wrote a letter to Speaker Om Birla, who is not in Delhi today. That is why he did not give TMC leaders, TMC MPs time to meet with him. However, they have written a letter to the Speaker Om Birla, and they will be shortly meeting him regarding all the updates and the rumors that more than 20 MLAs will be merging with the BJP, and they will be extending their support to the NDA government, which have recently formed the government in West Bengal. Back to you, Rakshita.
All right, man. Thanks. They're sort of joining us with details coming in on that story. In fact, we continue to track. We have more visuals, in fact, coming in from outside Sonia Gandhi's residence from Delhi, and also from Mamata Banerjee's residence in Kolkata now. And let's go across to Kishula if we have him with us right now, so as to get more updates, what's happening on ground, because a search warrant, the CID has a search warrant to conduct searches at Mamata Banerjee's Kalighat residence in connection with this signature forgery scam, because allegedly we've been told that the signatures that there's a connection with the residence, with the place of that forgery, with that act of forgery. We'll try and get more details on that also. These are the 2 visuals that we have from different vantage points, viewers from Kolkata, and we'll try and get more updates from our correspondent in Kolkata for that. And CID team is there at Abhishek Banerjee's Kamak Street office also. So at Abhishek's residence, you have the left visual, viewers, on your left side, CID at Abhishek Banerjee's residence again, and at Mamata's residence, you see the CID. So the heat is on the Banerjees. Baipo Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee struggling to save her party, unable to save her party from breaking apart, going away from her. And now the signature row is only heating up as we see the CID team at Mamata Banerjee's house, and now at Abhishek Banerjee's residence. He has skipped multiple summons. He was summoned for today also. He was summoned by the CID today also in connection with this signature forgery case. But he, of course, has skipped those summons again. So the CID team is at his doorstep again, but we do not see if he is going to come out, or is he even present at his residence or not. That is the big update we're getting right now. Abhishek Banerjee got the 3rd CID notice yesterday. It was the 3rd CID notice. And today, again, we see that he has skipped this summons. And live visual now coming in from Abhishek Banerjee's residence. You can see there's a big team of CID has reached his doorstep. and they're trying to look for him, trying for him to appear before the investigators. He's supposed to appear before the investigators at the Bhavani Bhavan headquarters of the CID. It was a 24-hour deadline issued to Banerjee. Kishore joins us live on the broadcast. For more, Kishore, tell us more details. Now we have the CID team at Abhishek Banerjee's residence. The deadline was, I think, 5 p.m. today.
Well, exactly. The deadline of appearing was before 5 p.m., but it's almost 5 p.m. and Abhishek Banerjee Bhaipo is still now in Delhi. That is what we are getting to know. So there is no chance that Bhaipo will appear today before the CID. Now, Kamak Street is the office of Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee. It is the office from where all the official work of Abhishek Banerjee used to happen before the election and still now happens. We know that there is one office at Salt Lake of IPAC and one office at Kamak Street where Bhaipo's own employees used to sit, and he himself had a chamber inside that office. So CID team in that particular office at Kamak Street, where everything that Chor Bhaipo used to do, quote unquote Chor Bhaipo used to happen from here at Kamak Street. On the other hand, a CID team, a huge team, is inside Mamata Banerjee's residence, her official residence, 30B Harish Chatterjee Street. The CID team is inside that residence, conducting a search operation per se, because we know that this is the location where the whole signature forgery case happened. The whole signature forgery happened at this particular location after a meeting at 30B Harish Chatterjee Street. The mastermind of this forgery, according to that report, was Abhishek Banerjee. So Abhishek Banerjee's office is at Kamak Street. There's CID team at Kamak Street, and what happened at 30B Harish Chatterjee Street. And so there's a CID team at Harish Chatterjee Street. Both of these locations are very crucial in this regard. CID team has reached there. They're conducting search operation. They're searching the location. They're trying to understand exactly where this forgery happened, who was present, how did it happen. They might also look at the CCTV cameras. They're looking at the location, the area where it happened. And also in Kamak Street, they're looking at the documents which were there, in fact, connected to this signature forgery case. Also, on the other hand, there are several other cases against Bhaipo, Chor Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee. So we have to see exactly what documents CID is looking at right now as we speak.
Right. So viewers, we are getting those visuals from outside Abhishek Banerjee's office, where the CID team has just reached at the Kamak Street, and you have a CID team at Mamata's residence. Kishore, if you're still with us, tell us the connection as far as the Mamata Banerjee's residence is concerned. Why is Mamata Banerjee's residence to be searched?
This is the location which was mentioned in the document where the signature forgery case happened. I mean, the document itself where the signatures were present, the forged signatures. In that signature, the location which was mentioned was 30B Harish Chatterjee Street. There's a room inside this house of Mamata Banerjee, which is also a party office for the TMC. And in this office of Mamata Banerjee, there was a meeting of TMC MLAs where a document was prepared in which signatures were made of MLAs who were not even present there. So the location was 30B Harish Chatterjee Street, but the date was probably 6th of May. The location and that date is important because on that location, on that particular date at that location, those MLAs were not present whose name was signed in that document. And that document is in the hands of CID right now, as we speak. So CID there at that location to see.
Okay, Kishore, thank you so much. We have to, we will continue to get more details from you on that. But right now we shift our focus back to the massacre that's unfolding in POK, where tensions have flaring across Pakistan. Occupied Kashmir under the GAAC accused Pakistani security forces of carrying out a violent crackdown on protesters and mourners. Okay, we'll just try and get more voices on this story. We have Amjad Ayub Mirza, POJK political activist, joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Mirza, Thank you for joining us on Republic TV, sir. It's all out on camera. We'll play out those bites also of many of the protesters who are, in fact, right now, their blood is boiling. And, this is brutality that is on camera, how guns, how the bullets have been unleashed on these protesters who are unarmed. Once again, it's a testimony to Pakistan's human rights violations and how they use brute force.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. You see, what happened is they started arresting people prior to today's call for a general strike, and then during the arrest, when the arrest people resisted the arrest, they opened fire, killing Shahzeb, who was a central core member of the Joint Awami Action Committee. And then people gathered outside the hospital to get his body, and they did not give his body. Instead, there were thousands of people, so they came from all sides and they started shooting live rounds, straight fire, killing what I have been told about 400. Sorry, my throat is all dry because of talking so much. So they started massacring. Then they cut off the lights of the Rawalakot city, and they started entering people's houses. The Pakistan forces started looting whatever amount of gold the woman had in their houses as a saving for the dowry or for themselves or a rainy day. They started looting the electronic devices. They started snatching the mobile phones. They started disrespecting our women, pulling them by the hair, tearing their clothes, beating the children, and even shooting at minors when they were resisting. Now, people are trying to compare this to Balochistan. This is not Balochistan. Balochistan is fighting a struggle. They are in a struggle for independence. That is a different scenario altogether. Here, people were demanding their civic rights. And this I call an invasion. After 22nd of October, 1947, when Pakistan invaded Jammu and Kashmir and conducted a war of aggression, this is the second time that Pakistan has attacked our territory. It has attacked Indians' territory, which is under the occupation of Pakistan. And the Prime Minister of the so-called Azad Kashmir says he has no knowledge of who has permitted these forces to enter. Exactly the same situation like Harish Singh faced during that time. The only difference was Harish Singh was a patriot, but these are bootlickers of Pakistan Army. And now the situation is that from my hometown, I just received a message saying one person has been shot dead in my hometown of Mirpur. So it is a total chaos. Pakistan security forces, military, they are shooting at will, they are shooting at sight. But despite of this, you can see in your, even now you're showing the footage, thousands and hundreds of thousands of people have, come out on the streets and are protesting, are holding public rallies. Shaukat Nawaz Mir has turned up as well. So people are resilient, people are unarmed, but they are trying to fight back with stones or, with whatever they can manage. So this is the situation.
That it was brewing for a long, long time, sir. Because be it the economy, be it the violations and, a rule that was, changing of the laws, everything was happening for decades, sir. And nobody from the international community has also ever taken up this. Nobody has taken up this cause. Trump continues to back these people, and then they have their agencies to lecture everybody on human rights, but not Pakistan. And Pakistan has a record since 1971 to in fact unleash brutality and conduct mass the massacres, mass rape in Bangladesh, what it did in 1971 and till date in Balochistan, from Balochistan to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa to Gilgit to what's happening right now in POK, sir. Isn't it time that the international community should also start putting the spotlight and raise questions? It took so many decades for MPs in in Parliament of the British to now write to Pakistan.
Well, the British parliamentarians who have written to Pakistan are hypocrites of the worst order.
Yes.
I tell you that. They are the hypocrites of the worst order. And the reason I say that is because they come from constituencies which are dominated by Pakistani occupied Jammu Kashmir Kashmiris.
Yes.
So they are under pressure from their local community. That's why they have spoken up right now. But they are total hypocrites. They are, they follow the narrative of Pakistan. They are hybrid Pakistanis living and sitting in the parliament. I don't believe them. I don't trust them. What I am asking is, where is Owaisi? बड़ा झंडा ऐसे लहरा रहा था भारतीय लोकसभा में फलस्तीन का. Where is he now? Where is Mehbooba Mufti? Where is Umar Abdullah? Where are the Kashmiri Muslims? These mullahs who have turned India into a sectarian communal nightmare. Where are they now? Where are they? They have not got tongue in their mouth to issue statements. Why is there no solidarity protest called by Umar Abdullah for the POJK in Jammu and Kashmir? Why? Why is he hiding behind Kashmiriyat? Kashmiriyat? What Kashmiriyat? These people who are being shot at, they are citizens of Jammu and Kashmir. They are citizens by default of India as well.
Right,
so
sir.
I am aghast at the hypocrisy of the Indian so-called Muslim leadership who have nothing to do with Islam, who have nothing to do with Muslim solidarity and everything to do with
Very
hypocrisy.
rightly pointed out there, Amjad Ayub Mirza. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. That's all the time, unfortunately, we have on this edition, viewers. But we continue to bring you the reality that's right now unfolding, and it's before the world to see what's happening in POJK. We continue to bring you more news and updates. Right now, it's time for a very, very short break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide. Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned,
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Anti-Pakistan and anti-Asim Munir protests in POK. 27 killed in firing, more than 200 injured by Pakistani Rangers. Pakistan faces global backlash over violence in POK. Over 50 UK MPs write to Pakistan over massacre. Zepto's business model, foreign investment under ED scanner. Co-founder Ardit Palicha reportedly questioned by ED under FEMA. Direct impact of Republic TV's expose on the VVIP treatment to Giribala Singh, deputy jailer of Central Bhopal jail, removed. In fact, it was Republic, the only channel to report on the VVIP treatment to Giribala, and now action follows as Deputy Jailer Jaya Yadav has been removed. CID arrives at Mamata's Kaligarh residence in connection with signature forgery case. All right, viewers, India has historic infrastructure, has in fact now witnessed history in terms of infrastructure with the final structural excavation breakthrough of the highly anticipated Zojila Tunnel. And Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Nitin Gadkari, had triggered the historic final breakthrough blast at the project site near Meena Marg, marking the completion of the grueling underground excavation phase. The 13.153 kilometer long engineering marvel is located at a dizzying altitude. As you can see, it's Republic TV's exclusive ground report from inside the tunnel, and it's 11,578 feet above the sea level. So the construction itself was a big challenge. And once fully operational, it will be Asia's longest bi-directional single-tube road tunnel and the world's longest tunnel at such a high altitude. It establishes the permanent year-round link between Baltal, that's near Sonmarg in Jammu Kashmir, and Meena Marg, that's near Dras in Ladakh. So this is the Zojila tunnel. And we have my colleague Zeenat Zishan Fazil's exclusive ground report from the tunnel site.
I'm inside the Zojila tunnel, which is the single tube tunnel, but it is a bi-directional tunnel. And today the breakthrough blast was observed, and it was done by the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari using the remote control detonator to blast the very site. And this is the visual that we are showing you. This is the site of that very blast. You can see there's rocks are scattered all around, and many of the workforce, those who are part of this very project, are just still into their job. They're observing their surroundings here, although the tunnel will be completed by next year. The deadline is set for 2027 November, December. But meanwhile, we are seeing that the work in the progress and also the excavation part has already been completed, just remaining some 3-meter work which will be covered in couple of days from now. As far as the Zojila tunnel is concerned, this is one of the strategic important tunnel, because the forces, the army convoy, those forces that have been deployed along the line of actual control, they take their movement they will be taking the movement by using this very road. Although the work has been completed, meanwhile this is a horseshoe shaped tunnel, and it took almost 2021 when the work started, and it's 2026. In the last 5 years, the majority of the work has been completed, and the project cost was more than 6,800 crores that have been spent by the government of India to give this beautiful tunnel to the people of Ladakh and Kashmir.
And we were shifting our focus back to West Bengal, where CID team has reached former West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's residence in connection with the signature forgery case. And on one side, we also have her nephew, Abhishek Banerjee's residence, office in fact, at the Kamak Road, where the CID is again there because the summons, there are 3 summons that have been issued to Abhishek Banerjee, and now you have the CID at Mamata Banerjee's residence. You can see that the CID officials are speaking to some individuals there at the official residence of Mamata Banerjee. One of them was also TMC Treasurer Subhashish Chakraborty. It refused to let the CID agents with the search warrant enter Mamata Banerjee's residence. So that's the breaking news we have right now. Saurav also, in fact, my colleague Saurav confronted Mamata Banerjee with questions on this probe in National Capital, where she was meeting Sonia Gandhi. Listen into that sequence. Just take a look.
Ma'am, why are you not cooperating with the CID? Mamata ji, why are you not cooperating with CID? Ma'am, why are you not cooperating with the CID? Mamata ji, why are you not cooperating with CID? Ma'am, why are you not cooperating with the CID? Mamata ji, why are you not cooperating with CID?
Continues to be with us from Delhi. Saurabh, well, we just saw that sequence where Mamata Banerjee did not take any questions, but we continue to see the CID team at her residence, and they are blocked till now. All right, live visuals coming in from the national capital. This is Abhishek Banerjee's, I think, residence there. That is also, we are expecting if he is there, because at his place. This is from the national capital, in fact. This is his official MP house in the national capital. And that is Abhishek Banerjee's residence. And he's not there. He has not appeared before the CID even today, as he's been served a third notice in the signature forgery case. And Mamata Banerjee also is in the national capital. The CID wants to search her residence. They've come with a search warrant, but they've been blocked. So there you have visuals coming in. And I'll just connect with Saurav. If Saurav is still with us. Saurav, if he's still with us, we can just connect to Saurav. Saurav, if you're there, tell us more about okay, Saurav is outside Abhishek Banerjee's house. Is Abhishek Banerjee there in his MP residence in the national capital, Saurav?
No, Rakshita, Abhishek Banerjee is not at his residence currently. However, after meeting Sonia Gandhi, Mamata Banerjee just reached Abhishek Banerjee's residence. Okay. But there are reports that Abhishek Banerjee is currently not present at his MP house. However, Republic has also confronted Mamata Banerjee after she visited Sonia Gandhi's house. She was heading back to Abhishek Banerjee's house. Republic asked that why is she not cooperating with the CID, as several officers of the CID has reached his residence situated in Kolkata. However, she did not reply any of the questions which Republic asked, but she just left from Sonia Gandhi's residence, and now we are showing live visuals to our viewers that Mamata Banerjee has reached Abhishek Banerjee's residence. However, Abhishek Banerjee is not present at his house. However, I want to tell our viewers that currently, as we speak, there are several senior officers of the CID currently present at the Mamata Banerjee's Kolkata residence. They are there with a search warrant in connection with the forgery signature case. However, however, the treasurer of the TMC is not allowing them to conduct searches at the premises. This is when the CID has issued third summon to the TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee, and still he did not appear before the central agencies. The central agencies have given him the time of 24 hours yesterday, and the time was about to end at 5 p.m. today. However, currently it is 5:10, and still Abhishek Banerjee has not presented himself before the central agencies. And now the CID team and the senior officers are currently present at the residence of the Mamata Banerjee situated in Kolkata. However, the treasurer of the TMC party is not allowing them to conduct the search operation, even if they have warrant. Okay. This is the major details which we are fetching from the ground, Rakshita.
All right. Saurav, we continue to get more updates. In fact, we'll just shift our focus to Kolkata, where CID is present at Mamata Banerjee's residence and also at Abhishek Banerjee's office at the Kamak Road. So we'll just try and get more inputs from Kolkata, because this is in connection with the signature forgery case, viewers. And the trouble is only mounting for Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee. While on one hand we see that the TMC party is breaking up, that the turmoil is only getting worse for Mamata Banerjee. We now have of course, we saw that this entire revolt got another push because of this signature row, when you had Ritabrata Banerjee and Sandeepan Shah being suspended when they came out and they spoke out that their signatures have been forged. And as a fallout, we saw the drama that has unfolded in the past 5 days. Now you have these visuals from outside Mamata Banerjee's residence and Abhishek Banerjee's house, where you see the CID officials are present, and there was a 24-hour deadline issued to Abhishek Banerjee because he has failed to appear in the previous two summons. Also, he had been requesting for more time, citing his petition before the Calcutta High Court also, because the hearing is scheduled for tomorrow. So probably he's biding more time there, and he is not appearing before the CID officials. the investigators in the matter. Now you also have Mamata Banerjee's residence coming under lens because the CID team wants to search this, search the residence, official residence at Kalighat, and now you see these the officials continue to wait out there. They have been blocked. They have not been allowed to search the residence by those aides of Mamata Banerjee at her place. So this is the latest situation, the latest that we're getting in from Ground Zero in Kolkata and also from the national capital, where we try to get more updates from and try to get answers from Mamata Banerjee also, where of course she had no answer. She did not speak to the media, and we'll try and get more try and get more updates on that, viewers. So we continue to bring you more updates. We can get more reactions also on that. We can move on to other stories till the time we get more updates. As far as Bengal is concerned, we will be bringing our viewers more updates from Kolkata, and these are the sequences from outside Mamata Banerjee's residence. All right, we were shifting our focus back to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where tensions flared up. There's absolute bloodbath in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir after the JAAC, Awami Action Committee, accused Pakistani forces of carrying out a violent crackdown on protesters and mourners, allegedly leaving dozens dead. And in fact, the number is ticking and it's rising, the death toll. Hundreds have been injured also. The unrest now comes ahead of a major shutdown call issued by JAAC today, and the demonstrations spreading across several parts of the region. According to the JAAC leaders, now at least 27 protesters were killed. More than 200 people were injured in this crackdown. More than 100 have been detained during the operations by this brutality that has been unleashed by the Pakistani military and security personnel. Pakistani rangers on this camera have been captured, unleashing brute force on the civilians, on unarmed civilians, on the protesters. You can see that they are unrelenting in raising their demands in their demonstrations. And now you have Pakistan, in fact, is now under global lens now, viewers. We also have the Ministry of External Affairs of India reacting to the unrest in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, Ranveer Jaiswal, the spokesperson of MEA, has pointed to the human rights abuses in the occupied region, including police brutality, he's called for the international community to come together and call out this brutality, that international community should hold Pakistan accountable.
A pattern of fake news and videos emanating from Pakistan. It is a desperate attempt by Pakistan to cover up its own failings and deflect attention away from its human rights abuses. There are reports of police brutality, which you would have seen. There are several reports in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in which several people have been killed. There are several more who have been injured. We hope the international community will hold Pakistan accountable for its misdeeds and its abuses. We continue to see in this context a pattern of fake news and videos emanating from Pakistan. It is a desperate attempt by Pakistan to cover up its own failings and deflect attention away from its human rights abuses. There are reports of police brutality, which you would have seen. There are several reports in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in which several people have been killed. There are several more who have been injured. We hope the international community will hold Pakistan accountable for its misdeeds and its abuses. Your safe farzi khabaron.
All right, viewers, so that was New Delhi's statement on the situation in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the massacre that's taking place in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and we could bring you more and more visuals, viewers, from the Ground Zero in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, from Muzaffarabad and other locations in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where we see that there is brutality by the Pakistani rangers that has been caught on camera, viewers. In the meantime, we shift our focus to the other story. stories. Also, this is coming in from the world of business. Republic TV has accessed exclusive details on the Zepto controversy. Now, sources confirm co-founder Kaivalya Vohra appeared before the Enforcement Directorate on the 17th and 22nd of April. Founder Adit Palicha was also questioned by the ED, first on the 28th of April and then again on the 15th of May. Now, the ED has asked Zepto to furnish details of its foreign investments. These details were sought as part of ongoing FEMA proceedings against the quick commerce firm. And we have accessed some details, viewers, on this controversy, on the Zepto controversy. And they had received a summons under FEMA. And this is the breaking news we have right now. In fact, we have Nitin joining us live from the business desk on the broadcast. Nitin, tell us more details about the summons and this entire case, the details that we are accessing right now.
So the ED summons is basically directed to the promoters of Zepto. Now, this is just on the heels of one of the biggest quick commerce IPOs that a lot of investors interested in Indian stock markets were waiting. Now, Zepto is a company that's trying to get in the same league as Swiggy and Eternal, which are already publicly listed companies. So just to give you a backdrop of how Zepto has been performing in the last couple of fiscal years. You know, last in FY26, it recorded over 5,000 crores in losses alone. And in FY25, the losses stood at over 4,000 crores. Now, So at this time, this is the breaking that we have. We've been sort of accessed the updated IPO filing, which is technically called the DRHP, which is Draft Red Herring Prospectus. And a lot of details have come into light. 21 ongoing litigations involving Zepto. It has been sort of cited in its IPO filing papers. So that's a major breaking when it comes to Zepto's ongoing ED proceedings as well. And all of it is happening just ahead of its July listing, which is just next month. Back to you.
All right. What we understand is that this is coming in ahead of the proposed IPO, that Zepto also highlighted the operating losses and much more details were also, in fact, the key risks facing the business also have been highlighted there. The regulatory scrutiny has also been identified in the IPO filing also. So if you can get us more details about this, please.
Right. So there are a lot of developments, and especially that its IPO is just valued at 10,000 crores. And ED is summoned, and basically it's an investigation which is ongoing under FEMA. Now, FEMA stands for the Foreign Exchange Management Act. So what ED has asked the company to sort of provide them is overseas investments, details of foreign investments, immovable properties, income tax return files, and even balance sheets of the company dating back to FY21. So that's a lot of information that the ED has sought from Zepto.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us with details coming in on that story, viewers. So this is the detail that we're getting in right now. In fact, Zepto has been summoned over FEMA violations. And viewers, the co-founder Adit Palicha and Kaivalya Vohra had been also appeared. It had been summoned by the ED. Matter disclosed 2 months ahead of the IPO, seeking documents and information. No assurance has been given to investors on ED probe from Zepto. And viewers, this is the cause of concern. ED probe sought IT returns, balance sheets since financial year 2021. So this is the legal risks have been highlighted in the filings. Summons issued by the ED also. ED has sought IT returns as to be listed out there. All right, viewers, we continue to get you more details. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to the other stories that we are tracking from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned Veena, daughter of former Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, in connection with the alleged the CMRL Exalogic money laundering case. Veena, who owns Exalogic Solutions, is among the 9 individuals summoned by the agency. Notices have also been issued to the Managing Director, his son Saran Kartha, and other company officials. Former TMC MLA and ex-Bidhannagar Mayor Sabyasachi Datta has been arrested in alleged extortion case linked to a complaint filed by a businessman. Now, investigators allege that lakhs of rupees were extorted in 2018 by Datta and are also examining the municipal decisions contract and financial transactions connected to the case. All right, it's time for a very, very short break, viewers, but don't go anywhere. We continue to bring you more news and updates from across the country. And of course, our focus being what's happening in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where Pakistan forces have unleashed brutal force, and now 50 MPs from United Kingdom have also written to Pakistan over the massacre.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट
ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero. as if he achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son, call a police or an ambulance? What took them?
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj, and CID action right outside Mamata Banerjee's residence in West Bengal. Meanwhile, she's here in the national capital outside Abhishek Banerjee's residence. All that and a lot more, but first to check on your headlines. Anti-Pakistan and anti-Munir protests in POK, 27 killed and firing and over 200 injured by Pakistani Rangers as per the Joint Awami Action Committee. Pakistan faces global backlash over violence in POK. Over 50 UK MPs write to Pakistan over massacre. Zepto's business model for an investment under ED scanner. Co-founder Adit Palicha reportedly questioned by ED under the FEMA Act. Direct impact of Republic exposure on VVIP treatment for ex-judge Giribala. Deputy jailer of Central Bhopal Jail now removed. Republic was the only channel to report on VVIP treatment to Giribala, and now action follows. Deputy jailer Jaya Yadav has been removed. CID arrives at Mamata's Kalighat residence in connection with signature forgery case. Viewers now, a CID team has reached TMC's chief Mamata Banerjee's Kalighat residence as part of its investigation into the alleged forged signatures of MLA controversy that has triggered an unprecedented split within the Trinamool Congress. Those are the live visuals that we got to you a few hours ago. These are of the CID officials who are right outside Mamata Banerjee's residence. In fact, they also have a search warrant with them, which legally allows them to take a search of the entire property. However, they've not been allowed entry inside. In fact, by the side, Mamata Banerjee right now is in the national capital. She is at Abhishek Banerjee's residence. In fact, also let's listen into this confrontation that my colleague Saurav has had as the CID searches Mamata Banerjee's residence.
Ma'am, why are you not cooperating with the CID? Mamata ji, why are you not cooperating with CID? Ma'am, why are you not cooperating with the CID? Mamata ji, why are you not cooperating with CID? Ma'am, why are you... CID? Mamata ji, why are you not cooperating with CID? Ma'am, why are you not cooperating with the CID? Mamata ji, why are you not cooperating with CID?
In fact, my colleague Saurav also joins us live on the broadcast. Saurav, we saw that confrontation unfold earlier that you've had with Mamata Banerjee. She was completely mum, almost unmoved by the pertinent questions that were being asked.
Yes, Gesu, the thing is that Mamata Banerjee did not even said yes, no, or nothing. There was no answer from Mamata Banerjee when she was leaving Sonia Gandhi's residence after meeting her for past 50 minutes, and now she has reached outside, she has reached at the residence of Abhishek Banerjee. However, CID teams are in Kolkata at Mamata Banerjee's residence, and they have a search warrant, but they were not being searched the whole residence by the treasurer of the TMC, and his name is Subhashish Chakraborty. He is not letting the CID senior officers to do their job, and they are not letting to search the premises. They are obstructing, the TMC treasurer is obstructing them. However, Mamata Banerjee is sitting in the national capital, meeting with the India Alliance. They are planning for the upcoming elections, what their next move should be against the Bharatiya Janata Party or the India government. However, they are not even letting the central agencies do their work. And as far as this case is concerned, this case is regarding the fraud signature, which was done on behalf of several TMC MLAs on a letter which was then submitted to the West Bengal State Assembly. However, CID has issued back-to-back 3 summons to Abhishek Banerjee to come before them as central agencies are seeking some questions from him. However, he is not presenting himself before the central agencies. He do not want to get questioned, and currently as we speak he is not present at his residence. And however, Mamata Banerjee has just arrived at his residence and she is still inside, but there is no sign of Abhishek Banerjee. And yesterday itself CID has issued the 3rd summon and gave Abhishek Banerjee 24 hours to present himself. And that 24-hour ended at 5 today, and still there is no sign of Abhishek Banerjee. However, when Republic confronted Mamata Banerjee, she did not answer a single question asked by the Republic, and she just fled from the spot, and she reached Abhishek Banerjee's residence situated in the national capital. Back to you, Gesu.
Right, Saurav, thanks very much for getting us a lowdown of that situation, and in fact we will continue the conversation, but for now, viewers, it's time to shift focus. A complete breakup has now occurred in the Trinamool Congress, where one by one some of the biggest shockers have given a big jolt to Mamata Banerjee. Now, in a recent update, ex-TMC Bidhan Nagar Mayor and ex-MLA Sabyasachi Datta was arrested in connection with an alleged extortion case and also criminal intimidation. Now, according to the complaint, a businessman accused the Trinamool Congress leader of extorting several lakh rupees from him back in 2018. Now, this arrest comes after yesterday's arrest of TMC leader Jahangir Khan from the Falta constituency, who was nabbed as he was trying to escape from the Indo-Nepal border. Meanwhile, Rebel TMC MP Sukhendu Sekhar Ray has also resigned from the party yesterday. Listen in.
The political crisis in TMC is getting intense with each passing day. In the latest development, Trinamool Congress Party's former Bidhan Nagar mayor and ex-MLA Sabyasachi Datta was arrested in connection with an alleged extortion case. The locals have shown their anger by throwing eggs and tomatoes at the ex-TMC MLA. A police team from Bidhan Nagar North Police Station arrested Datta from his Rajarhat residence based on a FIR that was registered after a local businessman, Madhusudan Chakraborty. Chakraborty alleged that Datta, a former MLA, had extorted rupees 1.05 crore in cash from him in February 2018. In the FIR, he accused the TMC leader of mental torture and making death threats against him. After the complaint was registered, the police raided Datta's flat in a multi-story building in a new town. Datta was initially detained and later arrested. Police sources stated that they have some evidence regarding the allegations. And this is not the first incident of eggs being hurled at TMC leaders. Recently, public also attacked Abhishek Banerjee, showing their years of hidden frustration and oppression. This arrest comes after Jahangir Khan from TMC was held yesterday from the Falta constituency. Meanwhile, speaking to Republic, Rebel TMC MP Sukhendu Sekhar Ray, who had resigned yesterday, made a huge statement about his decision of quitting the party.
पार्टी में बहुत सारे अच्छा आदमी हैं, वर्कर्स हैं, फिर भी एक के बाद एक जब गिनाह कांड शुरू हुआ, जैसे कि पार्क स्ट्रीट रेप, कामदूनी रेप वगैरह वगैरह, अल्टीमेटली आरजी कर, तो आरजी कर जब घटा तो उसका पहले ये भी हो चुका है कि एजुकेशन का जो भ्रष्टाचार, एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में, हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट में भ्रष्टाचार, ये सब शुरू हो गया और लोग देख रहे हैं इसकी हिंदी सिनेमा में भी दिखा नहीं पाया कि ये सारी सीलिंग तक नोट दिखा रहे हैं। बंगाल के इतिहास में पहली दफ़े बीजेपी 200 से अधिक आसन में विजयी होकर सरकार बनाया।
With rebel MPs camping in Delhi, corruption allegations triggering fresh arrests, resignations mounting, the TMC is confronting one of the toughest crises in its recent history. Now, as the political churn deepens, the battle for control of Bengal's opposition space is only expected to intensify in the days ahead.
Visuals now that describe the stray dog menace that has gripped Greater Noida. Once again, a case that's come to light. Now, a girl was seen running away from a pack of dogs, and in fact, she was also bitten by one of the dogs and sustained major injuries when she was rescued by the locals. Now, this speaks volumes about the entire stray dog menace debate that has been ongoing. This entire visual has been caught on CCTV minute by minute. Take a look. Another incident of stray dog menace has now come forward. A girl was being chased and was finally bitten by a pack of stray dogs in Greater Noida's Beta 1 area. The entire incident was captured clearly on CCTV. While trying to save herself from the dog, the victim sustained serious injuries. Hearing her screams, local residents rushed to the spot and rescued her. The situation raises another alarm over stray dog menace in the region. And viewers now, India's most strategic tunnel project has crossed a historic milestone. The Zojila tunnel, which will provide all-weather connectivity between the Kashmir Valley and the Kargil sector in Ladakh, achieved its final breakthrough today. Union Road and Transport and Highways Minister Nitin Gadkari triggered the ceremonial blast from the Kargil site at an altitude of over 11,500 feet. The 13.14-kilometer tunnel is all set to become India's longest and in fact the world's longest high-altitude bidirectional road tunnel, which will ensure year-round movement of civilians, tourists and of course the defence forces across the Zojila Pass. Here's all that you need to know.
A historic breakthrough beneath the Himalayas. The Zojila Tunnel projects achieve its final excavation breakthrough on Tuesday. Republic Zenith reports from the ground on what the breakthrough means for the region.
A major milestone is being achieved when it comes to the infrastructural development in the Himalayan region, when the Ladakh will be getting connected to Sonmarg and the Kashmir Valley. We are showing you the visuals of the Zojila tunnel, and this is East Portal from Zojila main tunnel, which is around 13.15 kilometer and just 3 meters are left, and where today the Union Minister for Road Transport and Highway, the breakthrough, the blast will trigger so that the excavation part will be completed today.
Union Minister Nitin Gadkari triggered the ceremonial blast from the Kargil site, connecting the excavation fronts from Baltal in Sonamarg and Meenamarg in Dras. Alongside Gadkari, J&K Chief Minister Omar Abdullah and Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha witnessed the historic moment, marking one of India's biggest infrastructure milestones. The final blast officially linked the two ends of the tunnel, bringing the project to its completion.
I'm inside the Zojila tunnel, which is the single tube tunnel, but it is a bi-directional tunnel, and today the breakthrough blast was observed, and it was done by the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari using the remote control detonator to blast the very site. And this is the visual that we are showing you. This is the site of that very blast. You can see there's rocks are scattered all around, and many of the workforce, those who are part of this very project, are just still into their job. They're observing their surroundings here, although the tunnel will be completed by next year. The deadline is set for 2027 November, December. But meanwhile, we are seeing that the work in the progress and also the excavation part has already been completed, just remaining some 3-meter work, which will be covered in couple of days from now.
At 13.14 kilometers in length, the Zojila tunnel will be India's longest road tunnel and the world's longest high-altitude bi-directional road tunnel, built at an altitude of 11,578 feet, through some of the toughest terrain in the Himalayas. Republic also spoke to project team leader Yusuf Ishaqpour, who was nearly 3 decades of experience working on tunnel projects across the Gulf. Ishaqpour says the project posed unique geological challenges far different from tunnel projects elsewhere, making the successful breakthrough even more significant.
Actually, this is a big day for me and for my team and all over the people who are here from NHIDCL and my EPC contractors. This is an iconic project. We are Authority Engineer ICT AI APL. We are doing the consultancy of the projects. Of course, EPC contractor is Mega Engineering, which together as a team and along with the leadership and guidance of NHIDCL, we have executed this project so far. This is an iconic project and national pride.
For decades, the Zojila Pass has remained vulnerable to extreme weather, often cutting off Ladakh from the Kashmir Valley during winter months. The tunnel aims to change that permanently, ensuring safe, uninterrupted movement throughout the year. The project is expected to boost tourism, strengthen regional connectivity and significantly enhance strategic military mobility in the sensitive border region. A tunnel emerged as a breakthrough beneath the mountains and a breakthrough for connectivity development and national integration.
And viewers, fresh questions have now emerged in the Twisha Sharma death case after documents related to the seizure of crucial evidence revealed alleged procedural lapses in the initial investigation, casting renewed scrutiny on the suicide theory and even the handling of evidence by police officials. Now, at the center of this controversy is the seizure memo of the alleged ligature belt, a key piece of evidence that forms the basis of the hanging theory. Now, documents filed before court show that while other seizure memos in the case carry the signatures of the accused ex-Judge Giribala Singh and her co-accused son Samarth Singh, the memo relating to the seizure of the belt does not contain their signatures. The absence of the accused person's signatures on the document linked to the most crucial piece of physical evidence has also raised another round of questions about the chain of custody and the recovery process. In fact, the seizure memo indicates that the belt, along with a laptop and even a mobile phone, was seized by Sub-Inspector Dinesh Sharma at 9:42 a.m. on the 13th of May, a day after Twisha Sharma's death. However, unlike subsequent seizures carried out on the identification of Giribala Singh and Samarth Singh, the document does not mention who identified the alleged ligature to investigators. This has also shifted attention to SI Dinesh Sharma, the officer who conducted the first seizure. Now, questions are being raised about how he identified and even seized the alleged ligature material when neither of the accused appears to have been made a part of that seizure process.
त्विषा शर्मा संदिग्ध मौत मामले में लगातार अपडेट सामने आ रहे हैं, लेकिन इसमें प्रारंभिक तौर पर जो भोपाल पुलिस है उसकी लापरवाही भी उजागर होती है, क्योंकि कटारा थाने के सब इंस्पेक्टर दिनेश शर्मा इन्होंने कई लापरवाहियां की हैं, जैसे कि फर्स्ट पीएम के दौरान लिगेचर बेल्ट का डॉक्टरों तक ना पहुंचाना, दूसरी लापरवाही लिगेचर बेल्ट को अपनी गाड़ी में लेकर घूमना, तीसरी लापरवाही लिगेचर बेल्ट को सेकंड पीएम के समय भी उपलब्ध न कराना, और इसके अलावा जब लिगेचर बेल्ट की जब्ती हुई उस दौरान किसी की निशानदेही, परिवार के सदस्यों की निशानदेही के बिना ही लिगेचर बेल्ट को जब्त किया गया। और इसी सवाल को लेकर कि आखिर जब दिनेश शर्मा जो कि सब इंस्पेक्टर है उनकी लापरवाही सामने आ चुकी है, दस्तावेजों में भी ये चीजें दर्शाई जा रही हैं, इसके बाद भी आखिर उन्हें क्यों बचाया जा रहा है। मैं इसको लेकर कटारा थाने भी गया। कटारा थाने में हमने सवाल जवाब किए तो पता चला सी क्लिप पर है दिनेश शर्मा। इसके अलावा हमने एसआईटी चीफ से बात करना चाहिए, उन्होंने सीबीआई जांच का हवाला देकर बात करने से इनकार कर दिया। फिलहाल भोपाल कमिश्नर कार्यालय है, ये कमिश्नर साहब की गाड़ी आप देखिए, कमिश्नर साहब इस मुद्दे पर कुछ भी बात करने से इनकार कर रहे हैं। लेकिन हम लगातार सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं कि आखिर एक सब इंस्पेक्टर जिसने शुरुआती दौर में इतनी लापरवाहियां की, उसे क्यों बचाया जा रहा है, उस पर अब तक क्यों कार्रवाई नहीं की गई है।
Viewers, now time to track all the other stories in Bharat in just 1 minute. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned T. Veena, the daughter of former Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, in connection with the alleged CMRL Exelogic money laundering case. Veena, who owns Exelogic Solutions, is among the 9 individuals who've been summoned by the agency. Notices have also been issued to CMRL Managing Director, his son Saran Kartha and other company officials. All those who've been summoned have also been asked to appear before the ED on Friday as the agency intensifies its probe into the financial transactions linked to the case and the company. Former TMC MLA and ex-Bidhan Nagar Mayor Sabyasachi Datta has been arrested in an alleged extortion case linked to a complaint that was filed by a businessman. Investigators allege that lakhs of rupees were extorted back in 2018 and are also examining municipal decision contracts and financial transactions connected to the case. Authorities claim crucial documents and evidence were recovered during the probe. Datta, however, has denied all allegations and alleged that the action against him is politically motivated. And that's all for this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic TV. But stay tuned, we keep getting you news and updates on the other side, including what's unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The death toll has risen to 30 and over 50 UK MPs have now returned to the country over the massacre that's being carried out.
ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him, we will forgive the person later.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking at 6 p.m. and we are getting you big updates coming in as far as India's nuclear arsenal is concerned. It's big boost to India's nuclear power. We'll tell you why. A quick check of the headlines at 6 p.m. Anti-Pakistan and anti-Asim Munir protests in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. 27 killed in the firing, 200 injured, many in detention. Pakistan faces global backlash over violence in POK, over 50 UK MPs write to Pakistan over massacre. Zepto's business model, foreign investment under ED scanner. Co-founder Adit Palita reportedly questioned by ED under FEMA. Direct impact of Republic expose on a VVIP treatment to Giribala, deputy jailer of Central Bhopal Jail removed. Republic, the only channel to report on VVIP treatment to Giribala Singh, and now, as an impact, the action follows. Deputy jailer Jaya Yadav removed. CID arrives at Mamata's Kali Ghat residence in connection with this signature forgery case with the search warrant. And viewers, India has sent out a strong nuclear signal to Pakistan and beyond by modestly expanding its arsenal to an estimated 190 warheads as of early this year. Now, this is up from the previous figure that was 180, deploying around 12 of them mounted on missiles during peacetime. This has happened for the first time, viewers, in peacetime. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, that is SIPRI Yearbook 2026, this marks a notable shift from India's long-standing practice of keeping warheads separate from delivery systems in the central storage, likely tied to advances in canisterized missiles and sea-based nuclear deterrence patrols with its growing SSBN fleet. Now, with Pakistan's arsenal holding steady at around 170 warheads, none deployed, the move underscores India's growing confidence in its nuclear triad, enhancing the second strike credibility and serving as a clear strategic message of deterrence and persistent regional tensions, viewers. So India expanding the nuclear arsenal to 190, and viewers, in fact, we are joined by voices on the broadcast. We have Major General Harsha Kakkar, Strategic Affairs and Analyst, joining us on the broadcast. General Kakkar, well, this is, of course, the first time that we are witnessing such an expansion during peace times. What does it really signal?
See, if you're talking about the current scenario, is it actually peace? Who says it's peace?
Right.
You paused Operation Sindhu.
Yes.
You haven't terminated it.
Yeah.
You still have a threat from China.
Yeah.
And Pakistan's every single threat is use of nuclear weapons. So if you have to convey a strong message that we are not going to fall back, and our policy is very clear, it's no first use. But at the same time, we will retaliate. If you have to retaliate, you have to convey a message that we are prepared to retaliate. And if we have to be prepared, a certain number, it's the government's decision, it's the community on top, which is there, which is the armed forces, leadership, and the government, which need to decide what should be the number that we should hold. What should be the number that should be ready? And of course, the message now goes that India will not back down if it's dealing with terror from one side and any threats from the other. So what you are now in is a scenario of no war, no peace. Neither of our two borders are currently in a state of peace or agreement, or where you do not call it the LAC or the LOC and you call it the international boundary. So as long as you've got disputed borders, you are not aware as to when things can escalate. And if they're going to escalate in a nuclear hang, you cannot be caught off. So you've got to be prepared to some extent, but it doesn't mean that you don't have the safeguards. You've got immense safeguards, you've got immense precautions, but at the same time, you will not come under a nuclear threat.
Right, sir. Major Kakkar, this is also a nuclear shift, isn't it? Because the fact that, we've seen that nuclear warheads have been separated from missiles, at least that's what we have learned in the past, separately from the launch platforms. But this time, given the situation, as you were rightly pointing out, that India is, somewhere moving away from that model, that India remains prepared. India is not the country like the neighbors who continue to just issue hollow threats. But India is actually preparing, and India is doing the job on ground.
India is actually preparing for a retaliation for nuclear strikes. India is not preparing for nuclear strikes.
Yes.
There's a world of a difference. Pakistan, on the other hand, continues threatening. When have we threatened a nuclear strike on any adversary? We've never done it. So for us, what we are conveying is we have the ability to retaliate and the ability to hit back in case of any strike on our soil. That is the message that we are conveying, that we will not take it lying down. We can and we will hit.
Absolutely, sir. This is, of course, a big message as far as India's readiness for any kind of situation is concerned. We've seen that even China, sir, there's a build-up on Chinese front, sir, as far as Chinese side is concerned. Because we say that, of course, nobody reveals the exact numbers ever as far as the warheads are concerned, especially a state like China. But China has been known as the world's third largest nuclear arsenal, and right now, as per the CIPRI report, it's only building up, it is only adding. Pakistan has 170, China more than 600 now, sir. So you feel that even from that front, irrespective of the situation right now, India is also upping its game.
See, if you look at it this way, the Chinese pattern of threats of whom they're aiming to target are vastly greater than what India is hoping. For China, the threat will continue to remain from the US despite whatever talks Trump and Xi may have undergone. After all, at some stage when Taiwan or the other conflict zones, including Philippines or Japan, start getting into play and operations progress, the threats will be there. Whether they flow or not is a different issue. And for China to indicate that it has the ability to target and retaliate, it is essential that they keep this number. As far as India is concerned, you've got to hit where you need to hit. In fact, today when they say that even if you have one nuclear weapon, that's a good enough threat. So as far as we are concerned, we are keeping it to the credible minimum deterrence that we keep talking about. And we're keeping it to the level that suits our requirement. We're not trying to compete with China in numbers or anyone else in numbers. We're keeping it to where it suits us.
Right, sir. That's, of course, a big message that is being sent out. And, of course, it's not just for the sake of messaging. It is actually India's military readiness that's being worked on here. And that's the big update we are getting in right now. Thank you so much, Major General Kakkar, for joining us on Republic TV, viewers. So we continue to bring more and more angles that are emerging, viewers, in this particular story. What is the significance of this, viewers? And in the meantime, we continue to also bring you the figures from... okay, we have now news coming in from POK. POK government has announced reward for arrest of JAAC members. So, viewers, the situation is... Okay, we'll shift our focus back to India's big nuclear power messaging, viewers. Let me just tell you, viewers, what all has been found out in this report. Data has revealed that India deployed 12 nuclear warheads in 2025. China increased the number of deployed warheads from 24 to 34. So this is the deployed warheads, viewers. This is important to understand when we say deployed warheads. This is the Swedish think tank, viewers, CIPRI, that has issued this data, that India has for the first time deployed these nuclear warheads. Armaments and arms control. There are 12 as per the report, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. Countries were now increasingly relying on nuclear weapons as instruments of national power. That's mentioned in this report, viewers. And this is for the first time that CIPRI report shows a part of India's nuclear warheads as operationally deployed, while most of it remained in stockpile. So there's a difference, viewers. So And we also have, you have to remember, viewers, you have to also see it in context what happened in May 2025. A year ago, India-Pakistan fought this 4-day war. And these were two countries with nuclear weapons. Pakistan would use the data of their warheads to blackmail. India also called out its nuclear bluff also. Now, viewers, India is CIPRI, as per the CIPRI data, might have slightly expanded the nuclear arsenal in 2025 itself and continued development of new types of nuclear delivery system. This is an important piece of information that we are deriving from this report. As per the report, India is believed to have once again slightly expanded nuclear arsenal in 2025 and continued development of new types of nuclear delivery systems. India is focused on developing long-range weapons capable of reaching targets throughout China, adding that Pakistan too was in the focus of military development. So this is a very subtle statement, viewers. India is focused on developing long-range weapons capable of reaching targets throughout China, adding that Pakistan too was in the focus of military developments. And viewers, this is important to understand. There have been reports, of course, not on record by the Air Force, but we all know what happened. That reports that came in, the visuals that came in from near Kirana Hills. India has been adding to the capabilities of long-range weapons, where Pakistan could be also hit, and it's been in the focus of military developments. And viewers, this is another piece of analysis that is being derived from here. And viewers, brief armed conflict saw India attacking Pakistani air and missile bases that are likely to have nuclear-rated loads. This is the important point that is being derived, viewers. This is the most important point, and we are going to break that right now. This is the important, point that is arriving as far as India-Pakistan is concerned. The brief armed conflict between India and Pakistan in May 2025 saw India attacking Pakistan, viewers, and missile bases that are likely to have nuclear-related roles. Obviously, viewers, we've time and again, even the chief of air staff has also pointed out how their important bases were hit. So this is again being reiterated what is happening. All right, we will just shift our focus back to now what's happening in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, viewers. POK government has announced 1 crore rupee reward for arrest of top JAAC members. Pakistan occupied Kashmir government announced a reward of 1 crore rupees for information leading to the arrest of 4 members of the Joint Awami Action Committee, and this notification was issued by the AJK Home Department on the 9th of June 2026. Warrant issued against Shaukat Nawaz Mir, Umar Nazir Kashmiri, Khawaja Mehran Arshad and Sardar Aman Khan. So this is the situation right now from Bhimba to Muzaffarabad to Rawalkot. Viewers, you see what's happening in POK. Pakistani forces have opened fire on the protesters, on the unarmed civilians, and the brutality has been caught on camera. And the frustration of these the residents of Pakistan occupied Kashmir is also very much palpable and very, very much visible, as you can see on this. In these visuals, viewers.
मौजूद है। साथियों दोस्तों, मैं आपसे अर्ज करता चलूं कि इन जालिमों ने, इन जाबरों ने जो मुजफ्फराबाद के अंदर बैठे हुए हैं, उन्होंने पाकिस्तान से फोर्सेज मंगवाई, उन्होंने पाकिस्तान।
ये जी आवाम पे शेलिंग की जा रही है।
मारो 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 बच्चे मारो। मारो 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 बच्चे मारो।
Gursimran Singh joins us live in the broadcast for more. Gursimran, well, we see the guns being fired upon. We also see the Kashmiris fighting back also. They are unrelenting. And now we have, search warrants also. Now we have the warrant issued against the members of JAAC. 1 crore rupee reward. I mean, it's, of course, very laughable that there is, corruption. There is economy that is dwindling. And, Pakistanis have left the people of POK, begging for, relief as far as the prices of even wheat is concerned. But they have the money to, to put out a reward of 1 crore rupees.
Yes, Rakshita, you have rightly mentioned, and the frustration is the word for the Pakistan and the Pakistani-occupied Jammu and Kashmir government. That is why they are rattled completely with the protests that are taking place all across POJK. And officially, it is the first day of the protests that are taking place. And on the first day, they have come to this level that they have to, the Home Department has to issue a notification that declares a reward of 10 billion rupees for the top leadership of JAAC, including Shaukat Nawaz Mir. And these 1 crore will come from the public's pocket, and the same public that has been demanding that don't give over 12 crore rupees to the MLAs that are not from the POJK. That is the story from the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Now coming to the atrocities that are being committed, more than 30 lives have already been lost, over 300 people injured, and as we speak, the shelling is still continuing on the way to Rawalakot, the road that leads from Rawalakot towards Poonch, because tomorrow the long march has to reach Poonch. So every possible attempt is being made by the Pakistani government, the federal agencies, and also the POJK government, so that they can halt these protesters and can completely stop this ongoing protest. But Pakistan has failed completely on both the fronts. First is to tackle the situation, and second, by internet clampdown and by ensuring that the local media, the national media of Pakistan, do not carry any news regarding POJK. They wanted the world not to know about this, but it is the people of POJK that have not only ensured that they stand against the Pakistani armed forces and the Pakistani leadership that is scuttling the democracy in POJK, but they have also made it sure that the videos do reach the world, and now it is the global arena where this is being discussed, that what Pakistan, which claims to be the peace flag bearer, is doing to the people of POJK, which are demanding their basic rights, basic amenities, their resources be given to them, and also that their democratic rights be restored.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for joining us with details. In fact, New Delhi has also reacted to the Pakistan forces massacre in occupied Kashmir. New Delhi has criticized Islamabad, saying that the international community should hold Pakistan accountable for its misdeeds and the human rights violations, the abuses of the civilians. Listen in.
Continue to see in this context a pattern of fake news and videos emanating from Pakistan. It is a desperate attempt by Pakistan to cover up its own failings and deflect attention away from its human rights abuses. There are reports of police brutality, which you would have seen. There are several reports in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. in which several people have been killed. There are several more who have been injured. We hope the international community will hold Pakistan accountable for its misdeeds and its abuses.
But that's a wrap on this edition, viewers. But we continue to bring you more updates from POK as there's also backlash coming in from United Kingdom. Over 50 UK MPs have written to Pakistan over the massacre.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati,
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked?
Hi there, welcome to the Tuesday edition of our Global, in which we bring to you stories from around the world. And let's begin with the first one, which we are bringing to you is ASEAN leaders meeting in Hanoi. Call for stronger regional cooperation amid global uncertainty. Vietnam urged a bigger ASEAN role in promoting stability, while Cambodia and Thailand reaffirmed their commitment to dialogue and lasting peace. That would be one story in the bulletin. And next, we would see or have a look at Australia-Germany defense ties. That we'll bring to you how Australia and Germany have strengthened their strategic partnership amid rising global security concerns, focusing on Ukraine, Indo-Pacific tensions, and supply chain security. Then we go to China and Korea. In fact, where Xi Jinping's arrival in North Korea for his first visit in 7 years is under focus. Xi met Kim Jong-un in a move seen as an effort to strengthen bilateral ties amid shifting regional dynamics. Finally, we'll cover a federal judge's decision in the United States to block President Donald Trump's controversial plan to impose a $100,000 fee on new H-1B visas, most of them impacting the Indians. Remember, 70% of H-1B visas go to India, our Indian engineers, and the ruling is going to impact or favorably impact all those aspirants from India of H-1B visas. Let's begin with the headlines first. ASEAN leaders urge unity, dialogue and stronger regional cooperation at Hanoi Forum. Australia and Germany deepen defense space cooperation amid global security tensions and regional instability. US court strikes down Trump's $100,000 visa H-1B visa fee, calling it an unlawful tax without congressional approval. And Xi visits North Korea after 7 years, boosting ties with Kim as a nuclear issue left unmentioned. All right, friends, let's begin. The first story, in fact, we are focusing is on a major relief for thousands of skilled foreign workers and U.S. employers. A federal judge has blocked President Donald Trump's controversial plan to impose a $100,000 fee on new H-1B visas, ruling that the charge amounted to an unlawful tax that Congress never approved. The decision deals a setback to the administration's efforts to tighten immigration rules and could have significant implications for the technology sector, which relies heavily on the H-1B talent. Here's a report.
A U.S. federal judge has struck down President Donald Trump's $100,000 fee on new H-1B visas, ruling that the charge amounted to an unlawful tax not authorized by Congress. The decision came in a lawsuit filed by 20 Democratic state attorneys general who argued that the massive fee hike exceeded presidential authority under U.S. immigration law. Judge Leo Sorokin ruled that despite being described as a penalty, the $100,000 payment functioned as a tax and therefore required explicit approval from Congress. Trump had announced the fee in September, dramatically increasing the cost of hiring foreign skilled workers through the H-1B program widely used by technology companies. The judge cited a recent U.S. Supreme Court ruling against Trump's tariff measures, saying the same legal reasoning limits the president's power to impose tax unilaterally. The White House has defended the policy and says it is confident the ruling will be overturned on appeal, arguing that president has broad authority to restrict foreign entry in the national interest.
Moving on, ASEAN leaders at the Future Forum in Hanoi called for stronger regional cooperation amid growing global challenges. Vietnam urged ASEAN to play a bigger role in promoting stability and trust, while Cambodia and Thailand reaffirmed their commitment to dialogue and a lasting peace as leaders discuss regional security and economic concerns.
ASEAN leaders gathered in Hanoi on Tuesday for the ASEAN Future Forum, focusing on regional stability, global conflicts, and deeper cooperation. Vietnam's Prime Minister Hung urged ASEAN to play a stronger role in shaping international rules and strengthening trust amid growing global competition.
Nhưng trong một thế giới ngày càng phân mảnh và cạnh tranh rất gay gắt, ASEAN cần có tiếng nói mạnh mẽ hơn trong việc tham gia xây dựng các chuẩn mực, luật lệ và cấu trúc hợp tác mới, giải quyết các khác biệt trên cơ sở luật pháp quốc tế. ASEAN cần trở thành một trung tâm của đối thoại, tâm điểm của hợp tác và điểm tựa của lòng tin. Đó chính là đóng góp đặc biệt của ASEAN đối với hòa bình, ổn định và phát triển của khu vực cũng như trên thế giới.
Hung said ASEAN must become a hub for dialogue and cooperation, helping safeguard peace, stability and development across the region. Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Manet warned that conflicts beyond Southeast Asia, particularly in the Middle East, are driving up energy costs, food prices and market uncertainty.
Conflicts today are rarely contained within the territory where they begin. Modern conflicts are also multidimensional. The ongoing tensions in the Middle East are a clear example. Beyond undermining peace and stability across the regions, they have disrupted the movement of critical resources, particularly oils and gas, and contributed to a rising energy costs, higher food prices, supply chain pressures, and uncertainty in global markets.
Hun Manet said that the ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand remains in place but fragile, while both sides continue efforts towards a lasting peace.
Thailand and Cambodia are at an important crossroads. The decision we make today will have a bearing on the future course of our relations. We need to meet the challenges together to turn a new page in our ties. It is only through demonstrating political will and resolve that we can achieve peaceful and lasting solutions together. The path is never easy, but I'm sure it's achievable. This only requires trust and confidence, as well as our good faith dialogue.
Thailand's Prime Minister Anutin Charnvirakul called for trust, political will and dialogue to strengthen ties and achieve peaceful resolution with Cambodia. The forum also brought together leaders from Laos and Timor-Leste, along with United Nations representatives as ASEAN members discussed shared regional challenges and opportunities.
Australia and Germany have moved to strengthen their strategic partnership amid growing global security challenges. During high-level talks in Berlin, foreign and defense ministers from both countries discussed the impact of tensions in the Middle East, support for Ukraine, and expanding cooperation in the Indo-Pacific in the 2+2 format talks. The meetings also focused on protecting critical supply chains and boosting defense collaboration, with a particular emphasis on space and emerging technologies.
Australia and Germany have pledged closer security cooperation as tensions rise in the Middle East and Indo-Pacific region. Meeting in Berlin, foreign ministers Penny Wong and John Waitful discussed the global impact of the Strait of Hormuz disruption.
We will discuss, I'm sure, many matters today. One of them is, of course, the Strait of Hormuz and the impact that its closure is having on all of our peoples and on our economies and on the global economy. We will work with Germany and others in support of efforts to reopen the strait and to restore navigational rights and freedoms which matter to our economies, to the entire world, which is being impacted by the unprecedented disruption to energy supply. This is also an example of why we place so much emphasis on the resilience of our nations, of our economies and of supply chains, and why we are working together, Australia and Germany and also the European Union, to strengthen the security of critical minerals supply chains.
Australia says it will work with Germany and partners to restore navigation through the Strait of Hormuz and stabilize energy supplies. Penny Wong stressed that Atlantic and Indo-Pacific security are increasingly linked, citing Russia-North Korea cooperation over Ukraine. Canberra reaffirmed its support for Kyiv, with Wong saying Australia will continue backing Ukraine against Russia's invasion.
Atlantic and Indo-Pacific security is inseparable, and we see this in so many ways. We see this, for example, Russia's cooperation with North Korea in Ukraine. And this is one of the reasons why Australia is the largest non-NATO military supporter of Ukraine, and why we will continue to stand with Ukraine in the face of Russia's unjustified invasion.
Defense Ministers Richard Marles and Boris Pistorius explored ways to expand military cooperation across multiple domains.
As we meet today, we will be talking about the challenges that we find around the world, clearly in Ukraine and how we can cooperate more in respect of that, but also in the Middle East, what we're seeing with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, but also the pressures that we are experiencing in the Indo-Pacific. We will be talking more about how we can see greater cooperation between our two defence forces across every domain. But as Boris has said, we will do so with a particular focus on space. We see that this is an area of enormous opportunity for cooperation between our two defence forces, and what Australia can offer to Germany is in so many ways strategic depth.
Space technology emerged as a key focus, with both nations identifying new opportunities for defence collaboration. The talks marked the first joint meeting of Australia and German foreign and defence ministers since 2021, highlighting deepening strategic ties.
US President Donald Trump has said the United States were very close to securing a strong, powerful deal, arguing that continued pressure and a blockade were more effective than bombing, which he warned would cause heavy casualties and prolonged disruption. Trump, again, between complete ceasefire to moderate shooting to now calling for peace somehow. Take a listen.
We're very close to having a very, very good, strong, powerful deal. If we go and bomb, which we can do very easily if we want, and we spend another 2 or 3 weeks bombing, they'll have nothing left whatsoever, but you won't have the strait open for months. If we do the bombing, a lot of people are going to be killed. Who wants to do that? I don't. And we'll have a signed document that's actually stronger than doing the bombing. What has proven to be a very powerful thing is the blockade. The blockades turned out to be much stronger than bombing. And it was really a combination. It was our initial thrust and then the blockade. But, their economy is really suffering, and they're going to make a deal.
President Trump, in fact, was boarding a flight because he went to attend Game 3 of the NBA Finals at Madison Square Garden as a guest of Knicks owner James Dolan, where he was met with boos from sections of the crowd. His visit prompted heightened security and the cancellation of an outdoor fan watch party, drawing criticism from some local officials who said it disrupted the game day atmosphere. The White House has said Trump attended as a longtime sports fan supporting the Knicks, who lost the game 115-111, but still led the series. All right, Trump booth there in New York's new Madison Square Garden. Moving on, in a significant geopolitical development, Chinese President Xi Jinping has arrived in Pyongyang on a rare visit aimed at strengthening ties with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. The visit, Xi's first to North Korea in 7 years, signals a renewed push by both countries to deepen cooperation amid shifting regional dynamics. While both sides have highlighted friendship, economic cooperation and strategic coordination, one notable omission has drawn attention: North Korea's nuclear program, or what else to expect from a very indulgent Xi Jinping. Here's the report.
China and North Korea are looking to rebuild their traditional alliance. Chinese President Xi Jinping arrived in Pyongyang for his first visit to North Korea in 7 years. North Korean media reports grand welcoming ceremonies from the airport to the Pyongyang's main square. Xi and Kim held talks alongside senior officials from both sides. The two leaders reaffirmed their commitment to deepen cooperation and strengthen bilateral ties. The visit is being seen as China's attempt to reassert its unique influence over its socialist neighbor. From Kim Jong-un, the summit offers political and economic support at a time of continued international isolation. A major takeaway from the visit was what was not discussed publicly: North Korea's nuclear program. Unlike Xi's 2019 visit, there was no public call for denuclearization of the Korean peninsula. The silence on the nuclear issue is being viewed as a diplomatic win for Kim, who continues to seek recognition as a nuclear-armed state. As global powers realign and regional tensions grow, the Xi-Kim summit signals a fresh chapter in China-North Korea relations.
Right, from Korea to Taiwan, but in the neighborhood of China, Taiwan's military has carried out a large-scale live-fire exercise along the island's central coastline, simulating a Chinese amphibious invasion. The drill involved rocket launchers, self-propelled artillery, mortars, and anti-tank weapons, as troops participated or practiced rapid deployment and battlefield mobility. Military officials say the exercise reflects efforts to strengthen combat readiness amid increasing tensions across the Taiwan Strait. Here are the details.
Taiwan's army staged a large-scale live-fire exercise along the central coast on Tuesday, rehearsing defenses against a simulated amphibious assault amid growing military pressure from China. Taiwan made Thunderbolt 2000 multiple rocket launchers unleashed volleys of rockets towards simulated enemy forces, marking the opening of phase of the coastal defense drill. US-made M109A2 self-propelled howitzers joined the exercise, delivering coordinated artillery fire designed to disrupt and weaken a mock invasion force approaching the shoreline. Soldiers monitored battlefield conditions and operated artillery systems as troops practiced rapid deployment and engagement procedures under realistic combat scenarios. The exercise integrated a large range of weapon systems, including rocket launchers, self-propelled artillery, mortars, and anti-tank missiles to create a layered defensive response. Military commanders said the training emphasized mobility and dispersed firepower, moving away from the traditional fixed position artillery operations. According to artillery commander, troops were required to move quickly into firing position, simultaneing the demands and pressure of real battlefield conditions. Taiwan regularly conducts such drills to strengthen combat readiness as tensions with China persist. China claims the island as its territory, while Taiwan maintains that its future should be decided by its people.
A powerful 7.8 magnitude earthquake that hit Philippines off the Mindanao's coast has caused massive damage across the southern parts of the country, ranking among the worst in decades. The tremors flattened buildings, set off landslides, and triggered tsunami warnings that sent thousands running for safety overnight. So far, 37 people are confirmed dead and around 500 injured. General Santos City saw entire blocks collapse, while in Sarangani's Glan town, a mountainside gave way, burying homes and families. More than 20,000 people have lost their homes, and evacuation centers, schools, and open spaces are now sheltering those too scared of aftershocks to return. Rescue crews are digging through rubble and steel with sniffer dogs, looking for anyone still alive under the debris.
One of the strongest earthquakes to strike the Philippines in decades has left a trail of death and destruction across the country's south. Entire buildings crumbled, landslides buried homes, and thousands spent the night in fear after tsunami warnings followed the massive tremor.
Naabangan namin yung kapatid namin dyan na trap sa Save More, sa building na ito na Save More. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa rin balita sa kanya pa. Kahapon pa kami dito. Sana po makita na po ang kinalalagyan niya.
The 7.8 magnitude quake struck.
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala, delicious, healthy, every day.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala, delicious, healthy, every day.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens,
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम. AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से. MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बाय एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the postmortem?
Tonight at 7:30 p.m. on Super Prime Time, we get you the story about the road that Pakistan once wanted to control, now becoming unbeatable. Zojila Pass becomes the world's longest bidirectional tunnel at an high altitude. Not just that, TMC's former mayor, Sabyasachi Datta, was hurled at with eggs and tomatoes as he was being taken away by the West Bengal police. In fact, we also get you the story about the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Relentless protests are ongoing in the area. 27 people have been killed and over 200 injured. Pakistan's blatant human rights violation now on the global table. This and a lot more at 7:30 p.m. with me, Gesu Bhardwaj.
in POK. POK breaking apart. All eyes on POK, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Co-presenting by Borger Paints, paint your imagination. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive at 7 p.m. ladies and gentlemen, as we get you the story of the massacre in POK. This morning we brought visuals from POK. And the Pakistan Army and the Pakistan government shooting at its own people, massacring over 30. 30 is the official number we have. That number could rise. It's a story broken by Republic, which has set the news agenda across India today. Here are the headlines this evening at 7 p.m. Massive revolt against the Pakistan Army, the Pakistan government in POK. Pakistan faces global backlash for the massacre, which is now being reported the world over. Republic accesses a top secret intel report on the massacre in POK, details out the build-up and what happened in each of the days starting the 3rd of June that led to the massacre today. India deploys 12 nuclear warheads in peacetime, a big shift in India's nuclear messaging. The message clearly to Pakistan and China. The Republic has accessed a classified intelligence report that points to explosive developments inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, the report that backs the visuals that have been coming in from POK alleges large-scale unrest, civilian casualties, and a deepening confrontation between residents and the Pakistani army. It also raises serious questions about the conduct of the Pakistani security forces, including making allegations of firing on civilians and even action against their own personnel. For example, Pakistani army fired on and killed Pakistani police, that is in POK, officers in POK, because they failed to take orders and open fire on civilians. Let's show you some of the pictures that have come in that are extremely disturbing from POK, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at these pictures. These are visuals that came in. Approximately about 4.5 to 5 million people have mobilized in POK. That's the number according to this secret report. And every video that is coming in from POK proving that people are out on the streets and opening fire. Pellet bullets being fired on protesters. These are videos that came in showing proof of the massacre by the Pakistani army. Let's show you the other videos that are coming in from different parts of POK. Stone pelting in different parts of POK amid growing anger. And this anger has been building up to a point where even the secret report accessed by Republic tells us that people now feel that there is no going back. There is no going back now that they're out on the streets. That's the situation in Pakistan and POK. Let's show you the third video that has now come in. Pakistan Army opening fire on protesters. There are several such videos. This is one such video. It's a long sequence where you can see the Pakistani Army
the Rangers, along with the police in POK, opening fire on the protesters. Now, all of this was happening. All of this has been happening for the last 5 to 6 days as a build-up. And we've been seeing the build-up here on Republic for the last few days and weeks. Let's show you the next video. Protesters standing ground against Pakistan. Let's quickly go across to all the videos, because what these videos essentially show you. Let's play the 5th video. What these videos essentially show you is that it's reached a point where people of POK say enough is enough, and they are unwilling to stand down. They will not stand down. They've decided that this time they want to fight back. And that is why millions of them are on the streets. Let me first go across this evening to Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, PVSM, UISM, AVSM, VSM. He's a Strategic Affairs Security Analyst. And Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, a retired Strategic Affairs expert, joining us live. Thank you, sirs, for joining us on the broadcast. Very disturbing pictures. If I can start with General Pandey, that have come in from POK. We've seen the build-up, sir, last couple of years especially. They've been waiting for a chance to come out on the streets and take on the Pakistani establishment. Today seems to have crossed all limits.
Yeah, Niranjan, firstly, good evening to you and to my respected senior Jan Shankar, whom I really have a lot of respect and regard. This whole thing has been building up not only in the occupied territories by the Pakistani forces. It has been building up and has been exploding all over the entire country, in which you see the fractures happening in Balochistan, in the tribal areas, in Gilgit-Baltistan, and even in Sindh and parts of Punjab. When a proxy government runs the country, when a military commander who uses a facade of a prime minister who's been placed by him, and thereafter he is running a country, when his focus is generally outside, trying to please his foreign patrons and masters from Gulf and America, this is going to happen. Their demands of JAC were not very huge. They were very, very insignificant demands, which just could have been met very easily. It reflects that the people of occupied territories are not considered their own. They are looking at the territory, they are not looking at the people. So when just 4 days before the called march, that is on the 5th of June, they decide to ban this committee, which is a joint Awami Action Committee, in which essentially the traders and common people get together to put across their points. The points which were promised and signed and inked by Asim Munir and Shahbaz Sharif themselves are not followed through. Only some of the points are given, and they have also been retracted back. The most critical point which they have been asking, besides for amelioration of the conditions, which is very, very precarious there is nothing to eat, the economic conditions very, very pathetic, and when they see across into the territories which are free and enjoying fruits of freedom and peace, then of course it hurts the people who are stuck across. But the essential element happened is when they banned JAC and they passed in order about the 12 representations, the seats which are being controlled on so-called perpetually for the refugees who have come across from India, who are even not staying in the areas of occupied territories. Out of a total parliamentary seat of the facade of a parliament which exists in the POJK area, you realize that about 25% seats are controlled by the Pakistani military directly, and thus influencing who will be the president and who will be the prime minister and who control and take orders. So these things have been building up for some time, but the current situation has taken a turn for worse. And imagine firing, killing, and we are seeing the visuals. People are firing automatic weapons without even taking a aim to hit, maybe maim or hit in the leg or something. They are just spraying bullets across, killing mourners who have collected together for mourning of a death is something the lowest any professional force or any force can get down to. And I think that Pakistani military has proved today. There are other issues which have come out and which have emerged as the threat which has been now issued from Islamabad stroke Rawalpindi. They are threatening the JAC members that their various FIRs which are put into cold storage for some time for pending their best behavior are going to be taken out and they'll be opened up against them. There's a threat which has come about of filing murder FIRs, and I just wonder, is this murder FIR going to be held, filed against the people who have been killed, or will it be against the people who are killing? Something which is very strange when you are passing out such kind of a statement in open form. So I think these are very, very serious situation. If you look at how the Pakistani army personnel have been actually captured, apprehended by the people, the frustration of the people that they have stripped them. And those visuals I have seen yesterday and day before yesterday, that they are hanging those trousers in the squares, in the corners, and thereafter they are passing certain very remarks which are not very good for a force which is supposed to be professional. And I think situation is turning for worse, and I'm quite surprised that the world bodies, including the United Nations, are just not yet spoken a word about this thing which has been developing for last about 2 days. Yeah.
So, to add to what you've said, and I want to take this to General Shankar, I have the report with me here, sir. I just want to quote from this report. It's a secret report, of course, it's 22 pages, and in this report there is one particular incident mentioned here, and it says they had asked the police in POK to open fire. Sub-Inspector, there's a name as well, Sardar Inayat, Sub-Inspector, was killed by the Pakistani army after reportedly refusing orders to open fire on civilian protesters. His killing represents the Pakistani army eliminating its own officers to enforce compliance with the massacre order, a war crime indicator. And to add to that, as a result of that, now that escalated and 27 civilians were killed in Mang, POK. And in response, local protesters captured these Pakistani military personnel, stripped them, auctioned their uniforms in the town square. Now, my question was on the levels to which people like Munir and his army go to target, to kill their own officers at gunpoint if needed for not following orders.
Yeah, thanks a lot for calling me over on Republic TV, and a very good evening to General Pandey. He's given a very clear idea of what's going on there. Let me put it in a slightly different tone. I'll put it this way. Munir is fiddling when POJK is burning, right? Munir was fiddling last month when PETA was burning. Munir will fiddle tomorrow when Gilgit-Baltistan also burns tomorrow, because that's next on the cards. Overall, you see a weak state which is not able to hold its peripheries together. There's a major problem in Balochistan. There's a major problem in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. It's going on for long and under no control. Now POJK has erupted. Yesterday, polls were held in Gilgit-Baltistan. Even that, the reports are coming, they have been rigged. And if those have also been rigged, then you're looking at something different. And as far as this is concerned, like what General Pandey pointed out, the requirements of the people are fundamental. If you look at it in a basic sense, it's all about Sadak Bijli Pani. And the people in this place, in entire POK, have an angst against the Pakistani state because they have no representation, but they're being taxed. It's a classical thing with no representation without taxation. Or rather, no taxation without representation. I put it the other way around. That's a classic case. That's what is happening. So at the end of the day, if you see this whole story which has panned out in the past 4-5 days, and do a backward integration of what happened over the past 2-3 years, you will see the situation is going worse year by year, event by event. And I think this is slowly building up to a crescendo when POJK people or POK people or those people who are in that part of occupied Kashmir will stand up on their own for, independence. And this will go along with Balochistan, and I'm just waiting that Gilgit-Baltistan also will fall into the thing. So you're looking finally at the manifestation of a weak state, which is not able to control its own people. It's not even able to provide the basics to its own people. About 4-5 days back, or about a week back, there was a stampede in the middle of Rawalakot or Muzaffarabad, I don't know, when atta was being distributed free of cost. People don't have food to eat. They don't have electricity. They don't have basics. Bulk of electricity goes from here into mainland Pakistan. And most importantly, these people don't have a political representation also. Right? As per the government, the way Pakistan government runs, POK and Gilgit-Baltistan are governed directly by under the Prime Minister's office as per the extraordinary government order of 2015. It first order was given in 2009 and then changed to 15. So you see that this, Pakistan is not able to control this whole thing. And I only expect this trouble to go up and up and up. All this is happening when Mr. Munir and his lackey, Mr. Shahbaz Sharif, are loafing around all around the countryside, all over the world, trying to fix Iran's problems. This is a classic state where they can't fix their own problems. They have gone, to fix the world's problems. And of course, no superpower, no power will take notice of it, because these chaps are doing the lackey's job of the Western superpowers. And the Westerners are very happy that, look, it doesn't matter what happens to them to Pakistan. So I think we are in a situation, we'll have to see how the whole thing unfolds. And it is well possible, if things go to a crescendo, that Pakistan might externalize the situation. And I think we have to be ready for eventuality. Though at this point of time, I don't see that happening, but we cannot let our guard down. And I think in the overall scene of things, what's happening in Pakistan is probably irretrievable. It's not reversible. Things will only go from bad to worse here on. I remember seeing a commentary or hearing a commentary a couple of days back where a set of Pakistanis were discussing that, look, Imran Khan's time was bad, but this is even worse. And in fact, if you see, all markers in Pakistan have gone even worse. And they now call Imran Khan's time as Jannat.
Yes.
That's the way it is. And I think we are going to see significant deterioration of Pakistan going ahead.
Lieutenant General Pandey and General Shankar, thank you for joining us, sirs, on this broadcast, because I have another breaking news update. Quickly, I'm going across to that. And then moving on, this is a report, the CIPRI report, which confirmed that India had deployed 12 nuclear warheads, even in peacetime, which is a huge shift from its earlier position. A total of 190 military stockpile, nuclear military stockpile, with 12 being deployed, which is a first, compared to the 0 deployed by Pakistan. Now, this is a big shift. Now, this report also makes a very interesting mention that India's long-standing rivalry with Pakistan, it mentions here that Pakistan continued to develop new delivery systems and accumulate fissile material in 2025, suggesting that its nuclear arsenal might expand over the coming decade. But the numbers show that there is no increase in Pakistan's nuclear warheads. But it does also mention that the brief armed conflict between India and Pakistan in May 2025 saw India attacking Pakistani air and missile bases that are likely to have nuclear-related roles, but both sides took steps to avoid escalation. A mention, of course, of the Kirana Hill strike. This report mentions how we hit Kirana, where perhaps there were nuclear-related activities on. A big confirmation. All right. That's it on this edition of This is Exclusive, a special edition of the debate coming up next at 8 p.m. as we continue our battle for justice in the Twisha story. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MTH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from, the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape. And people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen,
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
डॉक्टर रोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग 4 लोगों के पास है।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
in fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated?
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Super Prime Time. I'm Kesu Bharadwaj, and we have lots lined up for you, including the anti-Pakistan protests that have erupted in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and also India's feat with the Zojila Pass, the engineering marvel and everything that has gone behind it. But first, a quick check on your headlines. Anti-Pakistan and anti-Munir protests in POK, 30 killed in firing and over 200 injured by Pakistani Rangers as per the Joint Awami Action Committee. Pakistan faces global backlash over violence in POK. Over 50 UK MPs write to Pakistan over massacre. Zepto's business model, foreign investment under ED scanner. Co-founder Adit Palicha reportedly questioned by ED under the FEMA Act. Direct impact of Republic expose on VVIP treatment to Giribala. Deputy jailer of Central Bhopal Jail now removed. India's big nuclear power messaging deploys 12 nuclear warheads in peacetime. And viewers, now starting first, the conversation bender, Zojila Pass in India, that has achieved full operationality from today. India's most strategic tunnel project that has crossed a historic milestone, the Zojila Tunnel. Now, in fact, we'll take you through some talking points of what this tunnel means, not just for India's defense forces, but how advanced it is. In fact, viewers, first take a look at this. Zojila, the LAC engineering marvel. It's about 13.4 kilometer tunnel which cuts through the Himalayas at over 11,000 feet. That's the first thing. This is in fact the world's longest bi-directional tunnel that's been made at such a high altitude. In fact, it's also built in one of the most hostile mountain environments in the world, which is the Himalayas, because they are a younger mountain range as opposed to others in the world. In fact, also, we get you details about Zojila that it connects Kashmir Valley with the Kargil sector in Ladakh. So obviously it exponentially transcends the operational requirements for the defense sector. In fact, the old pass was one of the scariest drives on earth. And we'll also tell you this was because of the risk of plunging off cliff and also getting buried by avalanches, especially in winter. Heavy snow and avalanches closed the pass for about 6 months, bringing Ladakh to a standstill. Now, in fact, the new tunnel is a year-long connectivity to Ladakh. Not just that, we're also going to talk to you about the operability, the military use of this very tunnel. It's critical for India's defense strategy, and that's because it can hold movement for all year long. It's the primary route for forward regions, including the Siachen glaciers, the highest battlefield in the world where our military is deployed. In fact, the 3.5 hours travel time, which was previously required over the Zojila Pass, cuts down to just 20 minutes with the use of the tunnel. In fact, uninterrupted military movement along the LAC, the line of actual control, the contentious border that's formed with China, will be made a lot more smoother. Now, in fact, let's take a look at technological advancements that have been deployed when it comes to the Zojila Tunnel. It's been monitored by the Supervisory Control Data Acquisition. And what it does, it tracks air quality, traffic and visibility every second. That's important. Semi-transverse ventilation systems have also been created, and that's because toxic air and gases get trapped in tunnels, especially at high altitude where oxygen is running low. So this system allows for oxygen to be pumped into this tunnel. Now, in fact, firefighting cabinets and emergency phones have also been established every 125 meters of this tunnel. Pedestrian emergency escapes have also been made at 250 meters within this 13.4 kilometer tunnel. Now, vehicle pullover zones have also been built over every 750 meters. Now, in fact, viewers, let's take you through this engineering marvel and feat. India's most strategic tunnel project has crossed a historic milestone with Zojila Tunnel, which will provide an all-weather connectivity between Kashmir and Ladakh. It's also achieved its final breakthrough just today. Union Road Transport and Highways Minister Nitin Gadkari triggered the ceremonial blast from the Kargil site. Now, at an altitude of over 11,500 feet, the 13.14-kilometer tunnel is all set to become India's longest and the world's longest high-altitude bi-directional road tunnel, which will ensure year-round movement of civilians, tourists and defence forces across the Zojila Pass. Here's more.
A historic breakthrough beneath the Himalayas. The Zojila Tunnel projects achieve its final excavation breakthrough on Tuesday. Republic Zenith reports from the ground on what the breakthrough means for the region.
A major milestone is being achieved when it comes to the infrastructural development in the Himalayan region, when the Ladakh will be getting connected to Sonmarg and the Kashmir Valley. We are showing you the visuals of the Zojila tunnel, and this is East Portal from Zojila main tunnel, which is around 13.15 kilometer, and just 3 meters are left, and where today the Union Minister for Road Transport and Highway, the breakthrough, the blast will trigger so that the excavation part will be completed today.
Union Minister Nitin Gadkari triggered the ceremonial blast from the Kargil site, connecting the excavation fronts from Baltal in Sonamarg and Meenamarg in Dras. Alongside Gadkari, J&K Chief Minister Omar Abdullah and Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha witnessed the historic moment, marking one of India's biggest infrastructure milestones. The final blast officially linked the two ends of the tunnel, bringing the project to its completion.
I'm inside the Zojila tunnel, which is the single tube tunnel, but it is a bi-directional tunnel, and today the breakthrough blast was observed, and it was done by the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari using the remote control detonator to blast the very site. And this is the visual that we are showing you. This is the site of that very blast. You can see there's rocks are scattered all around, and many of the workforce, those who are part of this very project, are just still into their job. They're observing their surroundings here, although the tunnel will be completed by next year. The deadline is set for 2027 November, December, but meanwhile we are seeing that the work in the progress and also the excavation part has already been completed, just remaining some 3-meter work which will be covered in couple of days from now.
At 13.14 kilometers in length, the Zojila tunnel will be India's longest road tunnel and the world's longest high-altitude bi-directional road tunnel, built at an altitude of 11,578 feet, through some of the toughest terrain in the Himalayas. Republic also spoke to project team leader Yusuf Ishaqpour, who was nearly 3 decades of experience working on tunnel projects across the Gulf. Ishaqpour says the project posed unique geological challenges far different from tunnel projects elsewhere, making the successful breakthrough even more significant.
Actually, this is a big day for me and for my team and all over the people who are here from NHIDCL and my EPC contractors. This is an iconic project. We are Authority Engineer ICT AIAPL. We are doing the consultancy of the projects. Of course, EPC contractor is Mega Engineering, which together as a team and along with the leadership and guidance of NHIDCL, we have executed this project so far. This is an iconic project and national pride.
For decades, the Zojila Pass has remained vulnerable to extreme weather, often cutting off Ladakh from the Kashmir Valley during winter months. The tunnel aims to change that permanently, ensuring safe, uninterrupted movement throughout the year. The project is expected to boost tourism, strengthen regional connectivity, and significantly enhance strategic military mobility in the sensitive border region. A tunnel emerged as a breakthrough beneath the mountains and a breakthrough for connectivity development and national integration.
And now, viewers, on to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the area that's witnessing one of its most serious episodes of unrest in recent years. What began as a movement demanding economic relief has now transformed into a larger agitation seeking political and constitutional reforms. Violent clashes between protesters and security forces have left at least 30 people dead and over 200 others injured, even 100 people under the custody of the police. There are allegations of arrests, communication restrictions, and a crackdown on dissent continue to mount. With international concern growing and Islamabad facing increasing scrutiny, the crisis in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir appears far from over. Take a look.
Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is witnessing a major turmoil.
Protests against the Pakistani federal government and the Pakistani army has intensified in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, with thousands of protesters on the road leading the march from Rawalakot to Poonch towards Muzaffarabad, while Pakistani armed forces, including the Pakistani Rangers, Frontier Corps, Islamabad Police and POJK Police have resorted to atrocities on the civilians, in which more than 30 civilians have been killed so far, while over 300 have been injured.
At least 30 people have been killed and nearly 200 injured in clashes between protesters and security forces. The unrest escalated after authorities banned the Joint Awami Action Committee, a grassroots civil society movement. India addressed the situation, saying, "We hope International Committee will hold Pakistan accountable for its misdeeds."
Continue to see in this context a pattern of fake news and videos emanating from Pakistan. It is a desperate attempt by Pakistan to cover up its own failings and deflect attention away from its human rights abuses. There are reports of police brutality, which you would have seen. There are several reports in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in which several people have been killed. There are several more who have been injured. We hope the international community will hold Pakistan accountable for its misdeeds and its abuses.
Lawyers in Pakistan issued statement against Pak government. The group first emerged during economic protests in 2023, but has since expanded its demands to include political and constitutional reforms.
दोस्तों, एक इंसान जब अपना पूरा मन प्रोग्राम करके अपने रास्ते की तरफ जा रहा होता है, तो उसको आप पकड़ के गिरफ्तार करने की कोशिश करते हो, उधर आप लोगों के ऊपर फायरिंग चलाते हो, तो फिर मुझे बताया जाए ये कौन सी जमहूरियत है। आखिर मुझे भी बताया जाए कि जब आप बात करते हो तो आप कहते हो ये मुल्क जमहूरियत में, तो जमहूरियत का नाम लेता है, तो मुझे बताया जाए ये कौन सी जमहूरियत है।
Rawalakot has emerged as the epicenter of the crisis after a trader was allegedly shot during a confrontation with security forces. Muzaffarabad observed a shutdown in support of JAAC, while protesters called their movement a war of rights, dignity and governance.
रहीम कश्मीर वालियों जेडे इस वक्त आज़ाद कश्मीर ने अंदर हालात हैं, यानी कि पुंछ विच रावलाकोट ने अंदर जड़ी इस पाकिस्तानी नापाक फौज जेडे कुत्ते आज़ाद कश्मीर ने अंदर दाखिल होए और उन्होंने लोगों पर बर्बरीयत की है, जुल्म किया नियते लोगों की, जेडे सस्ती बिजली सस्ता आटा तो अपने बुनियादी हकूक मंगने वास्ते हथों में असला नहीं सी, उन्होंने भी जो एहतजाज करी रहे सन, बैठे हुए सन ने उनकी गोलियां शैलिंग मारिया आ गया और आखिर पर इस तरह का ग्रैंड ऑपरेशन किया गया कि उठे 200 तो ज्यादा लाशां गिराइया।
Convoys from Mirpur, Dadial, Bhimber and Kotli have joined a massive long march towards Muzaffarabad. At the heart of the dispute is the status of 12 legislative assembly seats reserved for refugees who settled in Pakistan after 1947. JAAC leaders argue these seats allow Pakistan's mainstream parties to exert disproportionate control over governance in Muzaffarabad.
और 9 तारीख को पाकिस्तान के हुक्मरानों से हम कहते हैं, लाओ, अगर हमारा हक मलकियत नहीं दे सकते, हमारा हक हुक्मरानी नहीं दे सकते, तो हम बच्चे थे, हमने सुना था पाकिस्तान में एक एटम बम बना है जो हिंदुस्तान के मारने के लिए है, कश्मीरियों के तहफ़्फ़ुज़ के लिए है। नहीं काम आया, नहीं काम आया। हक़ मलकियत, हक़ हुक्मरानी नहीं दे सकते तो मार दो, आज़ाद कश्मीर पे ख़त्म कर दो एक ही बार। तुम्हारा भयानक चेहरा पूरी दुनिया देख ले।
Meanwhile, activists have alleged communication restrictions, arrests of protesters, and a broader crackdown on dissent across the region. More than 50 British lawmakers have also written to Foreign Secretary demanding the UK government to take diplomatic action over the Pak unrest. Parvati Neni Harish, permanent representative of India to the UN, says blaming neighbours for its own failures is an old Pakistani habit.
We reiterate Urama's call for compliance with obligations under international humanitarian law, including the principles of precaution, distinction, and proportionality to protect civilians from harm. No faith, no law, and no morality can justify these actions. Let me reiterate. Dressing up a massacre as a military operation does not absolve the perpetrator. Killing, maiming, and orphaning civilians is not counter-terrorism. Espousing high principles of international law and Islamic solidarity while mercilessly carrying out airstrikes during the holy month of Ramadan is a perfect example of hypocrisy. Blaming neighbors for its own failures is an old Pakistani habit.
With protests spreading across Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, security forces struggling to contain the anger and international concerns now growing, the JAAC movement has evolved into one of the biggest challenges to Islamabad's authority in the region in recent years.
A complete breakup has occurred in the Trinamool Congress, where one by one, some of the biggest shockers have given a big jolt to Mamata Banerjee. In a recent update, ex-TMC Bidhannagar Mayor and ex-MLA Sabyasachi Datta was arrested in connection with an alleged extortion case. Now, according to this complaint, a businessman accused the TMC leader of extorting several lakh rupees from him. Not just that, he was also heckled with eggs and tomatoes today as the police made way for him. Take a look at this.
The political crisis in TMC is getting intense with each passing day. In the latest development, Trinamool Congress Party's former Bidhannagar mayor and ex-MLA Sabyasachi Datta was arrested in connection with an alleged extortion case. The locals have shown their anger by throwing eggs and tomatoes at the ex-TMC MLA. A police team from Bidhannagar North Police Station arrested Datta from his Rajarhat residence based on a FIR that was registered after a local businessman, Madhusudan Chakraborty. Chakraborty alleged that Datta, a former MLA, had extorted Rs 1.05 crore in cash from him in February 2018. In the FIR, he accused the TMC leader of mental torture and making death threats against him. After the complaint was registered, the police raided Datta's flat in a multi-story building in a new town. Datta was initially detained and later arrested. Police sources stated that they have some evidence regarding the allegations. And this is not the first incident of eggs being hurled at TMC leaders. Recently, public also attacked Abhishek Banerjee, showing their years of hidden frustration and oppression. This arrest comes after Jahangir Khan from TMC was held yesterday from the Falta constituency. Meanwhile, speaking to Republic, Rebel TMC MP Sukhendu Sekhar Ray, who had resigned yesterday, made a huge statement about his decision of quitting the party.
पार्टी में बहुत सारे अच्छा आदमी हैं, वर्कर्स हैं, फिर भी एक के बाद एक जब गिनाह कांड शुरू हुआ, जैसे कि पार्क स्ट्रीट रेप, कामदूनी रेप वगैरह वगैरह, अल्टीमेटली आरजीकर। तो आरजीकर जब घटा तो उसका पहले ये भी हो चुका है कि एजुकेशन का जो भ्रष्टाचार एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट में भ्रष्टाचार, ये सब शुरू हो गया। और लोग देख रहे हैं कि हिंदी सिनेमा में भी दिखाया नहीं पाया कि ये सारी सीलिंग तक नोट दिखा रहे हैं। बंगाल के इतिहास में पहली दफे बीजेपी 200 से अधिक आसन में विजयी होकर सरकार बनाया।
With rebel MPs camping in Delhi, corruption allegations triggering fresh arrests, resignations mounting, the TMC is confronting one of the toughest crises in its recent history. Now, as the political churn deepens, the battle for control of Bengal's opposition space is only expected to intensify in the days ahead.
That's all for Super Prime Time for today. I'll find you here same time tomorrow evening. And on the other side at 8 p.m, our Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami decodes the 15 lapses in Twisha's case. Was this a cover-up? And if yes, who is behind it? This and a lot more at 8 p.m.
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिर्फ MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिर्फ।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिर्फ MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिर्फ।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person...
Massacre in POK. POK breaking apart.
eyes on POK, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Co-presenting by Borger Paints, paint your imagination. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV. Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से. MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है. तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े.
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge.
Massacre in POK. POK breaking apart. All eyes on POK, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Co-presenting by Borger Paints, paint your imagination. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
Today, India is a country that never stops. न रुकेंगे, न धीमा पड़ेंगे, न थमेंगे, ये इंडिया ने ठान लिया है. हमारी सारी नीतियां, सारी योजनाएं सर्वजन हिताय, सर्वजन सुखाय, राष्ट्र हित से ही तय होती हैं.
Massacre in POK. POK breaking apart. eyes on POK, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Co-presenting by Barger Paints, paint your imagination. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट, समय का चक्र ये भी देख रहा है कि जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तो देश बड़े फैसले भी लेता है, उन फैसलों को स्वीकार करने की क्षमता दिखाकर आगे भी बढ़ता है।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, the system is challenging the people. The system is saying that it's going to do a cover-up in the Twisha Sharma case and challenging the people of India to do something about it. Well, our answer is we will and we can. And at 9 o'clock tonight is what Rajnath Singh predicted coming true, is POK breaking up completely on its own. These images are horrifying the world about what's happening in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has come where the entire system has come together to challenge you, to challenge me, to challenge all of us. And this is happening in the Twisha Sharma case. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll recap the Twisha Sharma case in 10 seconds. You have a young lady, 5 months into her marriage, who dies under mysterious circumstances. The finger of suspicion is on her husband and her mother-in-law. The mother-in-law, as you know, is an ex-judge, and her husband is an advocate. Both are very connected. They know the DG, they know the Lokayuk, they know the entire judicial system. This case came into national prominence because of the pressure built by the people, the viewers of Republic, and along with a very brave family, Twisha's family, which said, no, we believe that our daughter was killed and we want action against her husband and against her mother-in-law, who's the ex-judge. Because the ex-judge is very influential, she did everything possible to cover up the case. But because of your pressure, we could open up several loopholes. This is where the case stands. Presently, she is in custody. But we fear she's going to come out because the whole system has been fixed. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to you with sharp evidence today, which proves that a crucial bit of evidence could have gone missing. A crucial bit of evidence has gone unrecorded. The Panchanama does not include anything about the ligature belt. The Panchanama, which is, in other words, a seizure memo, you can see it out there, has been deliberately put together in such a way that it does not have the signature of the accused and the co-accused. It does not mention anything about the belt which she is believed to have used to have hung herself. Which means there is nothing about what you call the ligature belt, which is the most important piece of evidence out here. Deliberately, the police in this case have made that piece of evidence go missing, and there is no signature on the document either. This can be only done by people who know that if you leave this technical loophole, then the ex-judge and her son will go scot-free. In simple words, ladies and gentlemen, Twisha is killed or dies mysteriously on the 12th. On the 13th, when the seizure memo is put together, it is left unsigned. A sub-inspector who is apparently gone on leave right now, on sick leave or medical leave, cannot do this by himself. This can only happen when very powerful people give clear instructions down the line, to leave the seizure memo, put it together in such a way, unsigned, so that when the case comes to trial, this whole case can collapse. This has, in my view, been deliberately done. Otherwise, why would you leave the main piece of evidence unrecorded? We don't know which is the belt which she used to hang herself, which makes me believe that it is entirely possible that Twisha did not hang herself, that she was strangulated. Now, if that belt, which was used to strangulate her, has gone missing, why is it gone missing? Is it because somebody thought there would be fingerprints on that belt? Or that if you would leave that piece of evidence, any investigator in the future from the CBI who were to come into the case would be able to connect the dots and put the blame where it needs to be put? Was the judge doing this deliberately? Was she trying to manipulate things? My dear viewers of Republic, we keep fighting about cases like this. Here's a clear case where I can say without a shred of doubt that the Bhopal Police Commissioner should quit. The Director General of Police should quit. They cannot just say, oh, there have been some, what's the word used for it, some lapses. These are not lapses, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Director General of Police. This is far more serious than that. Far more serious than that. How is it that in a nationally televised, investigated case, the Bhopal police, the police has to explain how did the piece of evidence go missing? Am I not to link the fact that the evidence has got missing, the seizure document, the seizure memo is unsigned, the Panchanama is unsigned, and not connected to the facts that here is a person who's not just an ex-judge, knows the Lokayuk, calls the Director General of Police, has huge connections, is very influential, and is therefore has been able to manage the system in a way that the police makes this critical error and try to pass it off as a lapse. It is not a lapse. It is not a lapse. But you know what, viewers? This is what happens when people who know how to misuse the system want to destroy the confidence of a family fighting for a daughter who died. And therefore, this is very case, ladies and gentlemen, very simple case. It is the entire system versus the Aam Aadmi. It is the whole powerful system of politicians, police, judges, bureaucrats, and all the lot on one side, and one helpless family that is still fighting bravely on the other. My dear viewers, the other day, the father of Twisha, Navnidhi Sharma, who is joining me on the program, said to me today that he was told by someone in the police that we know that you've lost your daughter, but we are going to balance things out. Balance our investigation. I want to say tonight, you see the pictures of Twisha's brother out there at the cremation of his only sister. You see these pictures today. And I want to ask the politicians in this country, the people who are responsible for delivering justice in this country, if they have a heart, will they stand up for Twisha's family? If Twisha's family loses this battle, and Giribala, the ex-judge, wins, then all of us have lost. And people will entirely lose faith in the judicial system and the criminal justice system in this country. And therefore people say, Arnab, why do you take these cases on? I do it because I believe we are doing the right thing. I believe that some things are just wrong. What has happened to Twisha's family is just wrong. And to leave them alone today is equally wrong. If you're watching my program tonight, I have just one thing to say to you. Let us consider Twisha's family as our own. And let us all come together with them and send a message to the Madhya Pradesh police, to the Madhya Pradesh government, to the powerful people in this country and to the CBI, that this family is not alone. We will not let Giribala win. We will not let Twisha's family lose. It's about us and our country's future after all. Please join hands with us. Let's tell Twisha's family they are not. In a country of 140 billion people, Twisha's family should not be alone. Let's debate.
This is Katara Hills Police Station. Republic reached the police station to find answers about SI Dinesh Sharma, the officer who seized the alleged ligature belt.
ये कटारल थाना है जहाँ पर शुरुआत में इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया गया था, हालांकि बाद में सीबीआई को केस दे दिया गया। तो जो सस्पेक्टर दिनेश शर्मा है, उनकी भूमिका इसलिए भी संदिग्ध है कि लिगेचर बेल्ट देरी से पहुंचा, पोस्टमार्टम के बाद पहुंचा। दूसरी बात, जो उसकी निशानदेही होनी थी, वो निशानदेही के बिना जब्ती पंचनामा के ही जो है लिगेचर बेल्ट जो है उसको जब्त किया गया। तो इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में कहीं ना कहीं उनकी भूमिका संदिग्ध है और इसीलिए कई तरह के सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं। तो ऐसा के जो वकील हैं वो भी सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं। और अब हमारे पास इनपुट्स है कि जो दिनेश शर्मा जी हैं, सर दिनेश शर्मा जी क्या सिक लीव? दिनेश शर्मा जी बीमार हैं, सिक लीव पर हैं।
ऐसा बताएगा क्या कौन है?
क्या तबीयत खराब है? क्या
मैं बता रहा हूँ। क्यों महाराज?
तो देखिए हम पूछते हैं, सर दिनेश शर्मा जी क्या सिक लीव पर हैं?
जी हाँ, सिक लीव पे है।
कितने दिन से?
2 दिन।
क्या हुआ है उनको?
दस्त पेट।
तो वो अभी थाने नहीं आ रहा? तो देखिए जो थाना स्टाफ है वो भी बता रहे हैं कि दिनेश शर्मा जो है वो फिलहाल सिक लीव पर हैं। अब चूंकि इस पूरे मामले में जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि लिगेचर बेल्ट सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी है और उसकी जब्ती पंचनामे से लेकर डॉक्टरों के पास तक नहीं पहुंचने में कई लापरवाहियां उजागर हुई हैं।
Police personnel confirmed on camera that SI Dinesh Sharma is currently on sick leave. SI Dinesh Sharma is the officer who prepared the seizure memo relating to alleged ligature belt on May 13th. But Republic investigation has found a crucial discrepancy in that document. This is the seizure memo of the alleged ligature belt. But it's missing Giribala and Samat's signature on it. Phones have signatures, documents have signatures, personal belongings have signatures. So why is the most important piece of evidence different?
Allah or Samarth, both have not identified that ligature. Then at what basis sub-inspector have seized that ligature? Who told him? The document does not contain name of both the accused or suspect at that time. These two persons were the only who were present at the crime scene, and these two persons were the only persons who have told the investigator or have identified them.
And the questions do not stop there. Why was the alleged ligature belt not made available during crucial stages of the first medical examination? The very evidence used to support the suicide theory was absent during both autopsies.
If Dinesh SI, that Dinesh Sharma was present on the crime scene, he was seizing everything, then why this particular headphone was not there, which is very well evident from the video that she's taking up that headphone.
Republic has also accessed video that raises further questions. The footage shows Samarth carrying Trisha, stopping repeatedly, receiving assistance. The video is now part of the larger scrutiny over the sequence of events presented from the beginning.
The ligature was seized without identification. How did the sub-inspector gain knowledge or possess knowledge about the identification of the ligature? The photo which surfaced, which shows that two gym poles and two different ligatures are present on the crime scene. How did he identify from which she committed allegedly suicide?
For weeks, Republic has tracked every development in this case, from the missing ligature questions to the autopsy controversy, to the questions surrounding the handling of evidence. And tonight, yet another layer has emerged.
The direct charge is that the judiciary failed in its duty of impartial adjudication in a case involving a former judge. It's like saying that the police failed to investigate charges against a former police commissioner. And if we fought Parambir Singh, we will fight Giribala as well. If there has been manipulation of procedure, it will be questioned. And I don't care. I absolutely do not care whether anybody in the judiciary is uncomfortable about it. And we are ready to face the consequences for that. We are ready to face the consequences of fighting for the truth.
Long before the arrests, Republic had stood its ground, firmly seeking answers and justice. Tonight, the debate is not just about what happened to Trisha. The debate is about whether the truth was protected or whether crucial questions were left unanswered. The biggest question is, have these glaring lapses and deliberate loopholes helped Giribala and Samarth before the trial has even begun? Trisha is not alone, and tonight the nation demands answers.
Dear viewers on Republic, we are continuing to pursue this case because we believe that what's going on is very wrong. It's a very deliberate attempt to help the judge, to help the prime accused, to fix the evidence, to put together things in such a manner that the case collapses in the trial court. You put this anywhere, Anurag Srivastav is with us, Rhythm, and Navniti Sharma ji, I just want to say to you, Trisha's father, who is with us today, that you are a very brave man. You keep fighting, but I had told you, that जब 5 दिन के लिए नजर हट जाएगी, for 5 days, if we take our attention away, the system will come together and cover up the whole case. Right, Rhythm? This is a pure and simple case. Fool the people, support the powerful, fix the evidence. This case is such a case, viewers. This case, the way the system is supporting the powerful judge in this case and her advocate's son, this is the reason why people are afraid of going to the police station or going to courts. And if the honorable judges of the Supreme Court of India and high courts and politicians want to bring credibility back to the judicial and criminal justice system, they have to give Trisha's father justice. Navniti ji, aapse shuru karunga. Lines are open, by the way, viewers. That can you just explain to us in English, Hindi, as you wish? I am shocked that the biggest piece of evidence, one, has gone missing. वो कह रहे piece of evidence नहीं है. Then the second autopsy was done without the belt. How can you do a second autopsy without the most important piece of evidence? Thirdly, the seizure memo has not been signed by either Giribala or Samarth, which means there is no evidence against them. The evidence itself has been destroyed. The basic thing of law is that you have to get the seizure memo signed by the witnesses. It's not been signed. Which means they have given this, they have prepared this and thought कि ऐसे ऐसे कर दो. Media is talking a lot. Can you just not put our signatures on the seizure document? Tomorrow we'll go and disown everything in court. So the system has been manipulated to make you lose, to make the Aam Aadmi lose and to make the powerful win. Our first speaker on this is Navnidhi Sharma ji. Calls are coming. Keep the calls coming. Navnidhi ji, क्या आप में हिम्मत है to fight? Do you still have the courage to fight?
सर, मैं आपसे ये पहले सबका धन्यवाद जो मैं इतना आगे बढ़ा हूं और आप लोगों की पब्लिक की आम आदमी की ताकत से बढ़ा हूं, आप लोगों के सहयोग से बढ़ा हूं। मैं आपको आज एक वादा करना चाहता हूं, मैं अपने मरते दम तक अगर कहीं भी कोई चीज गड़बड़ दिखूंगा, आई एम नॉट सेटिस्फाइड विद एनीथिंग, अगर कोई कमी निकलेगी मैं मरते दम तक इसके लिए फाइट करूंगा, चाहे कोई भी सामने आ जाए। आज इन्वेस्टिगेशन अपने अंडरगोन है, मैं उसमें कुछ कहना नहीं चाहता, पर फिर भी मैं आपसे कहता हूं कि अगर कोई चीज गलत होगी तो मैं सड़क पर
हाउ इज द सीजर डॉक्यूमेंट
से आगे तक युद्ध लड़ूंगा जब तक मेरे जान में शरीर में जान है।
Anurag Srivastav, can you tell us that how is the seizure memo not signed by Giribala or Samarth? And now that it has not been signed by the witnesses, the sub-inspector has gone missing. What is the impact on the case?
That is the thing which we have been highlighting from day one, that there is totally wash up of the investigation. See, I have another fear that this ligature which has been said to be seized is not the ligature which was used for the offence. See, keeping the ligature 13-14 days away from the investigation, keeping it away from the first post-mortem team, keeping it away from the second autopsy team, and then when the second autopsy team arrives, you say that you have sent it to the FSL investigation. My fear is that this ligature is something different from the ligature which was actually used, and this ligature is not having any FSL evidence. There is no DNA evidence, that this must not be having any impression of any part of the neck of Trisha, and only to establish this, the delay has been caused. The ligature was not properly seized. It was with the policeman for 2 days in his car, and then subsequently it was not put up before both the postmortem teams and sent to the FSL lab after say 15 days, when we don't expect any signs of any material being available for DNA examination or FSL examination in that during that process. So we fear that actually this ligature must not be that ligature which was actually used. It has been destroyed.
You feel that the evidence has been you feel that the evidence has been manipulated.
Of course.
And the manipulation has already happened.
That is from the day one. Now we come to know that there are two ligatures. There were two ligatures present at the scene of the crime. Why this was seized? Why the other was not seized? Who made this happen? That the other ligature has to be left out at the scene of crime.
See, this is now the police is trying to say that the police is trying to say Yogita and Diljit, that this is a lapse. I am saying it cannot be a lapse because the most critical piece of evidence, the critical ligature belt, was completely withheld from the medical board at AIIMS Bhopal during the initial post-mortem examination. The question is why? Because the investigating officer failed to supply the belt to forensic doctors. Right? Experts are left entirely unable to perform a scientific correlation to determine if the marks on Twisha's neck match the strap of the belt. See, if she has been strangulated, let us put it this way, Yogita, I want to be very blunt. Suppose XYZ has strangulated her. They will need to match the belt with the injury marks.
Correct.
Now the belt goes missing. The police says galti ho gayi. The signature on the seizure memo and Panchnama is not there. This is not an administrative lapse. This is a very big deliberate thing that is happening. Which means suppose she has been killed with a belt, that belt has been made to go away.
I think it's more than the lapse. I think it is again hands and gloves. Like you can say that first Giribala failed this daughter, and then the system and the police, now the judiciary. So I think they're all trying to protect each other, and it is very evident from day one. It is not very filmy what we see in movies in Bollywood. It is, and we have seen, in Jessica Lal case or so many cases, we have seen how, the powerful people, they try to cover things and how, things happen. So we are not seeing it for the first time. We have seen so many cases.
But this is what we hope was changing in our country, right? We wanted these things to change in our country. We did not want our country to become a country where judges, policemen, powerful businessmen, bureaucrats can cover up everything. Now, I just want to let you know, Shaina NC, because you're from the Shiv Sena and Raman sympathizes with the ruling party, that the fact is that the people are getting very frustrated. They are saying that look at Twisha's father. He keeps coming on the channel and saying he begs for justice. Begs for justice. But this is happening openly. Now, Shaina, this woman, Giribala, was not even kept in jail. She was kept in some hospital. She was given bail. The CBI says we don't want further custody. She called the Lokayukta. She called the police commissioner. She called the Director General of Police. The police commissioner says there has been a lapse. The Panchnama has been forged. This cannot happen unless someone powerful says, leave the back door open so that nothing happens in the case,
Firstly, Arnab, let me please assure Sharma ji that he will get justice no matter what.
On what basis are you assuring him?
I'll tell you.
On what basis are you assuring him?
Look, whether it is the CBI investigating or the crime scene being recreated, we do understand that there are serious questions, and I will say it out loud. One, whether it's the ligature rope which was found after 10 hours, that is a huge question. Obviously, the investigative agencies...
No, but Shaina, you keep saying assure. When the SSR case went to the CBI, you said, we assure you that the SSR case things will happen. When the Disha Salian case came, you said, we assure you there will be justice for Disha Salian. In the Twisha Sharma case, you are saying, I assure you that there will be justice for Twisha. What rubbish?
Time is the essence. No, Arnab, time is the essence here. We are losing on time. And every day is important.
We are losing time,
wrong slot.
It is very evident.
You've put me in the wrong slot, Arnab, because from day one, I have been saying clearly that whether...
I want to ask people watching tonight...
Under Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita Dowry death, the cruelty to a woman, the character assassinating, the typical stereotypical mother-in-law syndrome where Giribala Singh has a character assassinated Twisha. The fact that she came from an industry which may have been different to her.
No, Rhythm wants to ask something. Rhythm, come in.
All these are
no, Rhythm, come in. Rhythm. Rhythm has a question. Rhythm.
China, I do want to ask you a question. All of us are talking right now, but at trial, it is evidence that counts. If on day one, a seizure is made, and the seizure is not signed at that time by Giribala and Samarth, and remember, these are the two witnesses in the case. If it's not signed by them, the entire crime probe is vitiated. The entire crime scene has been tampered with. And 10 days after that, she's arrested. So she gets 10 days. If this is not the ligature belt, then what is the piece of evidence with which Twisha was either hung or Twisha died? What is the real truth? Is it strangulation or suicide? There are 7 anti-mortem injuries on her body, Shaina. Raman Malik, you should know this. 7 anti-mortem injuries. Which means what? On a suicide
She was beaten up and then strangulated. That's what it means. She was beaten up and then strangulated. That's what it means.
When all these questions is there together, the bigger question, Arnab, is at trial, nothing will stand. They've so cleverly connected the dots and ensured that SI Dinesh Sharma, who only took this seizure, where there are no signatures of Samarth and Giribala, is on sick leave. The moment we start the investigation, he goes on sick leave. When she's in jail...
No, the whole country is talking about the investigation and the sub-inspector... One minute.
That this shouts loud that this is the operation of the administration, not the political forces. The political forces are not involved here. But Arnab, I would like to bring your attention to this.
This is your
that what happened
versus on a fight.
What you're talking about happened in the Sukanya case.
It
did not happen in the Trisha case.
It's your failure.
The Sukanya case was where even the fiercest of journalists, they bundled up their investigation and threw it. They did not come forward with the investigation.
Navniti Sharma ji also tried to
all documentaries got vanished. That is the fear psychosis that happens of the powerful. That is where we should not be going.
Yogita,
sympathize with Mr. Sharma.
Just because you are sitting in power, it is all the more your responsibility.
And I can tell you, this government will not let anybody
you have failed the daughters time and again, and you never acknowledge that. You always try to shield yourself, shield your party, trying to look good always.
They will be taken.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know a lot of people are calling tonight. 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, can I get the back to the... ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute. Volume down. A lot of people are calling tonight. They want to give support to Twisha Sharma's father, Navniti Sharma. And I'm asking you, if you're watching the program tonight, does this make you angry? It for sure makes me very angry. Does this make you furious? Does this make you helpless? It for sure makes all of us feel helpless. Because what you realize is, in India, a system is running so well, where anything can be done. You can kill a person, you can strangulate a person, you can beat up a person, and you can cover it up. You can beautifully cover it up. And in this case, there are 7 antemortem injuries on Twisha's body, which means she was very badly beaten before she died. I don't know what has happened to our beautiful country, where people are no longer angry about these cases. If you're angry, then you call and show your anger tonight. If we believe it's all right, we just want to watch the next reel. We just want to make the next reel. If life has become about making reels and looking away, then choose to live in your own candy floss world.
6,000 girls we lose every year.
No, I wanted to send a message out through the program, Yogita, that Twisha's father is not alone.
We are with him. Thanks for your support. You are the only one who is supporting them. And हाथ जोड़ के आप सबको है कि इनका साथ दीजिए. Everybody should support them. It has reached to this level where at least it is getting attention. We will get to the justice also because of your support. Because of the support of people like you.
We're doing this, but has the police lost its mind? The initial short post-mortem report from AIIMS notes the cause of death, Sohail, to be antemortem hanging, but crucially flags multiple minor blunt force injuries on other parts of her body, which is contradicting the suicide claims made by her in-laws. The more likely case appears logically that she strangulated and then killed. If any genuine suicide by hanging, antemortem injuries of this nature are medically anomalous. It does not happen. The finding alone demands that the primary accused be placed under police custody. But what did the Bhopal police do? Nothing. Yes, Sohail.
Let's imagine if this horrific crime, and God forbid, this one doesn't wish it on anyone. God forbid if this horrific crime had happened on a politician's relative or a member of parliament's relative. Do you think it would have taken the same trajectory? No. Raman Malik says, politicians are not involved. They may not be involved. But obviously the police does not have the courage to do what they do without either support or the benevolence of their political masters. Yeah. You saw how the police has turned in Bengal. Overnight, the marauders have become the protectors. So this utter rubbish that, politicians are not involved. Politicians, of course, are involved. The police has the gumption to do what they do with great aplomb because they don't care, because they've got someone's heart over their head. I mean, let's not be stupid and, puerile in our understanding of how the system works. So this utter nonsense has to stop. I love Shaina's, constant belief and optimism, and rightly so, that yes, things will happen. But when will they happen? It's not about if, it's about when will they happen. What will you tell Twisha's father? What will you tell other people who are looking up to a BJP government saying that these people are different from the Congress or from any other government? What will you tell people who have hope in the judiciary or hope in the police, as they should, as they must? So my question, Arnab, is you are not letting the system down. That is given. People have lost hope long ago. You are now ignoring. You are making the citizen totally disregard, disbelieve, and disrespect anything that is official because he has lost faith in your ability to be honest, truthful, and relevant. That is the bigger problem. The bigger problem is not only this particular case. The bigger problem is the citizen says, Goli maro, ye to hona hi hai hamare desh mein. When you become cynical and when you lose hope, that is the beginning of the end.
I have a lot of calls tonight.
One thing.
I have a lot of calls tonight and I'm going to take the calls. I just say one thing. Diljit is the criminal lawyer and Manish Bariyar, I hope you're hearing this. People vote for a government that in moments of difficulty, the people we voted for stand by us. Has the Madhya Pradesh government stood with the family of Twisha? In any genuine hanging, in genuine suicide by hanging, this kind of antemortem injuries don't happen. You cannot let the primary accused abscond. The ligature belt is seized 10 hours after the police are informed. Do the maths. The police are informed at night, Diljit. They claim they did a spot inspection immediately. But the ligature material, the single most important piece of evidence in this case, is not seized till 10 to 12 hours later.
As is the
The police should be sacked. This is being obviously deliberately done. This is a crisis for our criminal justice system, Diljit, because people are identifying with Twisha's case.
All right, Arnab, so I have a
People
point
are identifying Twisha's family is not alone, Diljit. Manish, Twisha's family is no longer alone. Yes, to you.
I agree with you, and given the circumstances which have been very clearly brought out by Republic TV right from day one, I would say that the immediate course of action which needs to be taken by the CBI is to rope in the investigating officer and the team of police officers who had visited the crime scene, because it is very clear that they have conspired.
You must first, you can't rope them in. You have to first put them also under interrogation.
Correct. You have to first accuse them of the offense of, disappearance of the evidence. It's very
absolutely.
And all this thing which is happening, this is ABCD of investigation. When you go for an investigation like this, you don't even have a look at the ligature material, and then you say it is a case of suicide. Even if it is a case of suicide, where is the material? Where is the ligature material which was used by her to commit suicide? 10 hours.
It's gone missing.
When Giribala was there in the house, she had 10 hours to manipulate the crime scene. And thereafter she calls the cops and thereafter says, well, this is the belt which has been left. And I agree with the counsel who's representing Twisha Sharma in court that this seems to be a ploy on the part of Giribala. It doesn't seem to be the material which was used, because this has come after 10 hours at the behest of Giribala.
Diljit, you're a criminal lawyer. Can all this fixing be done by a sub-inspector?
Absolutely, Arnab. It is very evident.
No, it must be with blessings from above.
Yes, agree with you. Because she has made 40 calls, 46 calls immediately in the period. What is that indicator of? It is indicator of the fact that she was trying to fix the system. And immediately they should include this particular charge of disappearance of evidence. They should rope in, even if it is the Director General of Police. Whosoever she has called up, they are the ones who become, suspects. At least in
but listen to me now. But when you say
file a criminal case against the Director General of Police in Madhya Pradesh and then see
and the commissioner.
Then see how quickly things will unravel. Diljit is right. Today the cover-up is because in India
have a look at the CDR.
In India, it's easy
which
to
he has
hit
made.
the lowest
All of them
rung.
should become accused in this. All of them should become accused. All the police officers who have been called.
In India, the lowest guy gets hit the hardest. You want to make an example? File a criminal case. Ask the CBI to investigate the Director General of Police and the Commissioner of Police, and then see what happens. All these guys will fall in line.
What happens, Suhail, in a normal case? You said what
work that is worrying.
No, in a normal case, the problem is that in our country, in our criminal justice system, there are two kinds of people, Manish. One are normal people, and the other are abnormal people. And the abnormal people are the powerful people. The abnormal people have abnormal rules. Giribala Singh falls in the abnormal category. That is why, as the primary accused, she hands over the DVR containing CCTV footage of her daughter-in-law's final moments 18 hours after the death. She's given 18 hours. Manish, she has been given by your system 18 hours to manipulate CCTV footage. And the police says, Honorable Judge, if you don't mind, if it doesn't displease your lordship, would you give us the CCTV footage? And she said, okay, wait for 18 hours, I'll give you what I can. In the meantime, she calls all the CCTV technicians, Jaldi aise karo, waise karo. The system is giving her time. Manish, the system is giving her time to manipulate. The system is giving her lots of time to manipulate. Why are you allowing all this? Why are you guys allowing all this?
Absolutely not, Arnab. Whatever the accused does, they do the best, but ultimately they do get caught. They do get
this is the punishment. That's your optimism.
Supreme Court, and Supreme Court took a suo moto intervention.
But this is despite that this has happened. No, see, all of this has happened before Supreme Court suo moto and all this. Whole thing has been fixed. Now what happens if they go before the Supreme Court and say, "Sir, sorry, my lordships, we have manipulated the evidence."
People do try, right? People do try.
No. But suppose they say, "Sorry, my lordships, the evidence has been manipulated."
And even the CBI takeover, a defensive government would have...
No, you are not understanding. This case has been taken over only because of media pressure. Nothing else.
I agree. But a defensive government would not hand it over so easily to
Government
CBI.
has not handed it over. Supreme Court took it over suo moto. I want Rhythm to come in on this. I'll open up lines. No.
You hinting into
and I think we can't be so giving whether it comes to the judiciary right here or whether it comes to what really happened. There are certain questions that are being raised. Sharma ji, I just...
Giribala, have you put their name on the file?
Raman Malik, I tell me one thing. Right, the chief was telling us,
Rhythm louder, Raman, go.
Any crime scene that is supposed to be kosher, a crime scene has to be kosher. Why will signature at that time was given by Giribala or Saman? Today, the sub-inspector will be made the fall guy like Arnab is telling us.
And the people...
Yeah, the sub-inspector will be made the fall guy. Raman, you're getting too much importance. Can you change the windows?
The sacrificial lamb. He will be the sacrificial lamb. The sub-inspector will be hauled over the coals. Nothing will happen to the politician.
And I'll just show full frame the pictures. I'll tell you I tell you viewers, the pictures which came from Tushar's cremation. And Navnidhi ji, I'm sorry, I have to show this
because I want people... Where is the Home Minister in all this? Where is the Madhya Pradesh Home Minister? Is there a Home Minister? Or is he at home? Where is the Home Minister?
And this visual, ladies and gentlemen, remember, Tushar's brother is a serving army officer. He's a major. And I want to use the opportunity and this platform to send a message to him and his father who are on my program, that they are not alone. If we, all of us, aware citizens, leave them alone, then trust me, ladies and gentlemen, there is no justice in this country. If this image does not move you and you still believe that let it be, let's imagine this does not happen to us so we don't need to look at it. This is what has happened. Powerful people have destroyed a family and they are now protecting themselves. I'm opening up to calls, but before that, Navnidhi ji wanted to say something. Navnidhi ji, over to you, and then our first caller will come in, please. Yeah.
सर, इसमें मैं ये सब लोगों से कहना चाहता हूँ, इन सब के अलावा एक बड़ा कल्प्रेट जो हम नहीं डिस्कस कर पाए हैं, वो है डॉक्टर त्रिपाठी, जिसने साजिश करके इस लड़की को पागल करने का, करार करने का जो है जुर्म किया है सर। एक लड़की एक दिन में पागल हो जाएगी।
वो कहां पे है नवनिधि जी? वो कहां पे काम करता है ये त्रिपाठी?
मतलब ये तो एक पुलिस वाला तो चलो उसकी हैबिट है दूर करने की, एक मेडिकल फैटर्निटी का आदमी बैठ करके एक पेपर लिख रहा है।
Who is this Tripathi? Where does he work, Arnab? Where does Tripathi work?
At the same hospital
where the postmortem happened.
नहीं वो गवर्नमेंट वो सरकारी
गवर्नमेंट नहीं है,
it's a private hospital. It's a private hospital where Giribala's sister is also a specialist.
Yes, Anurag has said it.
There you are.
It is a private hospital where Giribala's sister is also a specialist. And to my surprise, Arnab, I want to quote one thing today, that Twisha is no more, who was the only third person available in the house. She is no more. The only two persons available are Giribala and
accused and co-accused.
The entire investigation is believing the story which those two accused are telling, that she hung herself, that we saw that Giribala saw that she had hung herself. There is no photograph. They didn't get a time to click one photograph.
You're right, Anurag.
On the second floor is not known to anyone.
This is an incredible case where the version of the suicide is the version put out by the accused. The accused and the co-accused have put out a version that the rest of the media is putting out. Giribala, who's a retired judge, does not inform Twisha's parents. She does not call an ambulance. She calls 40 other people, including a sitting additional district judge. She calls the Lokayukta of Madhya Pradesh, Justice Satyendra Singh, 3 times at 9:58 a.m., 6:02 p.m. and 6:08 p.m. And if the Lokayukta of Madhya Pradesh, Justice Satyendra Singh, is watching the program, the nation wants to know, why did she make 3 calls to you? Did you receive 3 calls from Giribala at 9:58 a.m., 6:02 p.m. and 6:08 p.m.? She calls an IPS officer, Director General of the Home Guards, 6 times. She does not call the parents of Twisha. She calls the CCTV installer 2 times. She does not call the family of Twisha. Your daughter-in-law's body is not yet cold. You're working the phones. You are calling the Lokayukt. You are calling CCTV technicians when there is a death in your house. And then you say, oh, she killed herself. And then you don't sign the seizure note. And you fix the whole damn system. And then the Supreme Court, after 10 days of Republic's investigation, says, we take up the case suo moto. And now we are told, oh, sorry, the evidence went missing. You see, this is the ultimate cover-up. Ultimate cover-up. And remember, viewers, this is one case where Republic has picked it up. How many cases are there which we don't even get to know? How do we know we are not going to be next? You are not going to be next? How do you know, if you're watching this, that you won't be a victim and there won't be another judge or powerful bureaucrat or politician on the other side? Simant is calling from Bhopal. She lives close to Giribala's residence. Simant, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there, Arnab.
Tell me, what do you know, Simant?
So, Arnab, first of all, thank you for taking this call, which is really disturbing everybody around the country, not only in Bhopal. There's a deep anguish and anger with all of us. Now, it's an open and shut case of murder, which is being covered up. Let's be straight on this. There's a deep nexus of police, legal system and politician, including the medical fraternity of AIMS, which is very, very, very painful. And let me tell you that let the legal thing be handled by Anurag and team. They are very competent. I am very sure of them. But this is also a disrespect to our armed forces, where we see...
It's disrespect for our armed forces is one very important point made. Yes, please. But brother is a serving army officer.
The request, Arnab, here is that you are your channel and you are very powerful. Get the CM, Home Minister, Police Commissioner on your channel, on your program.
That's what I'm saying.
We need to ask those questions to them. They are answerable to all of us. They come to us for votes. They have given us a lot of assurances. Let the CM and Home Minister, they have not done any favor by giving 5 minutes to Mr. Sharma. It was their duty, basic duty. And so please make them come on your program, and we all want to ask those hard questions to them directly, and you can ask them. You have the power. We don't have the power. They can't let us even enter their offices. You can get get there. Your correspondents can
We will
on the
absolutely
channel.
do that, Simant. We will absolutely do that. I'm as angry as you on this. And, people tell me, Simant, why do you shout? I said, if you don't shout, nobody will be heard. And you notice today, the entire corporate media is keeping quiet on this. Why is the corporate media quiet on this? Because they want contracts in Madhya Pradesh? Because they do business in Madhya Pradesh? So they won't speak. They'll give up on the people, but keep their corporate interests going. Sridhar is calling in from Thane this evening. I have 3 more minutes. Sridhar, are you angry on this? What would you like to say?
Definitely, sir. Good evening, Arnab.
Good evening, Sridhar.
I'm really angry with this. You see, all powerful people have worked with Giribala. All powerful people have worked with Giribala to make the case weak. Okay? Evidences are missing. Mr. Dinesh is on leave. Why can't you cancel the leave and call him back? No. And summon all the people who are hand in glove involved. Check our phone lines. Call everyone. And we boast of Arnab, a double-engine sarkar. Why can't the centre instruct the Madhya Pradesh government to take hold of this case and solve it and bring it to a logical conclusion? The central government boast of double sarkar, engine sarkar. Let them actually intervene in this case. I am very much annoyed with this.
We are all very annoyed about this, A retired judge gets bail. She's going to come out in 2 days like this. The CBI will say, okay, we don't want a custodial interrogation. They've already said that. Which means Giribala, under your watch, Shaina, Raman, 3 days from now will be sitting at home and watching Netflix. This is the reality in our country.
It's not.
No, this is the reality in our country. You want to know how angry people are? You actually want to know how angry people are?
This is a case of gross dowry harassment and the misuse of power, which is evident. Whether it is the CCTV footage or the fact that the CBI had to recreate this case.
The mighty and the rich got through.
I really don't understand why you're allowing this. People are very angry. My phone lines are jammed. Subramaniam is calling from Bengaluru. Subramaniam, you want to say something, Mr. Subramaniam?
Yeah. Good evening, Arnab.
Why don't you speak directly to Twisha's father? He's here right now.
Yeah, I was actually coming to that. My heart goes out to you, sir. We have been seeing that Arnab has been single-handedly taking the whole thing forward, using his best resources. And I think he's been doing an amazing, eye-opening job. Arnab, my question to you, throughout this debate, there are so many alternatives which are being proposed, so many solutions which are being there. It seems like you are running a mini tutorial class for the CBI. What are they doing? To summon and to include a commissioner of police or to a DGP into the case, does the CBI need to have a tutorial class? Come on, I think people are joking. The nation needs to get serious.
You remember
needs to get serious.
This is a very serious case. The Solicitor General himself told the Supreme Court that bail was granted to the accused in a very casual and hurried manner. Now, the CBI should investigate and put under serious interrogation the police commissioner and all the police of Bhopal. If you want to investigate, जिन्होंने cover up किया उनको पूछिए पहले. सब बताएंगे. क्यों अनुराग जी? देव बताएंगे तब कि कहां से क्या हुई है. I wanted Navnidhi ji, you are not alone, huh? Sohail, we owe it to Navnidhi ji. It is very difficult for his family at this time, and his son has joined duty again. His son, the Indian Army Major, has joined duty again. It is our duty to support him.
Absolutely.
So sad, this case. LP Joshi is calling from New Delhi. We are all shocked tonight at what's going on in this country. LP Joshi, please.
Yeah. Hi, Arnab. Sir. Entire country, every citizen is quite repulsed by the manner in which this case has happened. And, there is a cover-up. It is quite evident. Now, only one thing which I would like to say here is that the Americans take their citizens very, very seriously. Forget about a citizen. Even if an American dog dies somewhere, they will take it very, very seriously and sky would fall. So when we talk about Swarnim Bharat, so first thing that we need to ensure before talking about all these, things is that every Indian citizen must get the basic justice. Wherein something wrong has happened to him, then no power can, play anything there. The person should get justice.
Yes, Mr. Joshi, I agree. I said that you can't be Viksit Bharat if this is the state of the criminal justice system in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, we're picking this case up. If we try to say that the Ankita Bhandari case, there will be no justice, in the Pune Porsche case, there will be no justice, then what has changed in the Jessica Lal case of 1999? What has changed in our country in 30 years? That's a question I need to put to you tonight. Let's not give leeway to Giribala. She needs to be locked up. If she comes out, then the whole case collapses. To the politicians, we're watching. The people are watching. At 9 o'clock tonight, the chaos in POK. And why I believe what Rajnath Singh said is about to come true. POK will break up and come to us on its own.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question.
Siddharth is back on TV.
Back with the latest cars and bikes, staying ahead of the curve to simplify your car and bike decisions. Budget, mileage, features, safety, resale. I've answered it all for over 2 decades. Power, comfort, tech and efficiency, and not just what's on the brochure or app. Real roads, real conditions, real stories, and real information. So everything that's right for you is on Echo Drive on Republic TV.
Optoroma, manual winding. 4 लोगों के पास है ये।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद, सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Today, we should make it clear that all of us here in India stand with the brave people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir who have decided to come together and fight the brutal force, the killing and the butchery unleashed on them by the Pakistan army. Ladies and gentlemen, what the Pakistan army, what Mullah Munir's army is doing is terrible. It has, over the last 24 to 48 hours, killed at least 100 people and injured about 500. I wish to share some horrific pictures of what the Pakistani army is doing on the brave people of Pakistan, occupied Kashmir, who want to come back to Bharat. Visual number 1. A man being shot down repeatedly by Pakistani rangers. Just look at him there, ladies and gentlemen. This is happening. A man in the traditional attire of people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is being shot at through a volley of shots being fired on him by Pakistani rangers. Then he gets hit and he falls down. He tries to get up but is shot at again, forcing him to stay down. These are real visuals of the last 24 hours. There is a massacre in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Visual 2. Pakistani army officials shooting, firing AK-47s directly and randomly at a crowd of unarmed civilians. They are not firing the AK-47s in the air. There are no warning shots which are delivered. They are directly attacking the people and killing unarmed protesters. Dear visuals, these visuals coming here on Republic, ladies and gentlemen, are telling you only maybe 1% of the situation on the ground, which is very bad. Then you see another visual, ladies and gentlemen, visual number 3, of a man being attacked by 4 to 5 Pakistani rangers. He is someone seeking independence from Pakistan. and one ranger punches the man in the face despite being hit. This brave man continues to stand back against the rangers one after the other and tries to run past a group of Pakistani rangers. This kind of brutalization is common. But the people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir must know that the day is not far. The Pakistani army has already lost control, and they're only doing this. They're only doing this because they know they are losing. In this case, the man says, shoot me, he says. Listen to the audio. This is what is happening in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Visual 4. A series of continuous shots are heard in the background, indicating that the Pakistani rangers are non-stop shooting at unarmed people. We are seeing smoke on the streets of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We hear the people whistling, undeterred civilians of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir who are braving the firing of the Pakistani rangers. The crowd moves forward, does not relent despite the firing. Dear viewers, you cannot continue these massacres and hope to control the situation. Visual 4. This is the most telling visual, where the protesters are now beginning to chase the Pakistani army ahead of the protests. In this visual, you will see a swarm of Pakistani rangers running along with their vehicles. It must be easily at least 50 rangers here who are running, and after this herd of Pakistani rangers, we see the free and independent people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir chasing them. This picture should be sent to Mullah Munir. Mullah Munir, this is your cowardly army being chased away by the people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Remember, at this point of time, while we see these visuals, it is very important for us to remember the words of our Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and what he had said, almost with a prophetic air about Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Let's play this.
पीओके अपने आप आएगा, चिंता क्यों करते हैं? पीओके में अब डिमांड होने लगी। आपने सुना होगा एक दो बार कुछ लोगों ने नारेबाजी की थी कि पीओके को आक्रमण करके हड़पने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। वो तो हमारा पड़ोसी है ही, वो हमारा है ही पीओके। और पीओके के लोग स्वयं ये कहेंगे कि मैं भी भारत हूँ और वह दिन आने वाला है।
Meanwhile, there has been a report that has been put out by a Stockholm-based institute, of which I have a copy, the SIPRI yearbook. It's a Stockholm-based think tank, which has said that India during Operation Sindoor has successfully targeted nuclear installations and infrastructure of Pakistan, which means that during Operation Sindoor, we hit where it hurts the most. Meanwhile, unknown gunmen continue to kill terrible people in Pakistan. One of them, Hamza Burhan, the key planner of the Pulwama terror attack, was shot dead by unknown gunmen in Muzaffarabad POK, hit with multiple bullets. This is the man who planned the massacre and executed the massacre in Pulwama. Ladies and gentlemen, he had been rehabilitated in Muzaffarabad and he has been killed by unknown gunmen. Eventually, I just want to share one point. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the visuals and not carry out any more graphics. I just want to show the visuals once again of that one man being chased down the road by the Pakistani army and shooting. To everyone in Pakistan who may be watching this video, this is happening to people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Stand up against it. Realize what a coward Asim Munir is. To the people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, hang in there and continue and do not stop fighting injustice. Victory will be yours. All of us are with you. Let's debate.
Communication blackouts, arrests, escalating tensions, and human rights violations. This is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Pakistani forces opened fire at protesters in Rawalkot and Muzaffarabad.
बात को कोई होश के नाखुन लेने चाहिए। ये जो यूज ऑफ फोर्स है, ये जो आपका माइंड सेट है, लाहौर से 2 अफसरान को लाकर कश्मीर पे मुसल्लत किया गया है। ये वही अफसर है जिसकी अभी भी वीडियो पड़ी हुई है सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर, जो कहता है 1000 बंदा मार दो तो पाकिस्तान के हालात दुरुस्त हो सकते हैं।
30 unarmed civilians killed in cold blood and over 200 injured. Pakistan's brutal human rights violation is out for all to see.
क्या जुर्म है इन ताजरों ने आज तक क्या किया? क्या ये दहशतगर्द है? या मुझे ये बताओ कि ये जो ये गोलियां बसा रहे हैं ये दहशतगर्द है? हमारा पूरा ताजर, सारे ताजर, किसी के पास एक डंडा भी नहीं है।
The protest against inflation has quickly turned into an anti-Pak, anti-Munir chorus. The area has plunged into one of its worst crises in years.
तमाम दुकानें बंद हैं, तमाम कारोबारी मरकज़ बंद हैं और हमारा जो मुतालबा है हुकूमत पाकिस्तान से, हुकूमत आज़ाद कश्मीर से, वो बिल्कुल चंद और छोटे और जायज़ मुतालबात हैं हमारे। जब तक ये पूरे नहीं किए जाते तब तक दुकानें बंद ही रहेंगी, इसी तरह हड़ताल जारी रहेगी।
The international condemnation is growing louder. Over 50 British parliamentarians have written to the Pakistani government condemning the brutality.
My message again and plea to the governments of Pakistan and Azad Kashmir, and in particular the Prime Minister of Pakistan, is we must lift the lockdown immediately, restore full communications immediately, and resume peaceful table talks and negotiations immediately, at the heart of which must be respect for Kashmiri human rights.
India's External Affairs Ministry has issued a strong statement calling the violations a desperate bid to cover up for Munir's failures.
We continue to see in this context a pattern of fake news and videos emanating from Pakistan. It is a desperate attempt by Pakistan to cover up its own failings and deflect attention away from its human rights abuses. There are reports of police brutality, which you would have seen. There are several reports in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in which several people have been killed. There are several more who have been injured. We hope the international community will hold Pakistan accountable for its misdeeds and its abuses.
Pakistan's double game has been exposed. An authoritarian country cracking down on occupied regions cannot and must not be allowed to play false mediator.
Samar, you're with us tonight, and along with General Bishambar Dayal, I welcome you both tonight. We have a situation in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, which is truly unfortunate. Major Sheikh Nadeem. Major Nadeem, can you hear me? Yeah, this is very bad. We saw the pictures of the way people are being killed there, right? 100 people killed, 500 injured. Some of the reports are very frightening. Major Bishambar Dayal, did you see the pictures of the way individuals are being shot? I have with me also joining us right now Amjad Ayub Mirza, well-known activist of POK. Dr. Mirza, you saw the pictures of individuals being killed by the Pakistan Rangers on the streets. One man being shot at by 10 people and being killed. Yes, you saw that? Yes. Dr. Mirza?
Yes,
what is your latest information on the ground first? What's happening there in Muzaffarabad and elsewhere?
I've watched those footages, and there are plenty of more footages coming in. I've seen this one, yeah, and he shot again, and he fell.
Multiple times he's being shot, you know, so...
Multiple times, yeah. So I've been told that in Rawalakot on the night of the 7th of June, there were bodies riddled with bullets. One body had 25 bullets in it. You know, he was shot 25 times. I don't know, maybe more than one ranger personnel shot at him, or they used automatic weapons with rapid fire. Today, already 7 people at least have been killed today in POJK, 5 in Kotli, 1 in Nakyal, and 1 in Mirpur have been shot dead. One of them was a guy who had just come back from Australia. He had a doctorate degree, and he was shot dead. Similarly, Aziz Malik, Rahim Subhani, and Ihtisham has been killed as well. They have been killed by the Pakistan military, and this is not a riot thing. This is Pakistan has attacked after 79 years. Pakistan has done the same that it did on the 22nd of October 1947. This is an invasion. You see, the POJK Prime Minister says he has no knowledge of the troops coming in. POJK, Pakistan cannot send troops in POJK unless the Prime Minister of POJK, with the approval of the President of POJK, make a formal written request to Pakistan to send forces in POJK. So no such letter was issued by the POJK government. No such information was given by the Pakistan army. They just sent in thousands of troops, and they began massacring, at least according to my information from local people, 400 plus people have been killed between the 7th and the night of the 7th and the 8th June. And they have repeated 22nd of October 1947, while the male were outside protesting or being shot at. The women were by themselves in the houses, and Pakistan army and security forces, they entered the houses in pitch black darkness because they had cut the power and electricity. They looted all the gold, little bit gold that our women, they keep in the house for rainy day. They took away all most of the, what they call it, electric devices.
His audio is, Major Nadeem, just wait your audio. You have to unmute yourself, but let him complete. Yeah. Let him complete.
Is he sitting at AJK? Is he belongs to AJK? Sometimes he labeled as Balochi, and sometimes he becomes a Kashmiri as well.
There is a lot of evidence, and at the moment, pitch battles are taking place. There are areas in POJK where the Rangers has been forced to retreat, but generally speaking,
please ask him where is he sitting now.
Helpless.
He must be sitting somewhere inside India.
No, this is a Pakistani, Pakistani hai ye. Isko bolne do, inki aadat hai.
You just let me know whether you are narrating a story as if you are sitting in the AJK. You are not at all sitting in the AJK. Right? You are hiding somewhere else outside Pakistan. Yes, I know. I knew. Thank you very much for showing this. I knew, Mr. Amjad. Thank you very much for showing this. Right? For you people, we have kept this, right? For you people, we keep this.
Put it down.
Okay.
Put it down. The man pulls out. The ISI colonel pulls out a revolver. 1 minute. The ISI Samar, you saw that.
Right?
You saw that. Towards the activist from POK, he pulls out a revolver. He pulls out a revolver on a program tonight. He showed his real intention. Samar.
Situation of paranoia. They are shit scared right now. ये इन्हें अपने घरों के अंदर सिक्योरिटी नहीं मिल रही है. ये पिस्तौलें तकियों के नीचे लेके सोते हैं. ये बाथरूम भी जाते हैं तो पिस्तौल लेके जाते हैं.
Audio one by the.
This is what you have come to. So Major Nadeem, ये जो अपनी बुज़दिली है ना, ये बुज़दिली जो तुमने अभी टीवी के ऊपर दर्शाई है, you can take it if the sun doesn't shine. My kids know how to play with these toys. तो पहली चीज तो जहाँ तक morality है, आपने 100
समझ लो ना,
पाकिस्तान के लोगों को मारा मुरीद के में, उनका क्या? आपने यूएस काउंसुलेट पे नकली इनकाउंटर करवा के ही अपने 9-10 बंदे मरवाए, उनका क्या? और आज जब पीओजेके का नौजवान उठ रहा है, वो इसलिए उठ रहा है क्योंकि वो जाग चुका है, क्योंकि इंटरनेट अवेलेबल है, उसे पता है कि मेजर नदीम की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पाकिस्तान आर्मी पैसे खा चुकी है.
Okay, viewers, the ultimate sign of desperation on my program. Major Nadeem, first of all, Major Nadeem, listen to me. Listen to me.
Can I get a chance?
Well, just one minute. Major Nadeem has been told by the Pakistani army that the ISI has a use and throw policy. He takes money from ISI, so anytime they can bump him off. That's why he keeps a revolver next to himself. But this is the extreme limit of today. Today the ISI Nadeem has shown a revolver on my program. Right?
I am showing this revolver to this bloody traitor. He is a traitor.
If you shoot, Nadeem, if you shoot, you will only hurt your camera.
But he is sitting in India.
You are threatening him. No. He's threatening him.
Yes.
ये बड़ा दोबारा दिखाओ. ये किसी ने रखा पिस्टल? मेरे लिए रखा है. बोल डॉक्टर अमजद, तेरे लिए पिस्टल रखा है. अगर तेरे अंदर माँ का दूध पिया ना, मेरी बात सुन, तूने अगर माँ का दूध पिया ना, तो पिस्तौल दिखा के बोल डॉक्टर अमजद ये पिस्टल तेरे लिए रखा है मैंने. माँ का दूध पिया तो दिखा पिस्टल, और ऐसे करके बोल डॉक्टर अमजद ये तेरे लिए पिस्टल रखा है. माँ का दूध पिया तो दिखा. माँ का दूध पिया तो दिखा. अगर किसी खोपड़ी का दूध पिया तो वो अलग बात है, लेकिन अगर माँ का दूध पिया
तो ये तेरी खोपड़ी में सुराख मारूंगा, ये खोपड़ी में. ठीक है? यू कम ओवर टू द
पिस्तौल दिखा ना. पिस्टल किधर है? खिलौना है.
यू आर सिटिंग
प्लास्टिक का पिस्टल.
यू आर
प्लास्टिक का पिस्टल. प्लास्टिक का पिस्टल. प्लास्टिक का पिस्टल.
आई विल टेल यू, आई विल लेट यू नो ये क्या होता है और लोहे का पिस्टल क्या होता है. हाँ, इसी ठीक है ना, इसके बीच में से मारूंगा तेरे माथे पे. ठीक है? हाँ, ठीक है ना.
पहले जो तुम्हारी पीठ पे गोलियां लगी हैं, जाके पीओजेके में जो तुम्हारी पीठ पे जो गोलियां हमारे लोगों ने मारी हैं, जो तुम्हें मारा है, पहले वो देखो. पहले अब डर गया, पिस्टल नहीं दिखा रहा. अब डर गया, इसको रियलाइज हो गया कि मैंने लाइव टीवी में पिस्टल दिखा दी है. इसको ये रियलाइज हो गया है. ये तो प्रॉक्सी, तुम इंटरनेशनल टेररिस्ट हो.
ठीक है?
बोल फॉर यू तपनी पई है ना, उन ये बार लगनी भी है, उसे तपनी भी है ना, उन तपाई है ना तुसा की मारी
तेरे जैसे गद्दारों के लिए मीर जाफर की औलाद, तेरे जैसे गद्दारों के लिए
सरदार इब्राहिम गद्दार था, जिसने जो है पाकिस्तानी फौज के साथ मिलकर अपनी रियासत के खिलाफ बगावत की. मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना गद्दार था. मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना गद्दार नहीं है, मातृभूमि के साथ धोखा किया.
मुसलमानों का
लियाकत अली खान गद्दार था. सारे वो लोग जिन्होंने पाकिस्तान की मुस्लिम लीग की तहरीक में हिस्सा लिया, वो सब हम तो बेवतन है. हमारा तो जन्म हुआ, पूर्ण जन्म, दूसरा जन्म.
मुसलमानों का गद्दार है, मुसलमानों का. तो मुसलमानों का
मुसलमान
पाकिस्तान का
चल
तो सिर्फ पाकिस्तान का
मुसलमानों का.
1 minute, just 1 minute. Nadeem, just control yourself for 2 minutes. Just control yourself for 2 minutes. Viewers, I want to tell you.
सब बातें इसकी समझता हूँ.
Now it has come to such a situation for Pakistanis.
लेकिन वो रिकॉर्ड हो गया.
नहीं, 1 minute. Mirza Saab, 1 minute.
Sorry.
My point is that, see, these Pakistanis, इनके दिमाग के अंदर 1971 घुसा हुआ है. इसलिए they come to the program पिस्तौल लेकर. ये इतने डरे हुए हैं, भारत के सबसे बड़े न्यूज नेटवर्क में आए हैं आज. They are so scared of coming on the largest news network of India, which reaches 500 million people, that he has come armed with a pistol. And on my program, he's sitting there with a pistol in his right hand.
I keep it.
He's so afraid of my questions that he's defending himself with a pistol. He's so afraid of my questions that he's come defending himself with a pistol.
It is not.
Now I want to ask you this. 1 minute, please. Major Nadeem, Hey, relax.
I can hear you.
Relax, Nadeem. You're drunk.
Don't shout.
You're drunk.
No. It is haram.
You're
it is
drunk.
illegal in
I don't know
religion.
what is haram, but you're drunk.
I drink only Pepsi.
But you're drunk.
Only Pepsi is available.
But you're behaving drunk. I'm not telling you. Maybe you're
available.
not drunk, but you're behaving like a drunk man with a pistol. And drunk man with a pistol is a dangerous man.
I will shout. If you will shout, I will shout.
General Dayal, he's drunk and he's got a pistol with him.
Yeah.
And who comes on a TV show to wave a pistol?
This is our jewelry.
He's got a psychological problem. The guy is psychologically deranged.
Obviously.
He's come on Republic with a pistol.
People.
After Sindoor, I tell you, after we fired the BrahMos where it hurts, even when they go for a morning walk, they carry a pistol.
Yes, I do carry. Arnab, I do carry. It is our toy. It is the jewelry. Right? We keep it with us.
Hey, chill, man. Okay.
Always.
Yeah, your jewelry was of no use in 1971. Your jewelry was of no use in 1971 when we broke you into two.
First we broke you.
Jewelry.
First we broke the India. Right? First we broke in 1947. Remember?
General Dayal, I just have one question that if they are... is that Sajjad Tareen, if I see here that... Sajjad Tareen, the Pakistani ex-army officer, Chaudhry Naeem Karim, the Pakistani ex-army officer comes and shows a pistol on India's largest news channel. He thinks he's being very brave. Now my question is this, that if your Pakistani army is actually so brave, do you see those pictures there where the people in Pakistan occupied Kashmir are chasing the rangers and chasing the army people? First the army shoots, then the people come together and they chase the army away. 500 people have reportedly been injured, over 100 people killed in 24 hours. What kind of bravery is that you are displaying? And if the army is, why is the army having to retreat? These pictures of Rawalkot in Pakistan occupied Kashmir are authentic pictures. Can you please tell us, leave all this, the big talk aside. What's going on in POK right now?
What these pictures are showing is only a mob of extremist people who are trying to kill the police. Not the police. Who is running behind? Just see your own videos, on your pictures, what is going on there. The basic phenomenon, just try to understand what is the basic phenomenon about these people. Because the new election is coming in AJK, and these people have no political affiliation with anyone. And how much relaxation has been given to these people 3 days before? Out of 38 demands, 35 demands has been fulfilled by the government and all the political parties. But ultimately, what they have done 2 days before, they have killed the police. 7 policemen has been killed in AJK. And after that, next day, all political parties and government has arranged a meeting and they have banned this organization. This is a private organization. The guy, the name Shaukat Kashmiri, he's sitting in UK. And what he's doing from UK, he's just manipulating AJK elections. It is not possible. AJK have a political affiliation.
Bishambar Dayal, can you unmute yourself?
Just yes, I don't know who's what was he saying. 100 officers has been killed.
Chaudhry Naeem Karim, Chaudhry Sahab, Chaudhry Karim, General Bishambar Dayal wants to counter you, and then I'll come back to you. Right. General Dayal is countering you from New Delhi. That is Chaudhry Naeem Karim from Lahore. Chaudhry Naeem Karim, please listen to the General Dayal, because our sense on the ground is something very different. People are asking for wheat, atta, electricity.
I will give you the reality. After listening to him, I will give you the exact facts.
Okay, let him
I will give you the reality. Just if you can put him, Arnab, see, there is no other truth than the reality is that Pak has been continuously, Pakistani army and ISI have been committing these atrocities in POK for last 70 years. It's nothing new. They've been eliminating important leaders. They've been eliminating influential families. They have been changing the demography. They have completely exploited this area. They have this area has become absolutely backward. And now and now they want to change they want to change their assembly itself, which itself is almost nominated, and they want to now nominate further 12 people. So these rights are absolutely genuine. People are asking for their roti. These people have completely, you don't know the state inside actually. And thank you, Arnab, for showing this to the country. I'm really kudos to you that you have brought up this critical issue, not only to our nation, but to international community. These atrocities are committing, and these numbers are very less what you're quoting here. Let me tell you, Arnab, the basic issue is, my anguish is that these are our people. Atrocities this is our area. And these people, ISI and Pak armies, committing atrocities every day. And we are just issuing statements. It's time to teach these people a very, very strong lesson. And liberate this area. This is our area. I'm unhappy with the defense minister also for making a half-baked statement. They need to be put on warning. You cannot do this. You are not only changing the demography, now you want to change the even nominated even
Sir Arnab, let's have.
Wait. Sir, Nadeem, shut up. I don't know who made Nadeem. I don't want to talk to you because I don't know who made you a major. You don't even know that a weapon is not to be publicly displayed like this.
They are getting 6 rupees per kilo.
He's displaying the pistol. Keep your pistol away.
Arnab, why do you call such people?
Keep your pistol away.
15 rupees.
Why do you call such people?
They are charging, and we are charging them 6 rupees per kilometer.
Arnab, it is
not in the whole.
No, he's right. One minute. In the course of a program, 1 minute.
Let's talk
One minute. General, I want to say this. 1 minute. General, I'm coming to you, General. I just want to tell.
Let's talk facts.
No, but I want to tell Major Nadeem that General is absolutely right. You have no right to display a weapon. You have no right to display a weapon on a television program.
Who has taught him this? Where has he learned this? Is he human? Is he human? We are dealing. If he can show this, imagine what they are doing to people in POK. Arnab, you must.
Sir, he's a traitor.
These people are.
Sir, he's a traitor, sir.
If he can show this, so these people needs to be sorted out. Arnab, this is not by debate, but by India to take a proper action.
We will also
this is
sort them out. Sir, you see, this man is a traitor. He is Pakistani.
Take your pistol away.
Remove
your pistol.
Nobody is a traitor here.
And he is wearing the Indian flag.
Remove your pistol. It's coming in my frame.
Absolutely.
In my shoe.
You can see the pistol, ladies and gentlemen.
Arnab, please listen to me. Just shut up this gentleman. Arnab, just shut up this gentleman.
I say
he's showing a flag because he belongs to India.
Remove your
pistol. Because POK is Indian. He is showing the correct thing. He's showing a flag because POK is India. You guys are sitting there. Arnab, it is time to come to violate the UN resolution where UN said that they must withdraw the army and then we must carry out plebiscite. We must throw away Pak army from there, Pak ISI from POK. Its time has come. We can't let our people suffer. They are changing the demography. This is the right time to resolve this issue once for all.
Come and let's have. Why are you sitting there? Come to the Wada, sir.
Nothing.
Okay.
Friend, listen. You're not an army person. You are some, I don't know from where Arnab has dug you out to bring you on this television channel.
Whatever you say.
I don't want to talk to you.
Remove the pistol.
Listen, Nadeem. I can come to anywhere in Pakistan tomorrow. I have no fear from you people. You must understand. I wish my government takes action. What I'm saying, it is time to liberate our people. These are our people. This is our area. POK is India's part. We cannot let you people commit atrocities on our people. Listen, you cannot change the demography. We cannot allow you to change the demography.
If you have the
look at the
come and liberate them.
Look at the development figures.
आ रहा हूँ मैं तू आ मुझे ना POJK में आ तू मुझे वहाँ मिल POJK में आके मिल मुझे तो तेरी पतलून उतार के चौक में लगाएंगे डडियाल चौक में तेरी पैंट लटकाऊंगा मैं आ तू आ ना मैं आ रहा अब हमें आकर लड़ना पड़ेगा, हमें पीओजेके की धरती पे उतरना पड़ेगा और हम धरती पे उतर के लड़ेंगे तुम लोगों से, निकालेंगे तुम्हें। वो बगावत जिसका इंतजार था वो बगावत
के लिए
तुम लोगों ने तोड़ दिया। पाकिस्तान फौज ने 71 में तोड़ा, फिर बलूचिस्तान टूट रहा है, अब ये भी टूटेगा। ऐसे क्यों बैठता है, ऐसे क्यों बैठता है, ऐसे क्यों बैठता है? कॉन्फिडेंस की कमी है, कॉन्फिडेंस की कमी है, ऐसे क्यों बैठता है? ऐसे बैठना मेरी तरह, ऐसे बैठता है, कॉन्फिडेंस ही नहीं है। बॉडी लैंग्वेज देखो इसकी। अब ये दोबारा जिंदगी में कभी पिस्तौल नहीं दिखाएगा, ये जिंदगी में पिस्तौल नहीं दिखाएगा कभी। ये नशे में इसने लहरा दिया, एकदम इसको हिट हुआ है, इसको होश आई है कि मैंने ये क्या कर दिया है। ये अब ये दिखाए ना, कभी भी नहीं दिखाएगा पिस्तौल, इसमें जुर्रत ही नहीं है इतनी, तेरे में जुर्रत ही नहीं है तू दोबारा दिखाए पिस्तौल।
तेरे माथे पे 10th होल ना हुआ, 10th होल। Remember, you will bleed from 10 hole, not 9. 10 holes, you will bleed. Remember this.
10 होल तो जगह ही नहीं है 10 होल की, वो किधर मारेगा 10 होल?
मैं तुझे कर दूंगा।
You are threatening to kill me, yeah? You are threatening to assassinate me, is that right?
The fact is, ladies and gentlemen, that what we are seeing today is a mindset issue. I can tell you, Samar, what we have seen today with a Pakistani ex-officer who I believe is intoxicated. He has come with a pistol and is threatening a POK activist, which only proves, Samar, I want to bring in Adnan, that situation is very bad on the ground. Now, Adnan, you saw the pictures, right? You saw that a lot of protesters are chasing the Pakistani army. Initially, the initial visuals, the Pakistani army is shooting down one single man. Now, that is cowardice. This visual has gone global, viral globally. Can we run it? Adnan, have a look at it. One man is being repeatedly shot by about 10 Pakistani Rangers, and he falls down. You see that on the visuals on the right. This is, I mean, only a cowardly army can do that. And this picture has gone viral across the entire world. People are asking, what has happened to the Pakistani army? Have they gone mad? Does anybody behave like this? Is this, I mean, even in Jallianwala, this is a repeat of Jallianwala Bagh situation, you know. Right? Even the British did not do this. So, but why? You see, this will, Abbas, one minute. Adnan, you can't say nothing has happened. Something is happening. Right? This is only going to make things worse.
Something big is happening in Pakistan, Pakistani Kashmir. But देखो जितनी कॉमेडी इस शो में हो गई है, I think कुछ रिपोर्ट कर लिया जाए.
By the way, Samar, is this comedy? This man being shot is comedy.
What is this?
No, but don't use the word comedy to describe what is happening in POK. That's very insensitive, huh?
अबे यार भाई रिपोर्ट कर लो ना.
नहीं भाई मैं समझ रहा हूँ मगर इसको कॉमेडी मत बोलिए आप.
आज तू यार तू चीजों को रिपोर्ट करो भाई.
मैं जो कह रहा हूँ, जो तस्वीरें आपको मैं दिखा रहा हूँ, जो तस्वीरें आपको मैं दिखा रहा हूँ,
टॉक शो इज अ कॉमेडी टॉक शो.
आप तो फिर आप तो आए ना मेरे प्रोग्राम में, तो मैं आपकी जिस तरह से हजामत करनी है मैं हजामत करूंगा आपकी.
अरे भाई मैं आ गया हूं ना.
आप आए हैं तो हजामत करेंगे. आई एम आस्किंग यू.
अगर नहीं हो अर्नब गोस्वामी तो करो हजामत. आया हूं, करो हजामत.
तो मैं यही पूछ रहा हूं.
मुझे तो नहीं पता कि तुम नहीं हो.
देखिए अदनान, द पाकिस्तानी आर्मी इज शूटिंग ऑन अनआर्म्ड पीपल. मैंने विजुअल आपको दिखा दिए. एक आदमी आफ्टर बीइंग हिट इज बीइंग चेस्ड बाय 10 पीपल. इन विजुअल्स को आप कैसे जस्टिफाई करेंगे, ये बताइए मुझे.
मैं जवाब दूं इसका. मैं जवाब दूं?
दीजिए ना. 10 बार पूछ चुका हूं.
देखिए इस तरह के विजुअल्स ठीक है, ये विजुअल से मैं डिनाई नहीं कर रहा. आपने अभी तक 40 मिनट का प्रोग्राम किया अर्नब गोस्वामी. आपने हिंदुस्तान की आवाम को वहां की सिचुएशन रिपोर्ट नहीं की. आप वहां की सिचुएशन रिपोर्ट कीजिए. यस, जो हुआ है कश्मीर में गलत हुआ है, नहीं होना चाहिए था, पर उसके बैकग्राउंड को बताइए. और मैं उसके खिलाफ हूं जो कश्मीर में हुआ है. आपने एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को ऑल ऑफ द सडन बैन कर दिया. मैं मुखालिफ हूं इस बात का. नहीं करना चाहिए था. गवर्नमेंट ने जो एक्ट किया वो बहुत गलत था. लोगों से उनके राइट्स ले लिए गए, ये बहुत गलत है. और ये कोई मतलब सिर्फ पाकिस्तान में नहीं हो रहा भाई. अगर इसको कंपेयर करने बैठे हैं तो हिंदुस्तान में मणिपुर में क्या होता है, लद्दाख में क्या हुआ, हिंदुस्तान वाले कश्मीर में क्या होता है. नहीं यार समर, एक सेकंड यार मेरी सुन लेना भाई. मेरी सुन ले मुझे पता
इंडिया को
मुझे पता तू बहुत बड़ा कॉमेडियन है वो मैं तेनू ऐसियां जुगता मारनी है तेनू समझ नहीं आने के दर्द कितने कितने होया ते गल सुन ले किसी दी सुन भी नहीं किसी दी सुन भी नहीं दी
जरूरत नहीं है हमें पाकिस्तान
आप रेप करवा रहे हो आप हरास कर रहे हो कोई पब्लिक स्पीचेस नहीं कोई गैदरिंग नहीं शूट एट साइट
इंटरनेट बंद
को अरेस्ट करवा रहे हो आप क्या चाहते हो
वो श्रीनगर में क्या होता है वेस्ट बंगाल में क्या हुआ यार अभी इलेक्शन हुआ ना अभी इलेक्शन हुआ वेस्ट बंगाल में क्या किया आपने
आप रेंजर्स को बुला रहे रेंजर्स को मार रहे अब पाकिस्तान आर्मी आएगी फिर पाकिस्तान
रिपोर्ट किया ना बताया गया ना उस पर डिबेट किया गया ये कॉमेडी
one minute louder now I want to tell you see I'll tell you one thing Adnan मेरी बात सुनिए 2 मिनट
मेरी
दो मिनट General Dayal is with me on the program 2 minutes Adnan first of all ये जो बात आप कह रहे हैं कि जो आपकी सरकार कर रही है बहुत गलत कर रही है एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को बैन करके जो JAAC पार्टी है ये बात मुझे मत बताइए ये जो इधर नशे में बैठे हुए हैं मेजर नदीम जो गोली मारने को जो पिस्तौल दिखा रहे हैं प्रोग्राम पे और कह रहे हैं कि जो हमने किया अच्छा किया ये मैंने नहीं कहा आप ये बात 1 मिनट अदनान जी 1 मिनट मेरी बात सुनिए अदनान जी जरा तसल्ली से 1 मिनट अदनान जी ये बात आप जो बात मुझे आपने कही ये बात आप मेजर नदीम को बोलिए ये बात आप में हिम्मत है तो इधर हमारे PMLN के इधर लीडर है लाहौर से उनको बोलिए जो ये कह रहे हैं हमने जो किया बड़ा अच्छा किया
Yes. नहीं
आप उनको बोलिए ना
ये पेड लोग हैं
नदीम
हिंदुस्तान के पेड लोग हैं भाई हिंदुस्तान के पेड लोग हैं जो यूके में बैठ के काम कर रहे हैं ये कौन सी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है अदनान साहब मुझे तो ये बता दें क्या नाम है इस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का आई डोंट नो ये कहां से आई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी आपने उनको बिजली 3 रुपए की दे दी 1 मिनट जस्ट लिसन 3 रुपए की बिजली दे दी 15 रुपए वाली बिजली आपने उनको आटा दे दिया जो पूरे पाकिस्तान में 4000 का मिलता आपने 2000 में उनको दे दिया अब कैसी बातें कर रहे हैं कौन सी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी वो उठती है रात को आगे अपने लोगों को पुलिस को मारना शुरू कर देती है आप कौन सी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की बात कर रहे हैं
रात को कर दी जाती है
सब ने पूरे AJK उनको रिजेक्ट किया AJK ने उसको रिजेक्ट किया
नईम जी
कोई AJK ने उसको रिजेक्ट किया देयर इज नो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी
मैं आपको नईम जी और अदनान
नईम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लोग हैं
और अदनान
इतना तो हिंदुस्तान के लोग हैं भाई वो किधर से आ गए ये मिर्जा साहब के साथी हैं वो ये मिर्जा साहब के साथ उनको बैठाएं ये हमारे पाकिस्तान के लोग हैं ही नहीं है जो वहां पे बैठे हैं आप उनको फंडिंग कर रहे हैं जिस तरह आप बलूचिस्तान में फंडिंग कर रहे हैं उसी तरह आप उसको फंडिंग कर रहे हैं
कोई फंडिंग नहीं हो रही देखिए मैं आपको आई वांट टू टेल यू वन थिंग नईम साहब से बात कराइए विंडोज पे बात नहीं कर पाऊंगा ऑडियो कंट्रोल करो भाई प्रोड्यूसर क्या कर रहे हो आप 6 विंडोज पे नहीं बात होगी मैं नईम साहब से एक बात करना चाहता हूँ नईम साहब आपको मैं कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ एक बात कहना चाहता हूं जो भी लिसन टू मी प्लीज लिसन टू मी यू आर अ रीजनेबल मैन you are not like this major who has got a pistol to my
I will listen I will answer
and you tell this major to remove his pistol वो हर 2 बार I ask him a question वो पिस्टल दिखाते हैं
मेजर साहब डर रहे हैं प्लीज रख दें 7-0 से हारे हुए हैं रख दें पिस्टल को पीछे भाई
1 मिनट सुनिए ना आपको अभी मैं बात बताता हूं देखिए जो भी आपके साथ हो रहा है दैट इज वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट एंड बैड फॉर यू But you have to understand the situation in your country. You know that.
We do understand.
Just one. Yeah. See, today people of POK, they want to be part of India. Okay? General Dayal, I'm just making the point clear. Why? Now you'll say why. I'll tell you why. Because India is a large, growing country, growing at 8-9%, right, General Dayal? Right? We are a 4 trillion plus economy. Right, we have invested into the Jammu and Kashmir government hundreds of millions of dollars, billions we have invested.
Absolutely.
In fact, let me tell you one thing, Major Naeem, I'll tell you.
Medical colleges.
Yeah, and I want to tell you one thing, Naeem Saab. I'll tell you one thing by comparison. I'll tell you one thing by comparison. So, आप अपनी हैसियत आपको पता होनी चाहिए. मैं बुरी तरह से नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, realistically बोल रहा हूँ. I'm explaining something. No, I'll explain your economic हैसियत. Your economic haysiyat is like this, that I, for example, am from the beautiful state of Assam in the northeastern part of the country. Beautiful state of Assam, right? I'm from Assam. You know, I'll tell you, I was asking the Chief Minister of Assam, what is the GDP of Assam? And he told me the GDP of Assam between 90 to 100 billion, you know. The GDP of Assam, one of the 6 states of the country, not even one of the largest states, right, is more than the entire budget of Pakistan. Economically, they're a weak country. So obviously the people of POK will want to be with the powerful, strong country. They don't want to be with you. You let them. Stop killing them. Stop butchering them.
There is election.
No, what election? You're rigging the whole process. You're banning an election. You're banning a political party, then you say there's an election.
What is happening in Makbuza Kashmir? Why 700,000 people, Fojis are there from India? Why?
I can't tell you how prosperous Jammu and Kashmir is right now. You know the GDP per capita has zoomed in Jammu and Kashmir? You know the GDP per capita has zoomed in Jammu and Kashmir. You know services, manufacturing, digital, everything is growing in Jammu and Kashmir. Come on, you know now. आप ये देखिए, could the British hold? You have to move out.
AJK is a part of Pakistan.
There's no AJK. There's only POK. General there.
Just a minute, Arnab. Please tell him. Listen to me. He himself made a statement that they are paying 4,000 rupees for a kg of atta. He made, and they say that POK is being given at 2,000 rupees a kg. So where are you? Whom are you discussing with? I don't know. This country is in such a wretched state, and we have nothing to discuss with Pakistan. My concern is that POK is India.
Okay, let's.
My concern is POK is India. These people are torturing our people, and it's time to take a direct action against them and throw their army from there. That's my contention. Rest, there's no discussion with Nadeem or anybody there. There's no point there. There is no doubt that the people of POK have been tortured by the ISI and Pak Army and all their intelligence for last 70 years. There's nothing. They've been exploited, they've been tortured, they've been deprived, their demography has changed.
Adnan, I have an example.
Don't compare with JNK.
No, Adnan, I have an example. Adnan को example चाहिए. 1 minute. Adnan को example चाहिए.
JNK has got 11 medical colleges. JNK has got a railway line going right through JNK, complete JNK.
यार भाई इसी को बोलने का सारा टाइम दिया, हम तो बोले नहीं यार.
आपको बोलने दे रहा हूँ. जल्दी I want to ask you. Jaldal, one minute. Let's just right. Adnan, my question is to you. Adnan, my question is to you. Adnan, my question is to you. Please calm down. Please shant. Adnan, listen to me. I met Dr. Mirza on the left. Adnan, you see, you signed a Muzaffarabad agreement on October 4, 2025. आपने 25 commitment की. आपने बोला हम इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, वीट, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी सब्सिडी देंगे, जिनको हमने मारा उनको कॉम्पेंसेशन देंगे, गवर्नमेंट जॉब देंगे. अगर आपने ये सब, मेरी बात सुनिए, आप लोगों ने ये कमिटमेंट की है, दी क्योंकि आप लोगों ने गलती की थी. फिर उसके बाद आपने कमिटमेंट नहीं रखी, लोग सड़कों पे आ गए और लोग बोल रहे हैं कि आपने जो कमिटमेंट हमको दी, ऑन पेपर दी, उसको, उस कमिटमेंट को आप निभाइए. आप कह रहे हैं कमिटमेंट निभाइए, आप कह रहे हैं हम गोली मारेंगे. One at a time. Adnan first. आप पिस्तौल को अलग रखें. आप पहले पिस्तौल को हटाइए. या अदनान
यार देखें, आप मुझे देखें, फिर मैं एक बात करता हूं जो आपके मतलब की होती है, उसके बाद आप मेरा फोन आवाज बंद कर देते हैं. ये ना करें. देखें, जो आप बात कर रहे हैं ना, अक्टूबर में हुआ, बिल्कुल हुआ. पाकिस्तान ने उसमें से बहुत सारी चीजों को और कमिटमेंट्स को पूरा किया. ये नहीं कि नहीं किया, पूरा किया. ये जो दो पाकिस्तानी बैठे कह रहे हैं वो गद्दार है, वो कहते नहीं भाई, वो उनका ओपिनियन है. मेरी नजर में साजिद मीर गद्दार नहीं है और पाकिस्तान में किसी ने उनको गद्दार नहीं कहा. यस, दर्द जरूर है हिंदुस्तान को कि हमने मई 25 में उनकी ऐसी तैसी फेर दी थी.
अरे भाई अदनान आटा तो नहीं दे पाए, आप क्या ऐसी तैसी की बात कर रहे हैं. और फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ये गॉट सिद्धार्थ फ्रॉम कोलकाता टुनाइट. कॉलर्स, सिद्धार्थ फ्रॉम कोलकाता, 2 minutes on the show. Siddharth, are you there, Siddharth?
Hello.
Siddharth, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Arnab, I want to ask a question to this Major Nadeem. Okay, so there was a statement made by the ISI, the DG, saying कि अगर आप पानी बंद करेंगे तो हम आपके टापे बंद करेंगे. So much of bravado these guys showed. What are they doing about it? And the second question to the same Major Nadeem is, he's carrying a gun because he's scared of the unknown gunman. You know, that's what I think will be the power.
He's scared of the unknown gunman. Yeah. Don't cry.
Send this unknown gunman. Send. We will sort him out, inshallah. Don't worry.
You are the unknown gunman. You are the unknown gunman. The mistake you made is you showed your weapon. You exposed yourself. You are such a stupid person. You expose yourself, you idiot.
Okay, Srinath is calling in. I'll take two more callers. Srinath calling in from Bengaluru live this evening on the debate. Srinath. Srinath.
Hi Arnab, thanks for giving
Hi Srinath, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
What would you like to say?
So Arnab, that Pakistan guy is getting fear from unknown gunmen. And I'm mentioning one point here. We will be getting back POK by 2027.
Well, आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर. Thank you, Srinath.
बंद हो गई है. इन्होंने जो बात की है,
आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर. आप unknown gunmen से डर के you go to sleep also with a revolver. आप नहाते हुए भी revolver लेके नहाते हैं क्या?
हम घी शक्कर के साथ इनके मुंह में इसकी
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Dalpat Singh, our last caller, Jaipur se Dalpat Singh ji. Okay, he's dropped. Ladies and gentlemen, Rajesh from Ghaziabad se Rajesh. Rajesh,
I don't
hi.
have the voice. I can't talk.
Let us not get perturbed by the gun of Major.
Yeah.
Because I have seen in Kashmir a lot of AK-47 rifles put on Kashmiri pundits, which I am. And let me assure Major that there are a lot of durandars moving around in Pakistan. So not to spell anything against India. It will be Akhand Bharat very soon, and Adnan will be part of Bharat.
Okay.
Very soon.
Absolutely, it will be.
Sorting them out one by one.
And
we will sort them out, inshallah.
Listen. Don't empty your cartridges on my program. Thank you very much. To Major Nadeem and his toy gun, I shall say goodbye. And I promise to see you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to share with you, we have reporters on the ground, brave people in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, who despite everything are continuing to send us visuals and updates on the ground. On this, more, and all our investigations, I shall be back with detailed reports and a great debate tomorrow evening. Good night and goodbye.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Sir, what about safety from fire? Cable कौन सा लगाया है?
अरे केबल का क्या है, कोई भी चलता है.
यही चलता है, बाद में जलता है. 90% of the electrical fires are caused due to short circuit. Give lot of importance to consider fire safe cable. Ignamo, the fire safe cables from Dravid. Remember, business is safe if your cable is fire safe.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini.
Sir, what about safety from fire? केबल कौन सा लगाया है?
अरे केबल का क्या है, कोई भी चलता है.
यही चलता है, बाद में जलता है. 90% of the electrical fires are caused due to short circuit. Give lot of importance to consider fire safe cable. Ignamo, the fire safe cables from Ravi. Remember, business is safe if your cable is fire safe.
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए, उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है. तभी तो रिचमैन बनना नहीं आसान है.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma... I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen,
from the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, the system is challenging the people. The system is saying that it's going to do a cover-up in the Twisha Sharma case and challenging the people of India to do something about it. Well, our answer is we will and we can. And at 9 o'clock tonight is what Rajnath Singh predicted coming true, is POK breaking up completely on its own. These images are horrifying the world about what's happening in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has come where the entire system has come together to challenge you, to challenge me, to challenge all of us. And this is happening in the Twisha Sharma case. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll recap the Twisha Sharma case in 10 seconds. You have a young lady, 5 months into her marriage, who dies under mysterious circumstances. The finger of suspicion is on her husband and her mother-in-law. The mother-in-law, as you know, is an ex-judge, and her husband is an advocate. Both are very connected. They know the DG, they know the Lokayuk, they know the entire judicial system. This case came into national prominence because of the pressure built by the people, the viewers of Republic, and along with a very brave family, Twisha's family, which said, no, we believe that our daughter was killed and we want action against her husband and against her mother-in-law, who's the ex-judge. Because the ex-judge is very influential, she did everything possible to cover up the case. But because of your pressure, we could open up several loopholes. This is where the case stands. Presently, she is in custody. But we fear she's going to come out because the whole system has been fixed. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to you with sharp evidence today, which proves that a crucial bit of evidence could have gone missing. A crucial bit of evidence has gone unrecorded. The Panchanama does not include anything about the ligature belt. The Panchanama, which is, in other words, a seizure memo, you can see it out there, has been deliberately put together in such a way that it does not have the signature of the accused and the co-accused. It does not mention anything about the belt which she is believed to have used to have hung herself. Which means there is nothing about what you call the ligature belt, which is the most important piece of evidence out here. Deliberately, the police in this case have made that that piece of evidence go missing, and there is no signature on the document either. This can be only done by people who know that if you leave this technical loophole, then the ex-judge and her son will go scot-free. In simple words, ladies and gentlemen, Twisha is killed or dies mysteriously on the 12th. On the 13th, when the seizure memo is put together, it is left unsigned. A sub-inspector who's apparently gone on leave right now, on sick leave or medical leave, cannot do this by himself. This can only happen when very powerful people give clear instructions down the line, to leave the seizure memo, put it together in such a way, unsigned, so that when the case comes to trial, this whole case can collapse. This has, in my view, been deliberately done. Otherwise, why would you leave the main piece of evidence unrecorded? We don't know which is the belt which she used to hang herself, which makes me believe that it is entirely possible that Twisha did not hang herself, that she was strangulated. Now, if that belt, which was used to strangulate her, has gone missing, why is it gone missing? Is it because somebody thought there would be fingerprints on that belt? Or that if you would leave that piece of evidence, any investigator in the future from the CBI who were to come into the case would be able to connect the dots and put the blame where it needs to be put? Was the judge doing this deliberately? Was she trying to manipulate things? My dear viewers of Republic, we keep fighting about cases like this. Here's a clear case where I can say without a shred of doubt that the Bhopal Police Commissioner should quit. The Director General of Police should quit. They cannot just say, oh, there have been some, what's the word used for it, some lapses. These are not lapses, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Director General of Police.